Hey friends, tonight we're travelling back to a time when central heating meant a fire in the middle of the room, insulation was made from whatever you could find, and going to bed was less about comfort and more about survival. This is the story of how people slept in medieval times and somehow managed not to freeze to death in the process. So, as we ease in, take a moment to let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. And like the video. Now, let's discover how deep this history really is. Imagine stepping outside your front door right now and having absolutely no streetlights, no porch lights from neighbouring houses, and no glow from distant shopping centres or office buildings. Now multiply that darkness by about 1,000, add the fact that your own home has maybe 1 or 2 candles burning if you're lucky, and you're starting to understand what nighttime actually meant in medieval Europe. The medieval night wasn't just darker than anything most of us have experienced. It was a different kind of darkness altogether. It was the sort of darkness that felt physical, like something you could touch. When the sun set, which happened much earlier in practical terms because people actually paid attention to it, the world transformed into something unfamiliar and potentially dangerous. Your own village, which you'd walk through countless times during the day, became a maze of shadows and uncertain footsteps. This darkness shaped everything about how medieval people approached sleep. You couldn't just decide to stay up late binge-watching your favourite show or scrolling through social media until your eyes hurt. Once darkness fell, your options were basically to sit in the dark doing nothing, burn expensive candles or oil that you'd need for more important things, or go to bed. Most people chose bed, which meant that medieval sleeping patterns were dramatically different from ours. The typical medieval person went to bed shortly after sunset. We're talking about 7 or 8 in the evening during winter months. But here's where it gets interesting. They didn't sleep straight through the night the way we try to. Instead, most people practiced what historians call segmented sleep, or first and second sleep. You'd go to bed at dusk, sleep for 3 or 4 hours, then wake up naturally in the middle of the night for an hour or 2. What did people do during this middle of the night wake period? Well, they'd pray, think about their dreams, talk quietly with their spouse if they had one, maybe tend to the fire, or engage in activities that led to medieval Europe's impressive population growth. Then they'd settle back down for a second sleep that lasted until dawn. This wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. It was just how human sleep naturally worked before artificial lighting convinced our bodies to consolidate everything into one chunk. The darkness also meant that bedtime wasn't a precise moment you could check on your phone. People judged time by church bells if they lived near a church, or by the position of stars if they could see them, or more often by simply feeling tired when their bodies had been awake since dawn. Time was less about exact hours and more about natural rhythms. When you could no longer see well enough to work, it was time to start thinking about sleep. This relationship with darkness shaped medieval sleep in ways we barely understand today. Going to bed wasn't about optimal sleep hygiene, or making sure you got your full 8 hours. It was about surviving the cold, staying safe from both real and imagined dangers, and making the best use of expensive lighting resources. The night was something to be gotten through, not enjoyed, and sleep was your primary tool for doing exactly that. The quality of your sleep in medieval times was directly connected to your social status in ways that might seem strange to us now. A noble in a castle had access to private chambers, good fires, and plenty of candles or rushlights. A peasant in a one-room cottage shared sleeping space with their entire family. The fire had to be carefully managed to last until morning, and lighting was a luxury saved for emergencies. But regardless of whether you were a duke or a ditch digger, the darkness was still the darkness, and it still defined your entire relationship with nighttime. Let's talk about medieval bedrooms. Except for most people, the word bedroom would have been a completely foreign concept. Separate rooms dedicated solely to sleeping? That was a luxury so extreme that even many wealthy people didn't have it. For the majority of medieval Europeans, the question wasn't, where's your bedroom? But rather, where in your living space are you going to sleep tonight? Picture a typical peasant cottage, and by typical, we mean the homes where about 90% of medieval people lived. You'd have one room, maybe 2 if you were doing pretty well for yourself. This single room served as kitchen, dining room, living room, workshop, and yes, bedroom. The whole family slept there, often in the same bed or on adjacent sleeping platforms. Privacy was not a medieval value. mainly because privacy was simply not possible for most people. The bed itself, if you could call it that, often consisted of a wooden frame with rope or leather straps stretched across it to create a flexible sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" supposedly comes from. You'd need to tighten those ropes periodically to keep the sleeping surface from sagging too much. Though historians debate whether that's the real origin of the phrase, it makes a nice story and captures something true about medieval sleeping arrangements. They required maintenance. Now, if you were a peasant without even a proper bed frame, you might sleep on what was essentially a large sack filled with straw, placed directly on the dirt floor or on a raised platform to avoid the worst of the cold and damp rising from the ground. These straw mattresses were called pallets, and they were about as comfortable as they sound, which is to say, not very, but considerably better than sleeping directly on cold earth. The straw in these mattresses needed regular replacement because, well, imagine sleeping on the same pile of dried grass for months on end. It would compress, accumulate moisture, attract various forms of wildlife you didn't particularly want sharing your bed, and generally become less pleasant over time. Replacing the straw was a regular household task, like changing your sheets, except you were changing the entire mattress. Moving up the social ladder, things got marginally better. Wealthier peasants and merchants might have actual wooden bed frames, possibly even with some basic decoration if they were showing off. The mattress might be stuffed with wool instead of straw, which was warmer, more comfortable, and less likely to poke you with sharp bits throughout the night. Some even had feather mattresses, though these were expensive enough that they often appeared in wills as valuable property to be inherited. The nobility slept in what we'd recognise as actual beds, though even these were different from what you might expect. A noble's bed was often a major piece of furniture and a significant status symbol. It would have a wooden frame, but more importantly it would have curtains, heavy fabric hangings that could be drawn around the bed to create a smaller, warmer space within the already cold chamber. These bed curtains were crucial technology that doesn't get enough credit. Think about it. You're in a stone castle where the walls are thick, but not particularly good at keeping out cold. The windows have shutters but no glass, or only expensive, poor quality glass if you're very wealthy. And the only heat source is a fireplace that's basically warming one corner of a large room. By drawing curtains around your bed, you created a much smaller space that your body heat could actually warm. It was like having a tent inside your room, and it made the difference between being cold all night and being reasonably comfortable. The grandest beds were architectural features that could be disassembled and moved, but required considerable effort to do so. They had posts, canopies, elaborate carvings, and expensive fabrics. A great bed was a place for sleeping, certainly, but also for receiving important visitors, conducting business and displaying wealth. When medieval nobles or royalty were seriously ill, they often held court from their beds, because the bed was the most prestigious piece of furniture in the household. But here's something that might surprise you. Even in castles, even among the nobility, most people didn't sleep alone. Servants often slept in the same rooms as their masters, either on smaller beds or on pallets on the floor. Children shared beds with siblings. Extended family members bunked together. The concept of everyone in a household having their own private sleeping space was almost unheard of, even among the very wealthy. There were practical reasons for this crowding beyond just limited space. Multiple bodies in a room meant more warmth. Having servants sleep in your chamber meant you had someone to tend the fire during the night, to help you if you needed something, and to provide security against intruders. Privacy might be nice, but warmth, service, and safety were necessities. For travellers, and medieval people travelled more than you might think, whether for trade, pilgrimage, or military service. Sleeping arrangements were even more variable. Inns existed, but they were sparse, and sleeping at an inn usually meant sharing a bed with complete strangers. This wasn't considered particularly strange. It was simply the most efficient use of limited space and bedding. You'd climb into bed with whoever else had paid for a spot, hopefully claiming the side closer to the wall if you got there first, and try to sleep while ignoring the snoring, smells and movements of your temporary bed partners. Monasteries and convents had their own sleeping arrangements. Monks and nuns often slept in dormitories, sometimes in individual cells barely large enough for a narrow bed, sometimes in communal spaces with rows of beds. The strictest religious orders required sleeping on bare boards as a form of mortification of the flesh, which is about as comfortable as it sounds and was meant to be that way. Now that you're mentally curled up in your medieval sleeping space, whether that's a pile of straw on a cottage floor or a curtained bed in a drafty castle, let's talk about what you'd pull over yourself to keep from turning into a medieval popsicle during the night. Your modern comforter, with its synthetic fill and machine-washable cover, is a technological marvel that medieval people would have traded a good sheep for. What they had instead was whatever they could make, buy, or inherit. And the quality varied so wildly that a peasant's bedding and a noble's bedding were barely the same category of object. Starting at the bottom of the social ladder, a peasant family's blankets were likely made of wool, because sheep were everywhere in medieval Europe, and wool was the go-to fabric for anything that needed to be warm. But not all wool is created equal. The coarse wool from the family's own sheep, woven at home or by a local weaver, resulted in blankets that were warm, yes, but also heavy, scratchy, and nowhere near as soft as the wool products you'd find in a modern bedding store. These homespun wool blankets were valuable enough that families took care of them, mended them repeatedly, and passed them down through generations. When a blanket wore out in one spot, you didn't throw it away. You patched it, turned it, repurposed it, or eventually cut it down into smaller pieces for other uses. Waste wasn't a medieval concept when it came to textiles, because making cloth was incredibly labour-intensive. For padding between you and those rope bed supports, you'd have your straw or wool mattress, but some people added additional layers. A coarse cloth covering over the straw helped keep the pointy bits from poking through quite so aggressively. Some people used animal skins. Sheepskins were particularly popular because they were warm, relatively soft and naturally water resistant. Moving up the economic ladder, the bedding got progressively finer. Wealthier merchants might have wool blankets made from better quality wool, perhaps even dyed in attractive colours using expensive dyes. They might have linen sheets. Yes, medieval people who could afford it used sheets, though not everyone changed them as frequently as we might hope. Linen was prized because, unlike wool, it could be washed in hot water and wouldn't shrink, though it was considerably more expensive than wool. The nobility took bedding to another level entirely. Their wool might be felted or fulled to make it softer and denser. They'd have multiple layers, linen sheets against the skin, wool blankets for warmth, and possibly fur or silk covers on top for display as much as function. The wealthiest individuals had feather beds, not just mattresses stuffed with feathers, but also feather-filled coverlets that were the medieval equivalent of a down comforter. These feather beds were luxury items that appeared in inventories and wills alongside jewellery and valuable household items. Getting enough feathers to stuff a good-sized coverlet required a lot of geese or other waterfowl, and someone had to pluck them all, clean them, and stuff them into tightly woven fabric that wouldn't let the feathers escape. It was skilled, time-consuming work, which meant it was expensive. But here's the thing about medieval bedding that really matters. It was all about layering. You didn't have one perfect blanket that regulated your temperature throughout the night. Instead, you had multiple layers of different materials, and you managed your temperature by adding or removing layers, opening or closing bed curtains, and adjusting how close you were to other people in your bed. The fabrics themselves had properties that medieval people understood through experience, even if they couldn't explain the science. Wool stays warm even when damp, which mattered in drafty, moisture-prone buildings. Linen absorbs moisture and dries relatively quickly, which was important for sheets that would absorb sweat and body oils. Furs provided excellent insulation and had the added benefit of being a visible display of wealth. Medieval people also used what we might call sleeping costumes. You didn't just strip down to your underwear and hop into bed, partly because underwear in the modern sense didn't really exist, and partly because it was too cold for that nonsense. Instead, most people slept in a long linen garment called a nightshirt or night shift. This wasn't decorative sleepwear. It was a practical layer that absorbed body oils and sweat, keeping your outer garments cleaner since those were difficult to wash. Wealthier folks might have specific nightshirts set aside just for sleeping, while poorer people might sleep in their undertunic, essentially the same linen garment they wore during the day under their outer clothing. Either way, you were sleeping in something substantial, not naked or nearly naked the way many people do today in their climate-controlled homes. Some people also wore nightcaps, and not just as a quaint medieval fashion statement. A huge amount of body heat escapes through your head, and in a cold room, keeping your head covered while sleeping was just practical. These caps might be simple linen affairs for everyday use or more elaborate for the wealthy, but the principle was the same: trap heat and stay comfortable. The bed itself might also have additional insulation built in. Those curtains around a noble's bed weren't just fabric hanging loosely. They were often made of heavy wool, sometimes lined, creating a thick barrier between the cold chamber and the sleeping space. Opening or closing these curtains was how you adjusted your temperature, like medieval climate control. For extra warmth on particularly cold nights, people used bed warmers, long-handled metal pans filled with hot coals that you'd run between the sheets before getting into bed. This was the medieval version of an electric blanket preheat setting, and it actually worked pretty well, though you had to be careful not to set your straw mattress on fire. More than one medieval house burned down because someone got careless with bedtime heating arrangements. Let's talk about the single most important piece of medieval bedroom equipment, even though it wasn't technically part of the bed: the fire. If medieval sleep comfort had a foundation, it was the ability to keep a fire burning through the night without dying, burning down your house or asphyxiating everyone with smoke. In a peasant cottage, the fire was literally the centre of the home. We're not speaking metaphorically here. The hearth was often in the middle of the single room, with smoke rising up to escape through a hole in the roof or through gaps in the thatched roofing. This seems primitive until you realise the genius of it. The smoke from the fire would rise through the thatch, helping to preserve it and kill off insects, while also providing a sort of fumigation for the whole house. The downside, of course, was that everyone in the house was breathing some amount of smoke all the time. Medieval lungs probably looked like they belonged to modern cigarette smokers, and respiratory problems were common. But the alternative was freezing to death, so most people considered it an acceptable trade-off. Keeping this central fire going overnight was a serious responsibility, usually given to whoever was considered most reliable in the household. The fire couldn't be allowed to go completely out because relighting it was a genuine hassle. Without matches or lighters, you had to use a flint and steel to create sparks, then catch those sparks on tinder, then carefully nurse that tiny ember into an actual flame. It could take considerable time and effort, and on a cold morning, you really didn't want to be starting from scratch. So the technique was to bank the fire for overnight, essentially covering the glowing coals with ash to slow down combustion while keeping the coals alive. Done correctly, you'd wake up to a fire that just needed some stirring, fresh fuel and gentle blowing to spring back to life. Done incorrectly, you'd wake up to cold ashes and face the prospect of starting over, which would make you very unpopular with everyone else in the cold house. The fuel for these fires varied by region and availability. Wood was the obvious choice where forests were accessible, but not all wood burns equally well. Dense hardwoods like oak burn longer and hotter, but are harder to ignite. Softwoods like pine catch quickly but burn fast and produce more smoke. Medieval people knew these properties intimately and chose their firewood accordingly. In areas where wood was scarce, and by the late medieval period, many areas of Europe had been substantially deforested, people burned whatever they could get. Peat was common in boggy regions, cut into blocks and dried for fuel. It burns slowly and produces a distinctive smell that people either love or hate. Dried animal dung was another option in areas where even peat wasn't available. Yes, medieval people sometimes heated their homes by burning manure. It wasn't ideal, but it worked, and when your alternative is freezing, you burn what you have. For the nobility in their castles, the situation was somewhat different. They had actual fireplaces with chimneys, a luxury that became more common from the 12th century onward and represented a huge improvement in indoor air quality. A proper fireplace with a chimney pulled smoke up and out rather than letting it disperse through the room, meaning you could breathe without inhaling quite so much particulate matter. But even castle fireplaces had their challenges. The chimney might draw well when the wind was right, but poorly when conditions weren't optimal, leading to rooms that filled with smoke. Stone castles were notoriously difficult to heat. All that stone absorbed heat without warming up much, and the high ceilings meant warm air rose far above where people were trying to sleep. The solution was multiple smaller fires rather than one large one. A castle might have fireplaces in several chambers, each creating a small zone of warmth in an otherwise cold building. The best chambers had fireplaces, and access to those chambers was a privilege of rank. Lesser members of the household slept in rooms without direct heat, relying on warmer clothing and more bedding to make up the difference. Fire safety was a constant concern in a world where everything was made of combustible materials, and fire suppression technology consisted of buckets of water and prayers. Medieval towns and cities had devastating fires with disturbing regularity. Everyone knew someone who had lost their home to fire, and most people knew someone who had died in one. So sleeping with a fire burning nearby required careful management. The fire had to be far enough from bedding and other flammable materials to be safe but close enough to provide warmth. The floor around the hearth needed to be clear. Candles and rushlights had to be extinguished or placed where they couldn't fall and start a fire if someone bumped into them during a middle-of-the-night trip outside to relieve themselves. Speaking of which, nighttime bathroom trips were another challenge. You'd wake up in the middle of the night needing to use the privy, which in a peasant cottage meant either using a chamber pot kept near the bed or, more commonly, going outside to the designated spot. In winter, this was miserable enough that many people tried to minimise nighttime liquid intake, though that created its own problems. The very wealthy had indoor privies, rooms with seats positioned over shafts that dropped waist down into moats, pits, or outside the castle walls. These were cold, smelly places that weren't exactly pleasant to visit, but they beat stumbling outside in the dark and cold. Still, even with indoor plumbing of sorts, the trip from your warm bed to the cold privy chamber and back was an adventure in temperature shock. The fire also provided the only nighttime light that didn't require burning expensive candles or oil. If you woke during that traditional middle-of-the-night interval between first and second sleep, you might sit near the fire watching the flames while your thoughts wandered. This quiet time, with just the firelight and the sleeping sounds of your household, was often described as peaceful, a meditative period that our modern compressed sleep schedules have eliminated. Now we're going to talk about something that medieval people took as seriously as physical warmth, spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Because in the medieval mind, nighttime wasn't just physically dangerous, it was spiritually dangerous too. You have to understand that medieval Europeans lived in a world absolutely teeming with supernatural beings. Not in the way we might casually talk about believing in ghosts or checking our horoscope, but in a visceral, constant awareness that the spiritual world was just as real as the physical one, and considerably more dangerous. And nighttime was when the boundary between these worlds grew thinner. Before going to bed, most medieval people performed some form of protective ritual. At minimum, this meant prayers. You'd cross yourself, recite a prayer asking for God's protection through the night, and possibly say specific prayers against particular dangers. The Catholic Church encouraged nightly prayers and provided specific devotions for nighttime use. These weren't just abstract spiritual exercises. People genuinely believed that prayers could protect them from very real dangers. Demons, they believed, wandered during the night looking for unprotected souls to torment. Evil spirits might press down on your chest while you sleep, causing nightmares or worse. The devil himself was particularly active during the dark hours, and a soul without proper spiritual protection was vulnerable. Many people made the sign of the cross over their bed before getting in and over their doors and windows. Some marked these thresholds with holy water or blessed salt. These weren't superstitions in the medieval mind, they were practical precautions like locking your doors today. Except you weren't just protecting against human intruders, you were warding off spiritual ones. The physical arrangement of the sleeping space often had spiritual significance. Many people positioned their beds so they could face east, toward Jerusalem and the rising sun, believing this orientation offered additional protection. Religious imagery, crosses, icons or symbols, might be placed near the bed or hung on walls. These weren't decorations, they were spiritual security systems. Nightmares were understood completely differently than we understand them today. When you had a bad dream, it wasn't just your subconscious processing daily stress. It might be a demon literally assaulting you during sleep, or a dead person trying to communicate, or a prophetic vision sent by God or intercepted by Satan. Dreams were taken very seriously and often discussed with priests who could help interpret their meaning and advise on protective measures. Some dreams were considered so significant that they were recorded and reported to church authorities. If you dreamed of something that might relate to heresy or had visions that seemed prophetic, these were matters that could have serious consequences. Dream interpretation was a recognized spiritual skill, and people paid attention to the messages they believed were being sent to them during sleep. The phenomenon of sleep paralysis, that terrifying experience where you're conscious but can't move, often accompanied by a sense of pressure on your chest in the presence of a threatening entity, was universally interpreted as a demonic attack or visitation by a malevolent supernatural being. Different cultures had different names for the entity that caused this. The night hag or old hag in some traditions, the mare in others, which is where our word nightmare comes from. Protection against these entities involved both physical and spiritual measures. You might place iron near your bed, as iron was believed to repel fairies and evil spirits. You might wear a blessed amulet or keep a piece of a holy relic nearby. Some people slept with their hands arranged in the shape of a cross to maintain protection, even while unconscious. Children were considered especially vulnerable to spiritual dangers during sleep, partly because they were thought to be more spiritually open, and partly because their souls were so valuable to demonic forces. Parents might perform elaborate bedtime rituals over their children, including blessings, prayers, and the arrangement of protective objects around the sleeping child. The church had mixed feelings about some of these protective practices. Official church doctrine approved of prayers and blessed objects, but frowned on practices that seemed too similar to pre-Christian magic or pagan beliefs. This created a grey area where people practiced a blend of approved Christian devotion and traditional folk protection that made church authorities uncomfortable, but was too widespread to effectively suppress. Interestingly, some of these folk practices did have practical benefits, even if the spiritual reasoning behind them was questionable. Keeping certain herbs near your bed, blessed by the church for spiritual protection, might actually help repel insects or improve air quality. Maintaining evening prayer routines provided psychological comfort and helped mark the transition from waking to sleeping. The ritualization of bedtime created structure and predictability in a chaotic, dangerous world. The fear of nocturnal spiritual dangers also reinforced social structures and behaviours. Going to bed properly with appropriate prayers and protections was seen as morally correct. Someone who neglected these spiritual duties was not just being careless, but was committing a minor sin and inviting danger. This religious framework around sleep made it a moral issue, as well as a practical one. So far we've been talking about sleeping indoors, but let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the absence of a room, because plenty of medieval people regularly slept outside, not by choice but by necessity, and they managed not to freeze to death doing it. How? First, let's talk about who was sleeping outdoors. Shepherds, for one, spent nights out with their flocks during warmer months, protecting sheep from predators and thieves. Travellers caught between towns might find themselves sleeping rough rather than risk travelling after dark. Soldiers on campaign spent more nights under the sky than under roofs. Harvest workers during peak season sometimes slept in fields rather than waste time walking back to town each night. And the poor, particularly in cities, often had no choice but to find what shelter they could under bridges, in doorways, or in other semi-protected spots. The first rule of outdoor medieval sleeping was, don't do it in winter, if you have any choice whatsoever. Medieval people understood that sleeping outside in deep winter was an excellent way to die of exposure. They didn't have magical cold weather techniques we've lost. They just tried very hard not to be outside overnight when it was truly cold. But during the rest of the year, outdoor sleeping was manageable with the right approach. Location was everything. You didn't just lie down anywhere. You looked for natural windbreaks like large rocks, earthen banks, or thick hedges. You positioned yourself to take advantage of any available shelter while staying away from obviously dangerous locations like avalanche paths, flooding risks, or places where animals had established roots. Ground insulation was critical. Sleeping directly on cold earth would suck the heat right out of your body, so medieval outdoor sleepers would gather whatever materials they could find to create a barrier. Dry leaves, bracken, heather, pine needles and grass, all of these could be piled up to create an insulating layer between you and the ground. The deeper the pile, the warmer you'd be. Some travellers carried their own portable bedding. A shepherd might have a wool cloak that could double as both clothing and a blanket. Wealthier travellers might have an actual blanket roll. Pilgrims, and medieval Europe saw a lot of pilgrimage traffic, often travelled with a cloak designed to serve multiple purposes. Wear it during the day and sleep under it at night. The medieval cloak was an underappreciated piece of technology. Made of wool, often with a hood, it could be worn loose for ventilation during the day, or wrapped tight for warmth. At night, you could wrap yourself in it like a burrito, pull the hood over your head, and have a surprising amount of warmth. The wealthier you were, the better quality wool you had, which meant warmer, denser fabric that provided better insulation. Fire was even more important when sleeping outdoors than when sleeping inside. A shepherd spending the night in the hills with his flock would build a fire and sleep near it, waking periodically to add fuel. This wasn't comfortable sleep. You'd be too hot on the side facing the fire and too cold on the other side, but it beat freezing. The skill was in building a fire that would last. You wanted substantial fuel that would burn slowly rather than small twigs that would flame out quickly. You'd build up a good bed of coals, then add larger pieces of wood. Some experienced outdoor sleepers would arrange large logs to create a long-burning fire that didn't need constant tending. If sleeping alone outdoors, you'd want your back against something, a rock, a tree, or an earthen bank, so that you were protected from one side and could keep the fire on the other. This also provided psychological comfort because you knew nothing could sneak up behind you. Medieval nights were full of real dangers: wolves, bears, and human bandits, and sleeping in the open meant staying alert to these threats. Groups sleeping outdoors had an advantage: body heat. Shepherds might sleep huddled together with their dogs for warmth. Soldiers on campaign would crowd into tents or under temporary shelters, with the warmth of multiple bodies making up for the lack of other heating. This also meant someone could stand watch while others slept, providing security in a dangerous world. Military campaigns involved a lot of outdoor sleeping, and armies developed systems for managing this. Common soldiers often had basic tents, simple cloth or leather stretched over frames, that provided wind protection even if they didn't offer much insulation. The tent kept off rain and blocked wind, which were the two biggest threats to maintaining body heat. Inside the tent, soldiers would sleep in their cloaks, possibly with additional blankets if they were lucky, packed together for warmth. Officers had better tents, sometimes elaborate pavilions that could be quite comfortable with the right furnishings. A knight on campaign might travel with a tent that included a folding bed, proper bedding, and even portable furniture. But even the best tent wasn't as warm as a proper building, so everyone, regardless of rank, had to deal with being colder than they'd be at home. The reality of outdoor sleeping meant that medieval people were simply tougher about cold and discomfort than most of us are today. They didn't have the option of adjusting a thermostat or adding another electric blanket. They dealt with being cold, being uncomfortable, and sleeping poorly because those were the conditions of life. This doesn't mean they enjoyed it. Medieval sources are full of complaints about miserable nights sleeping rough, but they endured it because they had no choice. Interestingly, some people seem to sleep outdoors by preference, at least during warmer months. Hermits and some extremely devout religious individuals deliberately chose to sleep under the sky as a form of spiritual discipline. They'd find a cave or build a simple shelter and live there, enduring hardship as a way of growing closer to God. This was considered admirable and holy, though also slightly crazy even by medieval standards. For the urban poor, sleeping outdoors was less about spiritual growth and more about having nowhere else to go. Medieval cities had populations of homeless people who slept in doorways, under market stalls, or anywhere they could find a bit of shelter. This was dangerous and uncomfortable, but it was survival. Cities sometimes provided limited charity in the form of hospitality houses or spaces where the poor could sleep indoors, but there was never enough space for everyone who needed it. As dawn approaches in our medieval night, let's talk about waking up and what that morning experience tells us about how different medieval sleep really was from our modern experience. The medieval morning started early, very early by modern standards. Dawn was the natural wake-up time, not because people set alarms, but because light itself was the alarm. Without curtains blocking the sunrise, without artificial light that disrupted natural circadian rhythms, your body simply woke when the sun came up. This meant that wake-up times varied dramatically by season. You might rise at 5 a.m. in summer and 8 a.m. in winter, and everyone considered this completely normal. The first sensations of waking were probably not pleasant. You'd be stiff from sleeping on a surface that ranged from not very comfortable to actively painful. Your body would be cold because the fire had burned low during the night. If you'd slept in a room with other people, which most people did, you'd be surrounded by the sounds and smells of other humans who had spent the night in a room with limited ventilation. Medieval people didn't wake up and immediately jump into their day. They'd lie there for a bit, possibly dozing through that transition between first and second sleep if they'd woken during the night interval. When they finally roused themselves fully, the first order of business was getting the fire going properly again if it had been banked overnight. Then you'd dress, which was less complicated than you might think because you'd slept in much of your clothing. You'd add outer layers, maybe splash some water on your face if water was available, and you were unusually concerned with cleanliness, and basically prepare to start another day of medieval life. Morning prayers were standard for most people, a quick thanks to God for surviving the night, because in a world where disease and accident could kill you suddenly, Surviving the night wasn't something to take for granted. These prayers served both spiritual and practical purposes, marking the transition from sleep to waking and helping orient your mind toward the day ahead. But here's what's fascinating when you really think about medieval sleep. It worked. Despite all the discomfort, despite the cold, despite sharing sleeping spaces with multiple people and various forms of wildlife, despite the smoke and the danger and the spiritual anxiety, medieval people got enough sleep to function. They built cathedrals, fought wars, created art, raised families, and developed complex societies. They did this all while sleeping in conditions that would have most modern people calling a contractor and investing in better insulation. This tells us something important about human adaptability. Our bodies and minds are remarkably good at adjusting to conditions that seem unbearable at first. Medieval people weren't superhuman, they were just adapted to their circumstances. They found their cold rooms normal because they'd never known anything else. They slept well in crowded conditions because privacy was never an option. They dealt with discomfort because comfort wasn't really on the menu. It also tells us something about what sleep actually requires. We modern people have convinced ourselves that we need perfect conditions. The right temperature, the right mattress, the right pillows, complete darkness, absolute silence, maybe a white noise machine or a specially designed sleep app. Medieval people had none of these things and slept anyway, because fundamentally, human sleep is robust enough to work under surprisingly difficult conditions. The legacy of medieval sleep patterns has left traces in our language and culture that we barely notice. When we talk about having a good night's sleep, we're using a phrase that dates back centuries. The expression burning the midnight oil refers to a time when staying up late actually meant consuming expensive resources. Making your bed comes from an era when this was a genuine daily task that involved tightening ropes and fluffing straw. Even our architecture carries echoes of medieval sleeping arrangements. The four-poster bed design originated in medieval attempts to create warmer sleeping spaces through curtains. The canopy over a bed, now purely decorative, once served the practical purpose of catching falling debris from thatched roofs or crumbling plaster. These functional designs became status symbols and eventually decorative traditions that persist, even though we no longer need them. The medieval approach to sleep also influenced later developments in housing and heating. The recognition that separate bedrooms provided better rest and privacy, even when they weren't strictly necessary for warmth, led to architectural changes as wealth increased. The development of better chimney technology, improved glass making for windows, and more efficient heating systems all emerged partly from centuries of experience with cold, smoky medieval sleeping conditions. Medieval sleep patterns, specifically that segmented sleep with a wakeful period in the middle of the night, might actually have been more natural for human biology than our modern compressed schedule. Some sleep researchers argue that the medieval pattern matched our circadian rhythms better than forcing ourselves to sleep in one solid block. That middle-of-the-night wakeful period was used for prayer, intimacy, reflection, and dreaming, activities we've lost in our rush to maximize sleep efficiency. There's also something to be said for the medieval acceptance of seasonal variation in sleep patterns. We modern people try to maintain the same schedule year-round, going to bed at the same time whether it's June or December, regardless of what our bodies might prefer. Medieval people slept more in winter and less in summer, following natural light cycles, and this might have been healthier than our artificial consistency. The communal nature of medieval sleep also has lessons for us. While we value privacy and personal space, and there's nothing wrong with that, there was something to be said for the security and comfort of never sleeping truly alone. The presence of family members and the sounds of other people breathing and sleeping nearby provided reassurance in a way that our isolated modern bedrooms don't. Medieval people's relationship with fire teaches us about resource management and sustainability in ways we've forgotten. They used fire carefully because fuel was precious, banked fires to maintain them efficiently, and understood that waste in heating was waste they couldn't afford. Our modern ability to heat entire homes to comfortable temperatures year-round is wonderful, but it's come at environmental costs that medieval people would have found incomprehensible. The spiritual dimension of medieval sleep reminds us that sleep has always been more than just physical rest. It's a vulnerable state that requires not just physical safety, but psychological and spiritual security. Medieval prayers and protective rituals served the same function that our modern bedtime routines serve, creating a mental transition from waking concerns to sleep's release. Whether you're crossing yourself and praying to saints or doing relaxation exercises and meditation, you're performing the same basic function of creating a psychological boundary around sleep time. As you lie there in your comfortable bed, with your temperature-controlled room and your supportive mattress, it's worth considering what lessons medieval sleep might offer for our modern rest problems. Because for all our advances in sleep technology, many of us struggle to sleep well, while medieval people, despite their objectively terrible sleeping conditions, generally managed just fine. First, there's the lesson of darkness. Medieval people lived in genuine darkness, and their sleep cycles aligned naturally with it. We modern folks flood our evenings with artificial light, then wonder why we have trouble falling asleep. The blue light from our phones and tablets is particularly disruptive, signalling to our brains that it's still daytime when we're trying to convince our bodies it's bedtime. Medieval people didn't have to actively create darkness. It was the default setting, and their bodies responded accordingly. If you're struggling with sleep, one medieval lesson is simple. Make your evenings darker. Dim your lights as bedtime approaches. Avoid screens for an hour before sleep, and use blackout curtains to eliminate light pollution from streetlights. Create an approximation of that medieval darkness, and your body might remember how it's supposed to respond. Second, there's the temperature factor. Medieval people slept in cold rooms and used bedding for warmth, rather than heating the entire space. Modern research actually supports this approach. We sleep better in cooler rooms, ideally between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Your body temperature naturally drops when you sleep, and a cool environment facilitates this process. Medieval people stumbled onto this truth through necessity. We've had to rediscover it through sleep research. The medieval practice of layering for warmth rather than ambient heating also makes sense. Being slightly cool but buried under warm blankets seems to promote better sleep than being in a warm room with light covers. There's something psychologically comforting about burrowing into blankets, creating your own warm microclimate the way medieval bed curtains once did. Third, consider the medieval approach to bedtime routines. Modern sleep experts constantly advise establishing consistent bedtime rituals, and medieval people did exactly this with their evening prayers, their fire banking, and their protective rituals. These activities served the practical purpose of preparing for bed, while also signalling to the mind and body that sleep was coming. The specific content of the ritual mattered less than its consistency, and its role in marking the transition from day to night. You might not want to start crossing yourself and reciting prayers to ward off demons, though if that works for you, go right ahead. But creating your own bedtime ritual serves the same purpose. Making tea, reading a few pages of an actual book, doing some gentle stretching, or even just putting on specific sleepwear, these activities signal to your brain that sleep time is approaching. Fourth, there's something to learn from segmented sleep. While we can't fully recreate medieval sleep patterns in our electric world, there's value in not panicking if you wake up in the middle of the night. Medieval people expected this wakeful period and used it productively and calmly. When we wake at 3 a.m. and immediately start stressing about how we should be asleep, we make the problem worse. If you wake in the night, try adopting a medieval approach. Accept it. Lie there quietly, think calm thoughts, pray if you're inclined that way, or just rest peacefully. Don't look at your phone, don't turn on bright lights, and don't start your day. Just exist calmly in the darkness for a while, and you'll likely drift back to sleep naturally. Fighting the wakefulness creates anxiety that prevents sleep. Accepting it often allows it to pass. Fifth, medieval people's physical exhaustion from daily labour meant they fell asleep easily, despite uncomfortable conditions. Most of us aren't doing the kind of physical work that left medieval people genuinely tired by bedtime. We're mentally exhausted but physically under-exercised, which is exactly the wrong combination for good sleep. Our brains are wired from screen time and stress, but our bodies haven't done enough to earn physical tiredness. The medieval lesson here is straightforward. Physical activity during the day promotes better sleep at night. You don't need to plough fields or walk 20 miles, but you do need to move your body enough that it's ready for rest. Medieval people didn't need sleep podcasts or meditation apps because their bodies were genuinely ready to shut down at bedtime. Sixth, there's the matter of expectations. Medieval people didn't expect perfect comfort, complete silence, or ideal conditions. They expected sleep to be somewhat challenging and uncomfortable, and they slept anyway. We modern people have such high expectations for our sleep that we create anxiety around it, and that anxiety itself disrupts our rest. Sometimes the medieval approach of just accepting less than perfect conditions and sleeping anyway is the healthiest response. Your mattress might not be perfectly suited to your body, your room might not be absolutely silent, and your schedule might not align perfectly with your natural rhythms. And that's okay. Sleep doesn't require perfection, it just requires good enough conditions and a willingness to rest despite minor imperfections. Finally, medieval sleep reminds us that community and connection matter for good rest. Sleeping completely alone in isolated rooms is actually a very modern phenomenon, and it's not necessarily optimal for everyone. The presence of family members, pets, or partners can provide comfort and security that promotes better sleep, even if it also means occasional disruptions. Obviously, we don't need to return to medieval communal sleeping arrangements. Privacy and personal space are valuable, but there's something to be said for not sleeping in complete isolation if it makes you anxious or uncomfortable. That dog on your bed, that partner beside you, that baby monitor connecting you to your children, these connections serve some of the same reassuring functions that communal medieval sleeping once did. Let's take a moment to imagine that you could somehow transport your modern bedroom back to medieval times, or bring a medieval sleeping space into the present. The contrast would be startling, but so would the similarities. A medieval person visiting your bedroom would probably be most amazed by the consistent temperature. The idea that you could keep an entire room warm all night, every night, without anyone tending a fire, would seem like sorcery. They'd be fascinated by your light switches. The ability to banish darkness with a simple gesture would be mind-boggling. Your mattress would feel incredibly soft and supportive, your sheets impossibly smooth and clean. But they might also find your bedroom somewhat puzzling. Why is it so isolated from the rest of the house? Why do you sleep alone when having others nearby would be warmer, safer, and more comforting? Why do you have so much space dedicated solely to sleeping when that space could serve multiple functions? And why are you struggling to fall asleep in these perfect conditions when they could sleep fine on a pile of straw? Conversely, if you were transported to a medieval bedchamber, you'd immediately notice the cold. Not just cool, but genuinely cold, in a way that makes you want to keep all your clothes on, which is exactly what you'd do. The smell would be your next observation. Wood smoke, unwashed bodies, old straw, cooking odours, and various other scents that we've trained ourselves not to tolerate. Your modern nose, accustomed to air fresheners and frequent laundering, would find the medieval bedroom environment challenging. The lack of privacy would probably bother you more than it bothered medieval people. Knowing that you're sharing sleeping space with family members, servants, or even strangers at an inn would feel intrusive. You'd miss your ability to retreat into your own space, close the door, and have genuine solitude. This privacy that we take for granted was a luxury almost unknown in medieval times. You'd also notice the darkness in a way medieval people didn't because they never knew anything else. When the sun set and candles were extinguished, it would be darker than almost anywhere you've experienced in modern life. That darkness would feel oppressive at first, maybe even frightening, until you adjusted to it the way medieval people lived with it every day. The sounds would be different too. Instead of the white noise of HVAC systems, refrigerators humming, or distant traffic, you'd hear the sounds of other people sleeping, breathing, snoring, shifting position, getting up to tend the fire or use the chamber pot. You'd hear animals both inside and outside the dwelling. You'd hear weather more directly because buildings weren't as well sealed. These organic sounds might actually be more soothing than modern mechanical noises, or they might keep you awake all night. People's responses would vary. The physical discomfort would be real and unavoidable. That straw mattress, or even a better wool-stuffed one, would feel lumpy, uneven, and unsupportive compared to your modern mattress with its carefully engineered layers. The blankets would be heavy and scratchy. You'd be cold on one side and too warm on the other. Your body would hurt from the poor support and awkward sleeping position you'd contort yourself into trying to get comfortable. Yet after a few nights, assuming you survived the adjustment period, you'd probably start to adapt. Your body would get used to the temperature variations, the firm sleeping surface, and the various discomforts. You'd find positions that worked reasonably well. You'd develop calluses, both physical and mental, against the conditions. And you'd sleep because fundamentally humans are designed to sleep even in difficult circumstances. This thought experiment reveals something important. Comfort is relative and adaptive. What feels unbearably uncomfortable initially becomes tolerable and eventually normal through repeated exposure. Medieval people weren't tougher than us in any genetic sense. They were just adapted to different conditions. Similarly, we're adapted to our comfortable modern conditions, which is why we find even minor deviations from optimal sleep environments so disturbing. It also highlights how much of sleep quality is mental rather than purely physical. Medieval people slept in objectively terrible conditions, but didn't lie awake stressing about whether they'd get enough rest or whether their sleep environment was optimized. They just went to bed and slept. We have objectively excellent sleeping conditions, but often struggle because we've created psychological barriers around sleep, expectations, anxieties and beliefs about what we need that may or may not be accurate. The technological advances we've made in sleep comfort are genuine improvements. Let's not romanticize medieval sleeping conditions, which were often genuinely miserable. But we've also lost some resilience in the process. We've become so dependent on perfect conditions that minor disruptions can ruin our sleep entirely. Medieval people's ability to sleep despite imperfect conditions is worth remembering when our own sleep environment isn't quite ideal. As we near the end of our journey through medieval nights, and as you prepare to drift off in your own comfortable bed, let's reflect on what this exploration of medieval sleep reveals about the human experience of rest across time. Sleep is one of the most fundamental human experiences, something we share with our medieval ancestors and will share with future generations. The specific conditions change dramatically. The materials, the technology, the social arrangements, but the basic human need for rest, safety and renewal remains constant. A medieval person and a modern person both close their eyes at night, both drift into dreams, and both wake to face a new day. There's something oddly comforting about this continuity. For all the ways our world has changed, for all the technology we've developed, and the social structures we've built, we still need sleep just as much as medieval peasants did. We're not so different from them in this fundamental way. Their struggles to stay warm through cold nights, to feel safe in darkness, to find rest despite discomfort. These are struggles we can understand even across 800 years of history. Medieval people solved their sleep problems with the resources they had: wool and straw, fire and faith, community and resilience. We solve ours with temperature control and memory foam, sleep apps and weighted blankets. The solutions are different, but the underlying needs are the same. We both seek warmth, safety, comfort and rest. We both create rituals and routines to ease the transition from waking to sleeping. We both worry about not getting enough sleep, though we probably worry more about it than they did. The medieval relationship with sleep was more pragmatic and less anxious than ours. They didn't have sleep specialists or studies on optimal sleep positions. They just went to bed when it got dark and got up when it got light, with that interesting middle-of-the-night interval that we've lost. Their approach was less scientific, but possibly less stressful. They didn't lie awake worrying about whether they were sleeping correctly, but they also dealt with genuine hardships that we can barely imagine. The cold that seeped into your bones on winter nights, the discomfort of sleeping surfaces that would fail any modern ergonomic test, the smoke that irritated your lungs every day of your life, and the genuine dangers from fire, disease and violence that made every night's rest somewhat precarious. We shouldn't romanticize these difficulties just because medieval people endured them. What we can take from medieval sleep is a sense of proportion. Yes, good sleep conditions matter and are worth pursuing, but perfect conditions aren't necessary for adequate rest, and obsessing over optimization can create more problems than it solves. Medieval people's ability to rest, despite imperfection, is a useful counterpoint to our modern anxiety about getting every detail of our sleep environment exactly right. We can also learn from their acceptance of natural rhythms and seasonal variations. The idea that you might sleep differently in winter than in summer, that you might wake naturally in the middle of the night and that's okay, and that sleep is influenced by natural cycles rather than being a fixed requirement. You must meet precisely every night. These ideas offer a gentler, more flexible approach to rest. The medieval practice of preparing for sleep through ritual, whether prayers, fire banking or other regular activities, reminds us that sleep doesn't just happen. It's something we prepare for and enter into deliberately. Creating that transition period, marking the boundary between day and night, helps our minds and bodies recognize when it's time to let go of waking concerns and enter into rest. And perhaps most importantly, medieval sleep reminds us that humans are remarkably adaptable. We can sleep in difficult conditions, adjust to different arrangements, and find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. This resilience is still in us, even if we don't need to use it as often. When we face disrupted sleep, travel, stress, illness, life changes, remembering that humans have slept successfully under far more challenging conditions can help us maintain perspective. As you lie there now, warm under your covers, in your quiet room with its controlled temperature and comfortable mattress, you're experiencing a level of sleep comfort that medieval people couldn't have imagined. Appreciate it because it's genuinely wonderful. But also know that if circumstances ever required you to sleep less comfortably, you could adapt, just as humans have adapted to sleeping conditions throughout history. The medieval person struggling to stay warm under scratchy wool blankets in a smoky cottage, and you in your climate-controlled bedroom, are connected by that fundamental human need for rest. You both close your eyes against the darkness, let consciousness fade, and trust that sleep will restore you for another day. The specifics differ wildly, but the essential experience is the same. So tonight, as you drift off, you're participating in a ritual that connects you to countless generations of humans who have sought rest in the darkness. Some of them slept in castles, and some in cottages, some on feather beds, and some on piles of straw. But all of them closed their eyes and slept and woke and lived their lives and passed into history. Their medieval nights are long over, but the human need for sleep continues. The fire they tended so carefully has been replaced by your central heating, their prayers for protection by your locked doors and alarm systems, and their rough blankets by your engineered bedding. But the sleep itself, that nightly letting go of consciousness, that trust in tomorrow's waking, that universal human vulnerability and renewal, remains unchanged. Sleep well tonight, knowing you're part of this long human tradition of finding rest in darkness, safety in vulnerability, and renewal in that mysterious daily death and rebirth we call sleep. Medieval people did it with cruder tools but equal success. You'll do it with better tools but face the same fundamental challenge, to let go of today and trust in tomorrow. The medieval night has ended, but yours continues. Let the warmth of your bed surround you. Let the comfort of safety embrace you, and let the quiet darkness welcome you. You don't need to bank fires or recite protective prayers. You don't need to worry about wolves or demons or whether the thatch will hold against the rain. You just need to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let yourself drift into that ancient, universal human experience of sleep. Medieval people did it, your parents and grandparents did it, and you can do it too. Sweet dreams, and may you wake refreshed just as countless humans have done across the centuries, from those cold medieval mornings to your comfortable modern one. You know how it feels to feel so tiny while you're lying on your back in the grass and gazing up at the stars? Congratulations! You're experiencing exactly the same thing that, most likely some 40,000 years ago, ignited human astronomy. Imagine that as an early human, your main worries are avoiding being eaten by an animal with larger teeth than you, and determining where you will get your next meal. However, as night falls, there it is, this breathtaking light display above your head, totally free of cost and without the need for a subscription service. You might initially assume that these prehistoric people were too preoccupied with survival to be interested in celestial mechanics. The interesting part, though, is that they were compelled to become the first astronomers in history. You see, the sky becomes your ultimate scheduling tool when you don't have a calendar to remind you when it's time to plant crops, or a smartphone to alert you when spring is approaching. The stars weren't haphazardly strewn up there like glitter on a black tablecloth, as those early stargazers noticed. Like a cosmic clock that never needed to be wound, they moved in predictable patterns. Eventually, the same stars that had emerged over the eastern horizon would march across the sky and vanish in the west, only to reappear the following night with a slight shift. Then came the sun, which was as dependable as a Swiss watch, rising in the east and setting in the west each and every day. Aside from... hold on a second. It appeared to travel a much slower, lower route across the sky in the winter, hardly bothering to reach very high before deciding to call it a day. It jumped high overhead and stayed out until what felt like bedtime in the summer, practically bouncing out of bed. This was survival information, not just idle curiosity. You knew it was time to start searching for certain plants that would soon be ripening when that specific cluster of stars appeared shortly before dawn. You could tell winter was easing when the sun began to shine for longer periods of time each day. Even more fascinating was the moon. The moon appeared to have a personality disorder, in contrast to the sun, which essentially followed a predictable routine. At times, it was a perfect circle that was visible to hunters. At times, it resembled a cosmic smile, a thin crescent. At times, it vanished completely, leaving the night as dark as a cave's interior. The moon, however, had a rhythm despite its seeming moodiness. Humanity's first calendar system was based on the dependable pattern of roughly 29.5 days between full moons. When you could simply look up and see what phase the moon was in, you didn't need to count days. These early astronomers, let's call them that, because even without fancy degrees or telescopes they were unquestionably astronomers, started to notice something else. Night after night, year after year, the majority of stars remained in the same relative positions. That group continued to appear like a Big Dipper. It appears that ancient people had very active imaginations when it came to connecting dots, because that row of stars that someone thought looked like a belt remained a belt. The troublemakers, however, were a few luminous objects that roved the sky as if they were unsure of their destination. Later the Greeks would refer to them as planets, which means wanderers, and that is what we still call them today. 5 of these roving stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, were visible to ancient observers even in the absence of telescopes. Venus was especially perplexing because it seemed to be 2 distinct stars, one that emerged shortly before sunrise and another shortly after sunset. It took a long time for someone to realise that it was the sun playing peekaboo with the same object. These observations weren't merely remembered as fascinating anecdotes as the generations went by. They were assimilated into everyday life and became fundamental knowledge. Seasons were approaching when certain stars rose at particular times. The amount of light available for nighttime activities was determined by the moon's position. Weather patterns were predicted by the path of the sun. Priests or shamans, who were the community's official timekeepers and weather forecasters, were frequently entrusted with this knowledge because it was so valuable that it became sacred. Not only was it helpful, but it was almost magical to be able to predict with precision when spring or the rains would arrive. It is understandable why early astronomers frequently occupied highly esteemed and influential roles in their communities. What's truly amazing, though, is that all of this highly advanced pattern recognition and observation was taking place thousands of years before anyone even had a magnifying glass to improve their vision. All that these ancient astronomers had to work with were their unaided eyes, their intellects, and an almost unnatural patience for observing the sky year after year and night after night. They were unable to see the craters on our own moon, the moons of Jupiter, or the rings of Saturn. They didn't know that those 5 stray stars were worlds in and of themselves, or that the Milky Way was composed of billions of individual stars. However, they could tell you the precise time of the next full moon, the sun's zenith, or which stars would be visible on any given night of the year. Compared to many of us today, these early observers had a deeper understanding of the sky. How recently have you observed the Big Dipper's gradual nighttime rotation around the North Star? Or that, if you know exactly where to look, Venus can occasionally be seen during the day. The sky was a constant companion to these ancient astronomers, who read it as we do the news. The longest-running scientific endeavour in human history had suddenly started. For tens of thousands of years it would go on uninterrupted, evolving from one generation to the next and becoming more accurate and sophisticated with every century that went by, all because someone somewhere thought that perhaps the lovely lights in the sky were trying to convey something significant. We must now briefly discuss the ancient Egyptians if we are to discuss people who took astronomy seriously. These people centered their entire civilization on the stars, not just observing them. And by built, I mean literally, as they positioned their monuments with the accuracy of a fine watchmaker in relation to celestial objects. Most likely you've heard of the Great Pyramid of Giza, that enormous stone construction that still baffles engineers today and leaves them wondering how in the world it was built. What you might not know, though, is that it is oriented so closely to true north that the difference is less than 1/15 of a degree. That's more accurate than a lot of contemporary buildings, to put that in perspective. Without GPS, laser levels, or any of the other tools we now consider necessary, how did they accomplish this? Naturally, they made use of the stars. They specifically employed a method based on the North Pole's circumference, which stars follow. They were able to determine true north with remarkable accuracy by observing a star at its eastern and western extremes during the night, and then calculating the midpoint between those positions. However, the Egyptians weren't merely showcasing their prowess in building pyramids, they were obsessed with astronomy for pragmatic reasons. The Nile River's yearly flooding, which spread rich, fertile silt over the farmlands, was essential to Egypt's entire agricultural system. You risk starvation if you miss the timing of this flood. If you do it correctly, you will have a lot of crops. The issue was that, unlike many other cultures, the flooding of the Nile did not occur according to the lunar calendar. Rather, it tracked what is now known as the solar year, which is the amount of time it takes for Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun. As a result, the Egyptians had to monitor the Sun's position far more precisely than their neighbours. Every year, they observed that a specific star would emerge on the eastern horizon just before dawn, right before the Nile started to flood. Their cosmic alarm clock was this star, which we call Sirius, and they call Sopdet. After being invisible for weeks, Sirius appeared in the pre-dawn sky, signalling that the flood would arrive in a few days. They created one of the most precise calendars in antiquity based on this observation, creating a 365-day year that was only off by roughly a quarter of a day. Not bad for those with boundless patience and stone tools. We also have some of the oldest written records of astronomical observations from the Egyptians. They made maps of the stars, monitored the motion of planets, and devised complex techniques for determining the time at night. As each deacon rose above the horizon during the night, it marked the passage of time like a celestial clock. They separated the night sky into 36 sections, each of which was linked to a group of stars known as a deacon. As the official astronomers, their priests developed extraordinary skills in forecasting heavenly occurrences. They could predict precisely when the sun would rise to particular positions in the sky, when the next new moon would occur, and when specific stars would rise. The pharaoh's divine authority, agricultural planning, and religious ceremonies all depended on this knowledge, which was not merely academic. Speaking of pharaohs, the Egyptians considered their rulers to be actual gods with direct ties to the heavens. Their entire approach to astronomy was influenced by this belief. The sun god Ra was frequently equated with the pharaoh's divine nature, and in order to preserve cosmic order, significant rituals had to be timed to coincide with astronomical occurrences. The idea that the solar year differs from the lunar year, which is employed by many other cultures, was also created by the Egyptians. A solar year, which is determined by the sun's apparent position in relation to the background stars, has roughly 365¼ days, whereas a lunar year, which is determined by the moon's phases, has roughly 354 days. Even though this might not seem like much, it adds up over time. Seasons in a society with a lunar calendar alone would progressively become out of sync with the calendar. The Egyptians resolved this issue by concentrating solely on the sun and stars and essentially disregarding the moon for calendar purposes. This was a groundbreaking method that would eventually inform our current calendar system and have an impact on Greek and Roman calendars. However, Egyptian astronomy's record-keeping was arguably its most remarkable feature. They tracked long-term celestial cycles by keeping meticulous records of their observations over centuries. They discovered that Sirius's rising gradually changed in relation to their calendar, completing a full cycle every 1,460 years, rather than simply rising at the same time every year. They came up with the idea of the Sothic cycle, which was named after Sothis, another name for Sirius, as a result of this observation. It's almost unbelievable how accurate their observations are. Year after year, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the planet's first appearance before dawn after a period of invisibility, could be predicted by Egyptian astronomers to within a day or two. They were able to observe that Venus has both morning star and evening star phases, and that Mars has a longer cycle than the other planets that are visible. They even created tools to aid in their observations. They were able to align structures with astronomical accuracy thanks to the Merket, which was basically a sighting tool made from a palm leaf rib. It served as an antiquated surveying tool that could accurately determine angles and directions when used in conjunction with a plumb line. Papyri that explain the motions of celestial bodies and their relevance to earthly events are among the earliest known astronomical writings produced by the Egyptians. These records demonstrate a highly developed knowledge of astronomical cycles and how they relate to pragmatic issues like farming and religious holidays. The way they combine their understanding of astronomy with their religious and philosophical beliefs is especially intriguing. The sky was more than just a group of far-off lights to the Egyptians. It was a blueprint for preserving harmony between heaven and earth, a map of the afterlife, and a roadmap for the pharaoh's journey to join the gods. A mythological framework for comprehending the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset was provided by their goddess Nut, who was said to swallow the sun every evening and give birth to it every morning. Sirius was connected to Isis, his divine consort, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife, to the constellation we now call Orion. These were not merely tales, they were sophisticated attempts to use the conceptual tools at their disposal to make sense of the universe. For millennia to come, civilizations would be influenced by the Egyptian approach to astronomy. They established a model that other cultures would follow and expand upon through their strategies for monitoring astronomical cycles, their methods for exact alignment, and their fusion of astronomical knowledge with real-world applications. That's not bad for a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago, with only their eyes, their minds, and the unwavering conviction that the secrets of the sky were the keys to knowing everything that mattered. The Babylonians were the masters of mathematics, if the Egyptians were the painstaking record keepers of the ancient astronomical world. You know what this needs? Numbers. Lots and lots of numbers, these people thought, after taking a quick look at all those celestial observations. The Babylonians, who inhabited what is now Iraq in Mesopotamia, faced a difficult dilemma. The Babylonians had to contend with the much less dependable Tigris and Euphrates rivers than the Egyptians, who could count on the Nile's consistent flooding. Their ability to comprehend intricate patterns of rainfall, river levels, and seasonal variations, which varied considerably more drastically from year to year, was essential to their agricultural success. They developed an obsession with looking for patterns in everything, particularly the sky, as a result of this uncertainty. Perhaps they could make more accurate predictions about events on Earth if they could only figure out the laws governing celestial movements. As a result, they created what is now regarded as the first authentic mathematical astronomy. The 360-degree circle, which is so essential to mathematics and navigation that we still use it today, was invented by the Babylonians. Because 360 is divisible by so many numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 24, 30, 36, 40, 45, 60, 72, 90, 120, and 180. They decided to use it. In a world without computers or calculators, this greatly simplified calculations. In addition, they created the sexagesimal, base 60 system for measuring time and angles, which divides an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. Why 60? It is extremely helpful for breaking things down into smaller, more manageable parts because, like 360, it has many factors. Here is where the Babylonians truly excelled, however, as they discovered that the planet's ostensibly chaotic movements actually followed mathematical patterns. They found that mathematical formulas could be used to describe the motion of a planet if its position was closely monitored over a period of years. The notion that the heavens functioned in accordance with mathematical laws that people could learn and comprehend was revolutionary. Consider Mars. For centuries, astronomers had been baffled by this planet's seemingly unpredictable behaviour. Like the Sun and Moon, Mars would typically travel steadily from west to east against the background stars. However, it would occasionally slow down, pause, go in the opposite direction for a few weeks, pause once more and then start moving east. This was referred to by the Greeks as retrograde motion, and it appeared to defy any logical notion of how celestial bodies ought to function. Like the mathematical detectives they were, the Babylonians tackled this problem. They accumulated massive tables of data by meticulously monitoring Mars' position night after night, month after month, and year after year. They eventually found that the retrograde loops on Mars had a regular pattern, repeating every 687 days, which is now known to be the orbital period of the planet. In order to forecast precisely when Mars would start its retrograde motion, how long it would last, and where the planet would be at any given point in the future, they created complex mathematical models. They only concentrated on identifying mathematical patterns that worked, not realizing that Mars' apparent motion was actually caused by Earth passing Mars in its orbit around the Sun. The Babylonians treated every planet that was visible in the same way. For Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, they developed intricate mathematical models that were tailored to take into consideration the unique characteristics and trends of each planet. Surprisingly accurate, these models frequently predicted planetary positions to within a degree or two. They also significantly improved our knowledge of lunar cycles. The Babylonians were able to predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, after they learned that they follow an 18-year, 11-day cycle known as the Saros. This was not merely academic knowledge. Because eclipses were frequently interpreted as divine omens, Babylonian priests who were able to predict them enjoyed great power and prestige. Given that they operated without telescopes, without access to contemporary mathematical notation, and without any knowledge of the actual solar system structure, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the mathematical sophistication of Babylonian astronomy. They employed iterative algorithms, produced mathematical models that would not be out of place in a contemporary calculus textbook, and developed polynomial functions. Thousands of cuneiform scripted clay tablets that contain their astronomical records have survived to this day. Perusing them is akin to peering into the ancient mathematical astronomer's workshop. You can observe them solving issues, experimenting with various strategies, and progressively improving their models to attain higher accuracy. Babylonian astronomy's long-term outlook was among its most remarkable features. Because they kept meticulous records for centuries, they were able to identify cycles and patterns that observers working over shorter time periods would miss. They observed that some celestial patterns recurred over decades and even centuries, in addition to years. They discovered what are now known as great conjunctions, rare alignments of multiple planets that only happen once every few decades as a result of their long-term approach. They were highly regarded as the most accomplished astronomers and mathematicians of antiquity because they were able to forecast these events centuries in advance. The zodiac was also created by the Babylonians, who divided the sky into 12 30-degree segments, each of which was connected to a constellation along the sun's apparent annual path. This was mainly a coordinate system that enabled them to precisely and mathematically describe the positions of celestial objects, not just for astrological purposes, though they did use it for that as well. It is difficult to overestimate their impact on later astronomy. Greek astronomers drew extensively on Babylonian observations and mathematical methods when they started formulating their own theories. Babylonian mathematicians were the original creators of many of the mathematical instruments that astronomers used during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. It's especially amazing how they were able to create such complex mathematical models while operating under a totally false understanding of the structure of the solar system. They believed that the sun, moon, and planets all orbited the Earth, which they believed to be at the centre of the universe. Their mathematical models were precise enough to make amazing predictions about celestial events in spite of this basic misunderstanding. The Babylonians demonstrated that it is not always necessary to comprehend the fundamental physics of a system in order to mathematically explain its behaviour. Even when your theoretical framework is entirely incorrect, there are situations when careful observation and mathematical analysis can yield valuable results. It began with some very patient astronomers in ancient Mesopotamia, staring at the sky and writing numbers on clay tablets. This lesson would prove useful throughout the history of science. The Greeks, on the other hand, had views on everything, including the sky. If the Egyptians were the practical astronomers, and the Babylonians were the mathematical record keepers, then the Greeks were the ones who gazed up at the night sky and asked themselves, "This is all very nice, but what does it mean?" The Greeks wanted to know why celestial objects moved the way they did, not just where they would be. Despite the fact that many of their conclusions were wildly incorrect, this move from what and when to why signalled the start of what we might identify as modern scientific thinking. One of the first Greek philosophers to take astronomy seriously was Thales of Miletus, who lived circa 600 BCE. A battle between the Lydians and Medes is said to have been ended by Thales' famously prophesied solar eclipse in 585 BCE, when both armies were so frightened by the unexpected darkness that they promptly declared peace. Regardless of its veracity, this tale demonstrates the kind of authority that ancient astronomy could bestow. However, Thales was only the start. It was the Greeks who dared to pose more ambitious questions that truly revolutionized astronomy. Similar to Anaximander, who postulated that the Earth was free to float in space without any assistance, a radical notion that contradicted the conventional wisdom that the Earth must be supported by something, be it a gigantic elephant, a giant turtle, or some other cosmic foundation. Then came Pythagoras, the man behind the well-known theorem, who made an even more significant contribution to astronomy: the notion that the universe functioned in accordance with mathematical principles. Pythagoras and his adherents held that the fundamental building blocks of reality were numbers, and that profound truths about the nature of existence could be discovered by comprehending the mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. Pythagoras and his followers saw that musical harmony was based on basic mathematical ratios, and they theorized that the planets, moving through their celestial paths, must create a kind of cosmic music based on similar mathematical principles. This mathematical approach led to one of the most beautiful errors in the history of astronomy: the idea of the music of the spheres. They thought that because we had been exposed to this celestial music since birth, we were unable to hear it even though it was playing all around us. Though it's a beautiful notion and wholly incorrect, it highlights a significant aspect of Greek thought. They sought to understand and give meaning to celestial phenomena rather than merely describe them. Plato, who wrote his well-known dialogue Timaeus around 380 BCE and offered a thorough theory regarding the universe's creation, marked the pinnacle of this quest for greater meaning. Plato claimed that a divine craftsman known as the demiurge created the universe by arranging chaos into a logical, harmonious whole using mathematical principles. Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, took these concepts and ran with them, developing the universe model that would dominate thought for almost 2 millennia. According to Aristotle, the universe was made up of a number of nested crystalline spheres, each of which carried a celestial object in its orbit around the Earth, which was stationary at the centre of the universe. Many of the observations made by ancient astronomers were explained by this model. Because all of the stars were embedded in the outermost sphere, which rotated once a day, they stayed fixed in relation to one another. Because each planet, moon, and sun had its own sphere, they travelled across the sky at different speeds and took different routes. Aristotle, however, attempted to explain why the universe had to be this way, rather than merely explaining the mechanics of celestial motion. Since the Earth was clearly the heaviest object in the area, and heavy objects gravitate toward the centre, he contended that the Earth must be at the centre. Since circles were the most ideal geometric shape, and the heavens had to be flawless, he insisted that all celestial objects must move in perfect circles. This union of philosophy, mathematics, and observation was distinctly Greek. They sought to comprehend the fundamental ideas that underpin the necessity and inevitability of the celestial movements, not merely to monitor them. Hipparchus, one of the most remarkable Greek astronomers, lived in the 2nd century BCE and produced observations that were so accurate they were unrivaled for more than a millennium. By charting the locations and relative brightnesses of more than 800 stars, Hipparchus produced the first thorough star catalogue. Additionally, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, which is the gradual oscillation in Earth's rotation that results in a shift in the north celestial pole's position over a roughly 26,000-year cycle. Hipparchus made this discovery after noticing minor but consistent variations in star positions, while comparing his own observations with those of previous astronomers. Hipparchus saw these discrepancies as proof of a gradual long-term shift in Earth's orientation with respect to the stars, which a less attentive observer might have mistakenly ascribed to errors in the older records. It takes extraordinary precision to detect precession. Even over the course of a human lifetime, the shift we're discussing, roughly 1 degree every 72 years, is hardly noticeable. Hipparchus, however, was cautious enough in his own measurements and had access to Babylonian records dating back several centuries to pick up on this remarkably subtle effect. Hipparchus also significantly advanced our knowledge of the moon and sun. He estimated the length of the lunar month to be less than 1 second accurate, and he calculated the length of the year to be within roughly 6 minutes of the right value. He even tried using a solar eclipse to calculate the distance to the moon, but his result was only approximately accurate. Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek astronomer who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was arguably the most ambitious. He made a completely novel suggestion that the sun, not the Earth, was the centre of the universe. In order to explain the apparent motion of celestial objects without requiring the entire universe to revolve around the Earth, Aristarchus proposed that the Earth rotated on its axis once daily and orbited the sun once annually. Other Greek astronomers largely disregarded this extremely audacious notion. Why? Because it appeared to go against both careful observation and common sense. Would we not sense the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't the stars seem to change position? as we looked at them from various points in our orbit if the Earth were travelling through space. Considering the observational instruments at the Greeks' disposal, these objections were entirely valid. Since they had no reference point outside the rotating system, they were unable to perceive the effects of Earth's rotation and were unable to detect the extremely subtle parallax shifts that would result from stellar motion. Therefore, the majority of Greek astronomers continued to use increasingly intricate versions of the Earth-centered universe, rather than adopting Aristarchus' heliocentric model. Claudius Ptolemy created the most advanced of these in the 2nd century CE. In order to account for the intricate movements of the planets while maintaining the Earth at the centre of everything, Ptolemy's model employed intricate combinations of circles moving on other circles, referred to as epicycles. For more than a millennium, Ptolemy's system was the accepted astronomical model, because it was mathematically complex and reasonably accurate in predicting the positions of planets. It also required dozens of meticulously adjusted circles to match observations, making it extremely complex. To keep the model functioning, an increasing number of epicycles had to be added as astronomical observations improved over the centuries. Significant progress was also made by the Greeks in determining the Earth's size and the separations between celestial bodies. Eratosthenes determined the circumference of the Earth in 240 BCE by comparing the angles of shadows in two cities on the same day and at the same time. To within a few percent of the right value, his result was accurate. Eratosthenes' approach was elegantly straightforward. He was aware that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in the city of Syene, present-day Aswan, Egypt, and shone straight down a deep well. He used the shadow cast by a vertical pole to determine the sun's angle in Alexandria, some 500 miles to the north, on the same day and at the same time. He was able to determine the circumference of the Earth by using the geometry of circles and the known distance between the two cities. This accomplishment is especially noteworthy because it called for both mathematical proficiency and the organisational ability to coordinate observations over a great distance. It illustrates the advanced degree of scientific cooperation that Greek researchers were able to accomplish. The Greeks' contribution to astronomy was their method of comprehending the universe, not just their particular discoveries. They were the first society to approach astronomical phenomena methodically using philosophical analysis and mathematical reasoning. They created many of the logical and mathematical instruments that would be crucial for later developments in astronomy, and they established the idea that the universe functions in accordance with logical, discoverable laws. Even though they were incorrect, and they were incorrect about a lot of things, their errors were constructive ones that produced better inquiries and more advanced methods of comprehending the cosmos. In astronomy, the Greeks left behind a whole system of scientific investigation, not just the particular facts they found. For a group of people who believed that the Earth was motionless at the centre of the universe, it's not bad. You might assume that astronomical knowledge would have vanished into the European Dark Ages following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, it's one of those historical oversimplifications that creates a great story, but a bad history. The Islamic world was going through what is now known as the Islamic Golden Age, and astronomy was one of its crown jewels, even though Europe was going through some difficult times. Islamic scholars began to improve, expand, and in many cases, completely transform the astronomical knowledge of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Indians in the 8th century CE. They made some of the most important contributions to pre-telescopic astronomy by combining their religious convictions, pragmatic need, and intellectual curiosity. The religious motivation was especially significant. Muslims were required by Islamic law to face Mecca and pray 5 times a day, so wherever you were in the world, you had to find the right direction. Additionally, you had to be aware of the exact times for prayers, which changed throughout the day and year based on the sun's position. You can see why Islamic culture placed such a high value on astronomical accuracy when you combine this with the requirement to determine the start of lunar months for religious observances. However, the Islamic astronomers did much more than merely resolve pragmatic religious issues. They created observatories, studied and translated ancient texts, created new mathematical methods, and made observations with never-before-seen accuracy. In many respects, they were the first astronomers to pursue a career devoted to studying the heavens. During the late 9th and early 10th centuries, al-Battani was one of the most remarkable early Islamic astronomers. After applying rigorous mathematical analysis to Ptolemy's old observations, al-Battani found that many of his measurements required substantial corrections. He calculated the solar year's length to within 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the right answer, achieving an accuracy that would not be surpassed for several centuries. Albertani also observed the Sun's apparent movement year-round and found that the Sun's perihelion, or closest approach to Earth, was progressively changing. This observation demonstrated that Earth's elliptical orbit rotates slowly, a phenomenon that would not be completely understood until centuries later, when Newton developed his theory of gravitation. However, the institutional approach that Islamic astronomers developed was perhaps even more impressive than the individual discoveries. They set up important observatories in places like Baghdad, Damascus, and later Samarkand and Istanbul. They were research institutes where groups of astronomers collaborated on long-term projects, keeping meticulous records and transferring knowledge from one generation to the next. These were more than just buildings with instruments. Founded in the early 9th century, the observatory at Baghdad was especially noteworthy. Here, astronomers worked on improving star catalogues, improving planetary position prediction techniques, and carrying out systematic observations of celestial phenomena. They were able to combine knowledge from all over the world because they had access to libraries that held astronomical texts from Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greek sources. The development of the Zij, comprehensive astronomical tables that could be used to forecast the positions of the Sun, Moon, and planets at any given time, was one of the most ambitious endeavours carried out by Islamic astronomers. These tables, which frequently reflected decades of labour by teams of astronomers, required a great deal of meticulous observation and mathematical computation. The Zij Sultani, which Ulugh Beg and his group produced at the Samarkand Observatory in the 15th century, is the most well-known of these. This work was so accurate that, well into the telescopic age, it continued to be the standard reference for astronomical calculations in many parts of the world. Significant progress was also made by Islamic astronomers in the mathematical methods necessary for astronomy. By developing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, which remain essential to mathematics today, they elevated trigonometry to a highly advanced mathematical tool. Additionally, they made significant contributions to algebra by creating techniques for resolving challenging equations that were necessary for computations in astronomy. Theoretical astronomy, or the creation of alternative models to explain celestial motions, was the focus of some of the most inventive Islamic astronomers. From a philosophical point of view, the Ptolemaic system had always been a little disappointing due to its intricate epicycle arrangements. Alternative methods were developed by Islamic astronomers such as al-Biruni and Ibn al-Haytham, known as al-Hazan in the West, in an effort to provide more physically plausible explanations for planetary motions. The scientific methodology of al-Biruni, who lived in the 11th century, was especially noteworthy. He rejected explanations that could not be empirically tested and insisted that conclusions be drawn solely from meticulous observations and mathematical analysis. Additionally, he demonstrated a level of intellectual integrity that was uncommon for his era by candidly acknowledging the shortcomings of his techniques and the unpredictability of his measurements. Using a different approach than Eratosthenes, al-Biruni carefully measured the circumference of the Earth, and his results were accurate to within 1% of the right value. In addition, he studied lunar craters in great detail and came to the accurate conclusion that impacts, not volcanic activity, were responsible for their formation. This conclusion would not be accepted by European astronomers for several more centuries. The creation of more precise tools for observing the stars was one of Islamic astronomy's most important contributions. They developed better models of the astrolabe, an advanced instrument that could be used to measure the positions of planets and stars, calculate local time, and resolve a number of astronomical issues. In addition, Islamic instrument makers created the torquetum, the quadrant, and several types of sundials, all of which were intended to more precisely address particular astronomical issues than earlier devices. These tools were frequently both scientific and artistic creations, embellished with calligraphy and elaborate geometric designs. In the hands of Islamic artisans, the astrolabe in particular became so sophisticated that it transformed into a portable analog computer that could solve a variety of navigational and astronomical issues. With a single device small enough to carry in one hand, a competent user could predict the rising and setting times of stars, determine the time of day or night, find the direction of Mecca from any location, and even cast horoscopes. Important observations were also made by Islamic astronomers. They created star catalogues that were more thorough and accurate than any previously published ones. They observed comets, supernovae, and other ephemeral celestial phenomena in great detail. They improved predictive models by tracking planet movements with previously unheard of accuracy. In the 10th century, Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi made one particularly significant discovery. Al-Sufi discovered a fuzzy star-like object that hadn't been in any of the earlier catalogues while he was assembling his star catalogue. He referred to this object as a nebulous star, but in reality it was the Andromeda Galaxy, the first galaxy other than the Milky Way that astronomers had ever observed. It would take another 1,000 years for al-Sufi to realise that he was staring at a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars. Islamic astronomy had many uses outside of religious observances. Islamic traders and adventurers required precise navigational techniques because they were traversing great distances by land and sea. Islamic astronomers established the mathematical underpinnings for the ensuing Great Age of exploration by developing advanced methods for calculating latitude and longitude. They made important contributions to timekeeping as well. Islamic astronomers created increasingly precise sundials, water clocks, and other timepieces. For both practical and religious reasons, they produced comprehensive tables that displayed the sunrise and sunset times for various latitudes throughout the year. Most significantly, Islamic astronomers preserved and advanced the knowledge base they had acquired from past societies. They did more than simply replicate old books. They filled in the blanks, fixed mistakes, and expanded our understanding of the universe. Many of the mysteries that had baffled the ancients had already been resolved by Islamic astronomers when European scholars started to rediscover astronomy during the Renaissance. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Islamic astronomy on subsequent developments in Europe. Copernicus made extensive use of Islamic astronomers' observations and mathematical methods in the development of his heliocentric model. The Islamic Golden Age produced many of the mathematical instruments that were crucial to the scientific revolution. In addition to scientific advancements, Islamic astronomy has left its mark on the terminology we use to describe the universe. The Arabic origins of many of the modern star names, Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Rigel, reflect the crucial role that Islamic astronomers played in cataloguing and researching the night sky. Chinese astronomers were approaching the study of the universe in a totally different way than Islamic and European astronomers, who were occupied with debating whether the sun or the earth was at the centre of the universe. Developing grand theoretical models to explain the motion of celestial objects was not a major concern of theirs. Rather, they concentrated on what now appears to be almost more scientific, meticulously documenting precisely what they saw, when they saw it, and how it connected to earthly events. This method developed from a distinctively Chinese philosophical tradition that believed that, although in a very particular sense, human affairs and the heavens were closely related. The emperor, according to Chinese astronomers, had the mandate of heaven, divine consent that validated his reign. Unusual astronomical occurrences might indicate that this mandate was being revoked, which would support rebellion or a change of government. As a result, Chinese courts hired official astronomers whose responsibility it was to continuously monitor the sky for comets, supernovae, eclipses, and other anomalies that might have political ramifications. The timing, duration, and apparent connection to current political events were all carefully documented by these court astronomers in addition to the phenomena themselves. As a result, an astronomical record-keeping system was created that was unparalleled in the world in terms of longevity and consistency. In one form or another, Chinese astronomical records date back more than 3,000 years, and they have remained remarkably consistent throughout political upheavals, invasions, and dynasties. For contemporary astronomers researching long-term celestial phenomena, these records have proven to be extremely helpful. Chinese astronomers, for instance, documented the emergence of guest stars, stars that appeared out of nowhere where none had previously been seen, glowed brilliantly for weeks or months, and then vanished. We now know that these were novae and supernovae, which are stellar explosions capable of momentarily outshining entire galaxies. Modern astronomers have been able to study the remnants of these ancient cosmic catastrophes thanks to the Chinese records of these events, which are frequently the only historical documentation we have of particular stellar explosions. The most well-known example is most likely the supernova of 1054 CE, which Chinese astronomers noted was visible to the naked eye at night for almost 2 years, and during 23 days during the day. One of the most actively researched objects in the sky is the Crab Nebula, the stellar remnant of this explosion. Comets, which they dubbed broom stars due to their sweeping tails, were also the subject of in-depth observations by Chinese astronomers. They kept records that enabled them to identify when specific comets returned on regular schedules, observed comet orbits, and recorded the correlation between a comet's position in relation to the Sun and its tail. They are the oldest continuous records of this well-known celestial visitor, dating back at least 240 BCE, to what we now refer to as Halley's Comet. Centuries later, when European astronomers were attempting to demonstrate that comets do not appear at random, but rather follow predictable orbital paths, these records were essential. However, Chinese astronomy involved more than merely keeping an eye out for odd occurrences. Along with creating their own complex calendrical systems and eclipse prediction techniques, Chinese astronomers also conducted systematic observations of the regular motions of celestial objects. They created constellations based on Chinese mythological and cultural traditions, dividing the sky into different star groups than Western astronomers did. Chinese astronomers developed a system based on 28 lunar mansions, star groups that corresponded to the moon's position on each day of its monthly cycle, instead of the 12 zodiacal constellations that Western astronomy used to divide the sky along the ecliptic, or the sun's apparent path. This system was especially helpful for keeping track of time and arranging activities according to the phases of the moon. Additionally, Chinese astronomers created their own tools for observing the stars. Chinese instrument makers developed the armillary sphere, a three-dimensional representation of the celestial sphere constructed from intersecting metal rings, to a remarkable degree of accuracy. These tools could be used to show astronomical relationships and track the movements of celestial objects. Susong's water-powered clock tower, constructed in 1092 CE, was one of the most impressive Chinese astronomical instruments. This enormous machine, which stood more than 30 feet tall, was essentially the first astronomical computer in history. It was made up of a celestial globe, an armillary sphere, and a mechanical clock. In addition to having a sophisticated system of bells and gongs that announced the time and other astronomical events, the clock tower was able to automatically track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. A number of the discoveries made by Chinese astronomers would take centuries to replicate in the West. They kept meticulous records of sunspot activity and were the first to identify that the sun had dark patches on its surface, which we now refer to as sunspots. Additionally, they observed irregularities along the border between the illuminated and dark portions during lunar phases, indicating that the moon's surface was not entirely smooth. The 11th century work of the astronomer Shen Kuo is one especially noteworthy accomplishment. After closely examining the magnetic compass, Shen Kuo found that magnetic north and true north are not exactly the same. It would take another century for Europe to independently discover magnetic declination, which was essential for precise navigation. Based on his observations of the shapes and shadows of these features, Shen Kuo also postulated that impacts were the cause of lunar craters. He even proposed that the Milky Way was made up of far-off stars, a theory that would not be accepted by European astronomers until the telescopic era. Chinese astronomers created complex mathematical methods for astronomical computations, such as eclipse prediction techniques that were frequently more accurate than modern Western methods. They produced intricate star maps and celestial globes that accurately depicted the positions and motions of stars. Practical applications were another noteworthy aspect of the Chinese approach to astronomy. For long-distance land and sea travel, Chinese navigators employed astronomical methods. Centuries before the magnetic compass was invented in Europe, the Chinese used it as navigational aid. By combining compass readings with astronomical observations, they were able to determine position and direction with remarkable accuracy. Astronomical observations were also incorporated into Chinese medical theory, because it was thought that human health was influenced by celestial forces. From a modern standpoint, this may appear to be purely superstitious, but it prompted Chinese doctors to keep meticulous records that linked astronomical events, seasonal variations, and disease patterns, observations that occasionally showed real links between environmental influences and health. The most remarkable thing about Chinese astronomy is how it was able to preserve scientific integrity, despite using a theoretical framework that was entirely different from that of Western astronomy. Chinese astronomers were not attempting to demonstrate that celestial motions could be explained by physical laws, or that the universe was built on geometric principles. Rather, their goal was to comprehend how earthly events and celestial patterns relate to one another. Because of this method, They were able to concentrate on astronomical topics that Western astronomers occasionally overlooked. They were more methodical in keeping long-term records, more interested in fleeting phenomena, and more perceptive of minute changes in familiar objects. Although their method may not have resulted in significant theoretical advances, it did build a priceless database of observational data that has been crucial to comprehending long-term astronomical phenomena. Another significant aspect of scientific inquiry is illustrated by the Chinese astronomical tradition. There are multiple scientific approaches to studying the cosmos. The Chinese method, which prioritized meticulous observation and documentation over the development of theoretical models, was equally legitimate as a scientific inquiry method as the more theory-based methods that emerged in other cultures. Compared to modern Western astronomy, it was less speculative and more empirical in many respects. Now, we must discuss the astronomical accomplishments of the pre-Columbian Americas if you truly want to be astounded by what people can achieve when they pool their collective intelligence. Working with stone tools and lacking some of the basic technologies that other cultures took for granted, such as the wheel, iron tools, or written language mathematical notation as we know it today, these civilizations created amazing monuments that matched celestial events and advanced sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Let's begin with the Maya, whose achievements in astronomy are simply astounding. The Maya created what was likely the most precise calendar system in antiquity. In fact, it was more precise than the Julian calendar that was in use in Europe at the time. Their estimates of the solar year's duration were within 17 seconds of the right answer, which is incredibly accurate for any time period, but particularly astounding for those without telescopes or contemporary mathematical instruments. However, the Maya had multiple calendars that operated concurrently and intricately interconnected. There were longer cycles that covered far larger time spans, the 365-day solar calendar and the 260-day sacred calendar. The Maya calendar system tracked several overlapping cycles that would eventually return to their initial positions after incredibly long periods of time, reflecting their belief that time was cyclical rather than linear. The long count, which measured time from a fictitious creation date that corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was the most well-known of these longer cycles. For more than 5,000 years, this system continuously counted days, which is longer than most other cultures' recorded histories. Like the odometer on your car rolling over from 99,999 to 0000, the alleged end of the Maya calendar in 2012 that generated so much excitement wasn't really an end at all, but rather the conclusion of one of these lengthy cycles. Maya astronomers had to make extremely accurate observations of celestial motions in order to maintain such an accurate calendar system. Until well into the Renaissance, they were able to track the motions of the sun, moon, and visible planets with a level of accuracy that was unmatched in Europe. Venus, which was essential to Maya mythology and military strategy, piqued their interest in particular. According to Maya records, they were able to forecast Venus's morning and evening star appearances years in advance. The duration of Venus's synodic period, or the interval between consecutive morning or evening star appearances, was precisely known to them, and they were able to predict when Venus would become invisible as it changed phases. These astronomical predictions were put to use by the Maya rulers for more than just academic purposes. They believed that Venus's various phases affected the chances of winning battles, so they planned military campaigns to align with Venus's advantageous positions. Consider yourself a Maya astronomer tasked with informing the king when war should be declared based on astronomy. Amazing architectural monuments that doubled as enormous astronomical instruments were also constructed by the Maya. El Castillo, the pyramid at Chichen Itza, is arguably the most well-known example. The sun's angle during the spring and fall equinoxes casts shadows on the pyramid steps that seem to depict a serpent descending the structure, symbolizing the feathered serpent god Kukulkan's return. However, this is only one instance of the astronomy of Maya architecture. The Maya built structures all over their land that match the sun, moon, and planets' rising and setting times on significant dates in their calendar. These alignments served a practical purpose as well as being symbolic, enabling Maya astronomers to maintain their intricate calendar systems and make accurate observations. The Maya also observed eclipses in great detail and created mathematical techniques to forecast when they would happen. Despite having a totally different theoretical and mathematical foundation, their eclipse prediction tables were occasionally more accurate than those utilized in medieval Europe. Further north, Other Mesoamerican cultures had equally remarkable astronomical accomplishments. Much of the astronomical knowledge of the Aztecs was passed down from earlier cultures, such as the Maya and the enigmatic Teotihuacan builders. Constructed circa 200 CE, the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan is so closely synchronized with astronomical occurrences that contemporary researchers are still finding new celestial connections incorporated into its design. The connection between astronomical cycles and their complex religious calendar piqued the Aztecs' interest. They held that the universe had undergone several cycles of creation and destruction, each of which corresponded to a distinct astronomical period. Since their world was the fifth sun, they felt that knowledge of astronomical cycles was crucial to preserving cosmic equilibrium and averting the fall of their society. The astronomical knowledge of many indigenous cultures in North America was surprisingly advanced, even further north. Numerous tribes used celestial observations for agricultural and ceremonial purposes, constructed earthwork monuments in accordance with celestial events, and preserved oral traditions that monitored astronomical phenomena. Cahokia, a large settlement close to modern-day St. Louis that thrived between 1000 and 1200 CE, is arguably the most well-known of these. At Cahokia, earthen mounds were placed around the central plaza to commemorate important solar and lunar occurrences. These alignments enabled the inhabitants to track the changing seasons with remarkable accuracy, as archaeoastronomers have found. However, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Wyoming is arguably the most fascinating astronomical site in North America. Built by unidentified Native American cultures, this ancient stone structure is made up of a circular arrangement of stones with spokes extending outward towards smaller stone cairns. According to contemporary analysis, the structure's various components correspond to the positions of bright stars as they rise and set throughout the year. These alignments' accuracy indicates that the builders were well versed in precession, a slow wobble in Earth's rotation that causes star positions to gradually change over centuries, and stellar motions. In addition to knowing the current star positions, it would have been necessary to comprehend how those positions were evolving over time in order to create such alignments. Despite lacking a written language as we know it today, the Incas in South America created their own complex astronomical traditions. They recorded numerical data, including astronomical data, using a sophisticated quipu system of knotted strings. To keep their agricultural and religious calendars up to date, Inca astronomers monitored the motions of the sun, moon and stars. Astronomical principles guided the layout of the Inca capital at Cusco, with key structures and ceremonial areas lining up with important astronomical occurrences. Among the many buildings at the well-known Inca site of Machu Picchu that serve as astronomical observation points is the Intihuatana stone, which creates shadows that follow the path of the sun year-round. The use of dark constellations, which are patterns created by dark patches in the Milky Way rather than bright stars, was one of the most amazing features of Andean astronomy. Andean astronomers paid equal attention to the dark regions between bright stars, recognizing the forms of animals and other important figures there, whereas other cultures concentrated mainly on bright star patterns. This focus on dark constellations shows a deep comprehension of the structure of the Milky Way. These dark patches were identified by Andean astronomers as regions where something was obstructing the light of farther-off stars, not as empty space. In actuality, they were observing galactic structure in ways that European astronomy would not formally comprehend until the 20th century. The fact that astronomical accomplishments in the Americas were made by societies with little exposure to Old World astronomical traditions makes them especially remarkable. These societies produced their own theoretical frameworks, mathematical methods, and techniques for making accurate observations. Frequently, their findings were more accurate than those of recent research in Asia or Europe. The variety of methods employed by various American cultures also shows a significant aspect of human ingenuity in scientific research. With an emphasis on cyclical computations and numerical patterns, Maya astronomy was highly mathematical. More architectural in nature, Inca astronomy incorporated astronomical knowledge into the actual design of cities and ceremonial locations. The integration of astronomical knowledge with seasonal activities and oral traditions was frequently emphasized in North American approaches. All of these methods, however, were remarkably accurate in tracking celestial phenomena and forecasting astronomical events. They demonstrate that there are numerous scientific approaches to studying the cosmos, and that advanced astronomical knowledge can arise autonomously in various cultures using various instruments and theoretical frameworks. In the medieval era, European astronomy started to come back to life after centuries of what historians used to refer to as the Dark Ages, though they weren't quite as gloomy as once thought. It was more like someone slowly waking up from an extended nap, stretching, yawning, and gradually remembering that there was this interesting thing called the sky that might be worth observing. Due in large part to contact with Islamic civilization through Spain and the Crusades, the reawakening started in the 12th century. Suddenly, European scholars realized that Islamic astronomers had been making incredible strides in their understanding of the cosmos while they had been preoccupied with more mundane issues, such as surviving invasions, plagues, and the occasional apocalyptic panic. By translating Islamic astronomical text into Latin, the first European response was essentially a catch-up move. By translating the writings of Islamic astronomers, mathematicians and philosophers, scholars such as Gerard of Cremona devoted their entire careers to reintroducing Europe to the astronomical knowledge that had been evolving in other parts of the world. However, medieval European astronomers started to contribute and create their own methods for solving astronomical problems rather than merely passively absorbing Islamic knowledge. Albertus Magnus, a German philosopher and scientist who lived in the 13th century and wrote a great deal about astronomy, in addition to making his own observations of the heavens, was one of the most important early figures. The question of whether Aristotle's antiquated theories about the universe were genuinely supported by rigorous observation piqued Albertus Magnus's interest. He conducted in-depth research on comets and discovered that, in contrast to Aristotelian theories regarding comets as atmospheric phenomena, their tails consistently pointed away from the sun. Although he lacked the telescopic ability to confirm it, he also noted that the Milky Way seemed to be made up of extremely faint stars. The practical requirements of the Catholic Church also influenced medieval European astronomy. Because Easter depended on intricate relationships between solar and lunar cycles, Christian scholars needed precise methods for determining the date. Because it was their primary source of income, even serious medieval astronomers frequently worked as astrologers, so they also needed to comprehend celestial motions for astrological purposes. Significant progress in computational astronomy was made as a result of this pragmatic approach. Improved mathematical methods for determining eclipse dates and predicting planetary positions were created by medieval scholars. They improved techniques for converting between calendar systems and produced calendars that were more accurate. The creation of mechanical astronomical instruments was one of the most significant contributions made during the Middle Ages. European artisans produced ever more advanced quadrants, astrolabes, and other tools for observing the stars. They also started creating mechanical clocks that could record the sun, moon, and planet positions in addition to the time. The astronomical clock, which was constructed in Prague circa 1410 and is still in use today, was arguably the most remarkable of these. This amazing device, which is automatically updated by a complex clockwork mechanism, displays the moon's phases, the sun and moon's positions in the zodiac and other astronomical information. The development of universities in medieval Europe also helped astronomy by establishing institutional frameworks for the advancement and preservation of astronomical knowledge. Universities in Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and other locations developed into hubs for astronomy education and research. Along with mathematics, geometry, and music, astronomy was regarded as one of the core liberal arts at these universities. As a result, educated Europeans were supposed to understand the fundamentals of astronomy. Scholarly discussion of astronomical theories was also fostered by the university setting. Instead of simply accepting the wisdom of the ancients, medieval astronomers debated the merits of various models, suggested changes and enhancements, and sometimes created completely original solutions to astronomical issues. The growing sophistication of observational methods was one significant medieval development. Prominent academics such as John of Holywood, Sacrobosco, authored important textbooks that described how to use basic instruments to make precise astronomical measurements. They created standardized techniques for timing astronomical events, measuring celestial angles and locating stars. Significant progress was also made by medieval astronomers in comprehending the connection between astronomical phenomena and mathematics. They improved geometric models for planetary motions, developed trigonometric methods for calculating angles and distances, and started applying algebraic methods to solve challenging astronomical problems. Johannes de Muris, who proposed calendar reforms in the 14th century that were centuries ahead of their time, was likely the most mathematically advanced medieval astronomer. Demurus determined precisely how much correction would be required to correct the Julian calendar, which was then in use, as it was gradually becoming out of sync with the seasons. Although most of his suggestions were disregarded at the time, they foreshadowed many of the modifications that would later be made to produce our current Gregorian calendar. Important observations were also made by European astronomers in the Middle Ages. They made meticulous observations of planetary positions, tracked comet movements, and created new star catalogues. They were especially intrigued by what they dubbed conjunctions, rare, close approaches between planets that were believed to have astrological meaning. More complex theoretical solutions to astronomical issues also emerged during the Middle Ages. The fundamental tenets of ancient astronomy, especially the requirement that all celestial motions be perfectly round, started to be questioned by academics. They started creating mathematical methods that would later be crucial for more precise explanations of planetary motion, and experimented with different geometric models. Most significantly, medieval European astronomy started to formulate what is now known as a more scientific theory of the universe. The significance of meticulous observation, mathematical analysis, and logical reasoning in astronomical investigations was increasingly stressed by medieval scholars. They were more interested in comparing theoretical predictions to empirical data than they were in blindly accepting ancient authorities. The more significant changes that would occur during the Renaissance were made possible by this change in strategy. By the end of the Middle Ages, European astronomy had transformed from a mainly passive effort to preserve ancient knowledge into a dynamic, innovative field prepared to address some of the most important issues regarding the composition and functioning of the cosmos. Scientific knowledge requires institutions, communities of scholars, and cultural frameworks that support and encourage intellectual inquiry, as the medieval era demonstrated. These circumstances were established in medieval Europe, setting the stage for the astronomical revolutions that would follow. Spend some time reflecting on the amazing journey we've just taken together as you curl up deeper in your blankets. Tens of thousands of years of human curiosity, inventiveness, and perseverance have preceded Galileo's groundbreaking discovery of the sky in the early 1600s, which altered the course of history. Consider what humanity achieved in those millennia before the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter were ever seen. Ancient astronomers used only their eyes, their brains, and an almost supernatural amount of patience to track the intricate movements of planets, predict eclipses, and make calendars precise enough to govern entire civilizations. They calculated the size of the Earth and found it to be round. They charted the positions of hundreds of stars and measured the distances to celestial objects. They created mathematical models that were advanced enough to forecast the locations of planets years in advance, and identified patterns in astronomical motions that recurred over decades and centuries. Most astonishingly, they accomplished all of this while harbouring basic misunderstandings about the nature of the universe. Most pre-telescopic astronomers thought that everything revolved around the Earth, which sat still at the centre of the universe. They didn't know that the Milky Way was home to billions of stars, that planets were worlds unto themselves, or that stars were far-off suns. They were remarkably successful in describing and forecasting celestial phenomena in spite of these flawed theoretical frameworks. This illustrates a fundamental aspect of human intelligence. Even when our underlying knowledge is lacking or completely incorrect, we can frequently identify helpful patterns and make precise predictions. The history of pre-telescopic astronomy also demonstrates the value of cross-cultural interaction and cultural continuity. From the Babylonians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Islamic world, and from Islamic scholars to medieval Europeans, knowledge was transmitted. Every culture contributed its unique perspectives, fixed past mistakes, and expanded the realm of knowledge. For thousands of years, Chinese astronomers kept records, building a priceless collection of observations that is still used by contemporary researchers. Calendar systems created by Maya mathematicians were more precise than those utilized in medieval Europe. During the darkest centuries of European civilization, Islamic scholars preserved and enhanced Greek knowledge. Science at its best is a truly human endeavor that transcends individual cultures, languages, and historical periods, as demonstrated by this global intergenerational collaboration. The same questions that motivated ancient astronomers still motivate us today. Where are we from? What role do we play in the universe? What is the mechanism of the universe? Many of the basic techniques that science still employs today were also developed by pre-telescopic astronomers. Ancient astronomers using crude instruments but highly developed minds, invented rigorous observation, mathematical modelling, hypothesis testing, and peer review, all fundamental scientific procedures. They developed the ability to discriminate between what they could see with their own eyes and what they had to deduce from them. They created methods for tracking changes over timescales longer than human lifetimes, measuring seemingly incalculable things and bringing order to seemingly chaotic phenomena. Most significantly, they learned to maintain faith in the capacity of human reasoning while being humble about the limits of human knowledge. The most accomplished pre-telescopic astronomers were cautious to make a distinction between their speculations and their known facts. They were aware that hypotheses needed to be verified by observations, and they were prepared to give up on concepts that didn't work, even if they made sense intuitively. Beyond the particular facts that ancient astronomers found, pre-telescopic astronomy left behind a rich legacy. They created the entire foundation of scientific investigation, the notion that the universe functions in accordance with discoverable laws, that these laws can be expressed mathematically, and that humans are able to understand the workings of the cosmos by means of rigorous observation and reasoned analysis. Galileo was expanding on tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and perfected technique when he eventually pointed his telescope skyward in 1609. Ancient astronomers had formulated the questions he was trying to answer. The mathematical instruments he employed had been created over centuries by academics from a wide range of cultural backgrounds. His observations were even more precise because earlier generations had mastered the use of much simpler instruments to make precise measurements. Pre-telescopic astronomy was extended by the telescope, not replaced. The new astronomy that arose in the 17th century still required all of the basic ideas, mathematical formulas, and observational strategies created prior to the telescopic era. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of this long-standing tradition of cosmic curiosity as you go to sleep tonight. You're taking part in the oldest scientific endeavour in human history each time you gaze up at the night sky and wonder what you're seeing. You're reaching out to generations of astronomers who were as awestruck by the cosmos as you are. The same stars that ancient astronomers observed continue to exist today, travelling along the same dependable routes that they have for thousands of years. The Maya astronomers used the moon's phases to time their ceremonies, and we can still see the same face of the moon today. When Babylonian mathematicians first deduced the planet's intricate orbital patterns, they still roam among the constellations. And out there tonight, contemporary astronomers continue to do what their ancient forebears did. Observe the sky with patience, meticulously document their findings, and progressively deepen our understanding of the universe. The basic human desire to comprehend our place in the universe has not changed, despite the fact that the tools have become much more advanced. Let's start at the very beginning. Back when your biggest clothing decision was whether to drape that mammoth hide with the fur on the inside or outside. We're talking about roughly 170,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia, back when Fashion Week lasted about 4 seasons, literally. Your earliest ancestors had what you might call the ultimate minimalist wardrobe. Imagine waking up each morning and your only outfit choice being naked, or slightly less naked with some leaves strategically placed. It was like having a closet with just one item, and that item was whatever you could hunt, gather, or convince to stay put long enough to provide coverage. But here's where it gets interesting. Those early humans weren't just randomly throwing animal skins over their shoulders like they were playing prehistoric dress-up. They were actually solving problems. The same kind of problems you face today, just with higher stakes. Instead of, will this make me look professional in my Zoom meeting? They were dealing with, will this keep me from becoming a popsicle during the Ice Age? The first real breakthrough came when someone, let's call them the world's first fashion designer, figured out that you could actually shape these animal hides. Instead of just draping a deerskin over your shoulders like a furry cape, you could cut holes for your arms. Revolutionary stuff. This was probably the moment when clothing stopped being just about survival and started being about looking good while surviving. You can almost picture it. Some Paleolithic trendsetter walking around the camp showing off their new fitted mammoth hide jacket, while their neighbours were still wearing shapeless fur blankets. Oh, this old thing. They'd probably grunt in whatever passed for language back then. I just threw it together. It's vintage Pleistocene. The tools they used were beautifully simple. Sharp stones for cutting, bone needles for sewing. Yes, they had needles 40,000 years ago, which means they were probably dealing with the same frustrating experience of trying to thread a needle in dim light that you face today. Some things never change. But the really clever part was how they figured out different materials for different needs. Lighter skins for summer, thicker furs for winter, waterproof treatments for rainy seasons. They were essentially creating the world's first weather-appropriate wardrobes, long before anyone had invented weather forecasts to ignore. And let's not forget the accessories. Archaeological evidence shows they were making jewellery, decorative elements, even what appear to be the world's first buttons. Because apparently, even 100,000 years ago, humans looked at functional clothing and thought, this is nice, but how can we make it prettier? By the end of this era, your ancestors had essentially invented everything we still use in clothing today. Cutting, sewing, layering, accessorizing, and most importantly, the eternal human struggle of having a closet full of options and still feeling like you have nothing appropriate to wear to the clan's mammoth barbecue. Around 10,000 years ago, something remarkable happened that would forever change what you wore to bed. Humans discovered agriculture, which meant they could stop chasing their dinner around and start growing it instead. This was great news for many reasons, but particularly excellent news for your wardrobe. You see, when people settled down and started farming, they suddenly had time to think about things other than, where's my next meal coming from? Questions like, why am I wearing the same mammoth skin my great-grandfather wore? And surely there's got to be something softer than hide for undergarments? Enter plant fibres. Some brilliant early farmer looked at their fields of flax and thought, I bet I could turn this into something more comfortable than leather. And thus began humanity's long, beautiful relationship with textiles that don't require hunting large, dangerous animals. The process of turning plants into clothing was wonderfully complex and completely mind-boggling if you really think about it. Take flax, for instance. You had to harvest it, ret it, which is a fancy word for letting it rot in just the right way. Break it, scutch it, hackle it, and then finally spin it into thread. It was like the world's most complicated recipe, except instead of ending up with dinner, you ended up with linen underwear. But here's what's really charming about this period. People started specialising. Instead of everyone in the village making their own clothes, you had the person who was really good at spinning, the one who excelled at weaving, and the one who had a knack for dyeing things interesting colours. It was the beginning of the fashion industry, though they probably didn't call it that. More likely they called it, hey, can you make me something that doesn't itch? The invention of the loom was particularly revolutionary. Imagine being the first person to see fabric being created on one of these contraptions. It must have seemed like absolute magic. Threads going in one direction, threads going in the other, and somehow out comes cloth. It was like watching a 3D printer, except the technology was made of wood and required actual skill to operate. Cotton appeared on the scene around this time too, first in India and Pakistan. Cotton was like the miracle fabric of its day, softer than linen, more comfortable than wool, and it got better the more you washed it. Ancient peoples probably looked at cotton the way you look at moisture-wicking, stain-resistant, wrinkle-free fabrics today, like some kind of textile wizardry. Wool brought its own revolution. Sheep were basically walking sweater factories, and once people figured out how to shear them, hopefully without too much protest from the sheep, they had access to a renewable resource for warm, durable clothing. Plus, wool had this amazing property of keeping you warm even when wet, which made it the ancient equivalent of high-tech outdoor gear. The really interesting part of this agricultural clothing revolution was how it started creating social distinctions. The quality of your fabric began saying things about who you were. Fine linen suggested you had time and resources. Coarse wool meant you were practical and hard-working. Certain colours became associated with wealth, because the dyes were expensive or difficult to obtain. By the end of this period, you had gone from wearing whatever animal you could catch to having actual choices. Linen for hot weather, wool for cold, different weaves for different occasions. It was the birth of the seasonal wardrobe, and probably the birth of that familiar feeling of looking at your closet and sighing, I need new clothes. As civilizations began to flourish around rivers like the Nile, Euphrates and Indus, clothing stopped being just about comfort and protection, and started becoming something much more interesting. A way to show the world exactly who you thought you were. The ancient Egyptians were perhaps the world's first fashion influencers, though their Instagram would have been painted on tomb walls. They took linen, remember that plant fibre we talked about, and elevated it to an art form. Egyptian linen was so fine and well made that other civilizations literally used it as currency. Imagine paying your mortgage with bed sheets, except these bed sheets were woven so skillfully they were nearly transparent. Egyptian fashion was all about clean lines, elegant draping and accessories that would make a modern jewellery designer weep with envy. The wealthy wore linen so fine it was practically see-through, which might seem impractical until you remember they lived in a desert. Their clothing was designed to be cool, comfortable and stunning, the ancient equivalent of athleisure, if athleisure came with golden collars and enough eyeliner to supply a rock band. But here's what's really delightful about Egyptian fashion. They invented so many things we still use today. Pleating? That was them. They could create permanent pleats in linen that would last for years. Makeup as a fashion accessory? Absolutely Egyptian. Both men and women wore elaborate eye makeup, not just for beauty, but for protection from the desert sun. They basically invented sunglasses, except theirs were painted on. Meanwhile, over in Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians were having their own fashion moment. They were the first civilization to really embrace wool as a luxury item, creating incredibly elaborate garments with complex patterns and rich colours. Their clothing tended to be more structured than Egyptian fashion. Lots of layering, fringe and geometric designs that would look perfectly at home in a modern art museum. The Mesopotamians also gave us one of fashion's most enduring concepts, the idea that your clothes should match your job. Priests wore certain styles, rulers wore others, merchants had their look, and farmers had theirs. It was the beginning of dress codes, though thankfully more colourful than most modern office attire. Ancient Greece brought a completely different aesthetic to the table. Where Egyptians loved structure and Mesopotamians loved complexity, the Greeks fell in love with simplicity and the beauty of draped fabric. The chiton and himation weren't really sewn garments in the way we think of clothes today. They were essentially rectangles of fabric draped and pinned in elegant ways. Greek fashion was remarkably democratic, at least in terms of basic construction. Rich and poor wore essentially the same styles. The difference was in the quality of the fabric and the fineness of the weave. A wealthy Greek might wear a chiton made of the finest imported silk, while a farmer wore one made of rough wool, but the basic shape was the same. The Romans, never ones to let the Greeks outdo them in anything, took Greek fashion and made it more Roman, which is to say, more elaborate, more colourful, and with better marketing. The toga became the ultimate status symbol, though anyone who's ever tried to wear a bedsheet as clothing can appreciate what a feat it was to wear one with dignity. Roman fashion gave us the concept of seasonal collections, though they didn't call them that. They had different weights and styles for different times of year, different colours for different occasions, and an elaborate system of accessories that could take hours to put on properly. Getting dressed as a wealthy Roman was basically a full-time job. But perhaps the most important contribution of these ancient civilizations was the idea that clothing could be beautiful for its own sake. It didn't just have to keep you warm or cool or modest, it could be art that you wore. This was the beginning of fashion as we know it today, the moment when humans looked at perfectly functional clothing and asked, but is it fabulous? If you think getting dressed for work is complicated now, be grateful you weren't born into medieval nobility. The Middle Ages turned clothing into something resembling an engineering project, complete with structural supports, complex layering systems, and enough fabric to upholster a small castle. The medieval period began around 500 CE with what you might charitably call simple clothing. After the fall of Rome, fashion became much more practical. People wore basic tunics, simple dresses, and sturdy cloaks. It was the clothing equivalent of comfort food. Nothing fancy, but it got the job done. But as the centuries progressed and society became more structured, clothing became more structured too. By the High Middle Ages, getting dressed, especially if you were wealthy, required assistance, planning, and occasionally architectural knowledge. Let's start with the undergarments, because medieval people were surprisingly sophisticated about what went underneath. Women wore linen chemises that served as both underwear and protection for their expensive outer garments. Men wore brays, which were essentially linen shorts tied at the waist. These weren't just practical, they were essential, because medieval wool could be remarkably itchy. The layering system that developed during this period was like wearing your entire closet at once. Women might wear a chemise, then a tunic, then a surcoat, then a cloak, each layer serving a specific purpose. It was practical for the climate, certainly, but it also created endless opportunities for showing off different fabrics, colours and trims. Medieval fashion gave us some of the most impractical but gorgeous clothing innovations in history. Take the hennin, those tall pointed headdresses that look like traffic cones decorated by angels. They could be several feet tall and required careful navigation through doorways. Imagine trying to get into a car while wearing one. Actually, don't imagine that. It's too disturbing. The wealthy medieval Europeans were obsessed with sleeves. Not just any sleeves, but sleeves that defied logic and occasionally gravity. Some were so long they dragged on the ground. Others were so wide you could hide a small child in them. There were detachable sleeves, slashed sleeves that showed contrasting fabric underneath, and sleeves with so many buttons that getting dressed must have felt like assembling furniture. But here's what's really interesting about medieval fashion. It was incredibly regulated. Sumptuary laws dictated who could wear what colours, which fabrics, how much fur, even how long your shoes could be. Purple was reserved for royalty, certain furs were forbidden to merchants, and the length of your pointed shoes was directly proportional to your social status. These laws existed partly for economic reasons, keeping people from bankrupting themselves on clothing, but mostly to maintain social order. Your outfit was essentially your ID card, announcing your place in society to everyone you met. It was like wearing your LinkedIn profile, except more colourful and with better accessories. The medieval period also gave us some of fashion's most enduring mysteries, like the coat hardie, which fashion historians still can't quite figure out how to put on. The instructions have been lost to time, leaving modern costume designers to basically guess how these garments worked. It's like finding a recipe that just says, assemble ingredients fashionably. Trade during this period brought new fabrics and ideas from across the known world. Silk from Asia, fine wools from England, exotic dyes from everywhere in between. Medieval fashion was surprisingly international, though it travelled at the speed of horses and sailing ships rather than social media. By the end of the Middle Ages, clothing had become incredibly sophisticated. The fit was precise, the construction was complex, and the social meanings were elaborate. It was the foundation for everything that would come next. Though thankfully, later periods would be less interested in requiring engineering degrees to get dressed in the morning. The Renaissance didn't just give us incredible art, groundbreaking science, and revolutionary literature. It also gave us the idea that getting dressed in the morning should be a creative act worthy of Michelangelo himself. Starting around the 14th century in Italy and spreading across Europe like the world's most fashionable virus, the Renaissance brought a completely new attitude to clothing. Where medieval fashion had been about showing your place in the rigid social hierarchy, Renaissance fashion was about showing your wealth, your taste, your education, and your ability to afford really excellent tailors. The Italians led the charge, as they did with most Renaissance innovations. Italian city-states like Florence and Venice became fashion capitals, producing silks so luxurious that other Europeans would travel hundreds of miles just to shop. Italian fashion during this period was like wearing liquid sunlight, everything flowing, gleaming, and ridiculously beautiful. But it was the invention of new tailoring techniques that really revolutionized Renaissance clothing. Medieval garments had been relatively loose and flowing. Renaissance fashion introduced the revolutionary concept of clothes that actually fit your body. This required much more sophisticated pattern making, cutting, and sewing. Essentially, it required the invention of tailoring as we know it today. The doublet became the foundation of men's fashion, and it was a masterpiece of engineering disguised as clothing. A good doublet required dozens of pieces, careful padding to create the ideal masculine silhouette, and enough buttons to keep a small factory in business. Men's legs were covered in hose that fit like a second skin, which meant Renaissance men were probably in better shape than most modern gym enthusiasts, simply out of necessity. Women's fashion during the Renaissance was equally complex but in different ways. The gowns required internal structures that were basically wearable architecture. Farthingales created bell-shaped skirts that could span several feet in diameter. Corsets shaped the torso into the fashionable silhouette. Ruffs framed the face like fabric flowers. Getting dressed was like putting on a building. But here's what's really remarkable about Renaissance fashion: the sheer creativity and artistry involved. Fabrics were works of art in themselves, brocades with gold thread, velvets with cut patterns, silks with intricate designs. Garments were slashed to show contrasting fabrics underneath, creating patterns that changed as the wearer moved. It was like wearing a kaleidoscope. The Renaissance also gave us fashion's relationship with celebrity culture. What the nobility wore mattered enormously, and news of the latest court fashions spread across Europe through detailed letters and prints. When Henry VIII decided to favour a particular style of hat makers across England suddenly got very busy. It was the 16th century equivalent of a red carpet fashion moment going viral. Colour became incredibly important during this period. partly because new dyes and techniques made a wider range of colours available, but also because different colours carried complex meanings. Red suggested wealth and power. Blue was associated with loyalty and virtue. Black became fashionable as the ultimate luxury colour because it was incredibly difficult to achieve a deep, rich black that wouldn't fade. The Renaissance also saw the rise of fashion as an international language. Styles spread from court to court, country to country, creating the first truly European fashion trends. A dress style that started in the Spanish court might appear in modified form in the French court 6 months later, then influence English fashion the following season. Perhaps most importantly, the Renaissance established the idea that fashion could be an art form in itself. Clothing wasn't just functional or even just beautiful, it could be creative, innovative, expressive. It could make statements about the wearer's values, education, and aesthetic sensibilities. This period laid the groundwork for everything that would follow in fashion history. The concept of seasonal changes, the importance of fit, the role of celebrity influence, the internationalization of style, all of these started during the Renaissance when Europeans decided that life was too short for boring clothes. As we move into the 1600s and 1700s, fashion entered what we might call its more is more phase. If Renaissance clothing was like wearing art, Baroque and Rococo fashion was like wearing an entire art museum, complete with guided tours and gift shop. The 17th century started with what fashion historians politely call elaborate clothing, but which anyone with modern sensibilities would recognise as completely over the top. Men wore doublets with so much padding they looked like they were wearing life preservers. Women's skirts became so wide that doorways had to be navigated sideways. It was the period when fashion designers apparently looked at practical clothing and asked, but how can we make this much more complicated? The court of Louis XIV at Versailles became the epicentre of European fashion, and Louis took the job seriously. He understood that fashion was politics, and he used clothing as a tool of power. The more elaborate and expensive your outfit, the higher your status at court. It was like a very expensive, very beautiful arms race. Except instead of weapons, people were competing with embroidered silk and precious gems. Men's fashion during this period was particularly fascinating because it was so unapologetically decorative. Men wore silk stockings, high-heeled shoes, yes, high heels were originally for men, elaborate wigs, and enough lace to stock a bridal shop. The modern idea that men's clothing should be simple and understated would have baffled a 17th century gentleman who saw his outfit as a canvas for artistic expression. The periwig, or powdered wig, became the ultimate status symbol for men. These weren't just hairpieces. They were architectural marvels that could cost as much as a house and required daily maintenance by skilled professionals. Wealthy men would own multiple wigs for different occasions, like a very expensive hat collection that happened to be made of human hair. Women's fashion reached new heights of complexity during the Rococo period of the 18th century. The panniers, side hoops that made skirts extend horizontally, created silhouettes so wide that two women couldn't walk through a doorway at the same time. Court dresses required so much fabric that they were essentially wearable buildings, complete with structural engineering to keep everything upright. But the real showstopper was the hair. 18th century hairstyling was like topiary gardening, except on people's heads. Women's hairstyles could be several feet tall, decorated with ribbons, flowers, feathers, and sometimes entire miniature scenes. There are historical accounts of hairstyles that included model ships, miniature gardens, and even small cages with live birds. The cosmetics of this period were equally dramatic. Both men and women wore white face powder made from lead, which was probably not great for their health. Bright red rouge and beauty patches, small pieces of silk or velvet cut into shapes like stars or crescents and glued to the face. It was like wearing stickers, if stickers were considered the height of sophistication. The 18th century also saw the rise of fashion magazines and fashion dolls. Small dolls dressed in the latest styles that were sent between fashion capitals to spread new trends. These were the ancestors of modern fashion photography and social media influencers, though considerably smaller and requiring more delicate shipping arrangements. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of the 18th century fashion was how it reflected the philosophy of the time. The elaborate decoration, the emphasis on artifice over nature, the celebration of luxury and refinement, all of this reflected Enlightenment ideas about civilization, progress, and the power of human creativity to improve upon nature. Of course, all this fashion came with a price, both literally and figuratively. The cost of maintaining an 18th century wardrobe was astronomical, and the time required for dressing and grooming could take hours. Wealthy people essentially needed staff just to get dressed in the morning. By the end of the 18th century, this elaborate system was beginning to crack. The French Revolution put a sudden and violent end to the most extreme court fashions, and a new philosophy was emerging that valued simplicity, naturalness, and practicality over elaborate artifice. But before we move on to that revolutionary change, take a moment to appreciate the sheer audacity of the 18th century fashion. It was clothing that announced loudly and proudly that the wearer had so much money and leisure time that they could afford to dress like a walking work of art, even if it meant they couldn't sit down properly or fit through doorways. The late 18th and early 19th centuries brought political revolution across Europe and America, and fashion revolutions followed close behind. It was the period when people looked at those elaborate 18th century court costumes and said, you know what? Maybe wearing a small building on my head isn't the best way to show I'm in touch with the people. The French Revolution of 1789 didn't just change government, it completely transformed what people wore. It was the ultimate fashion do-over, motivated by actual fear for your life. The revolutionary period introduced what we might call democracy dress. Simpler, more practical clothing that suggested you were a hard-working citizen rather than a parasitic aristocrat. The sans-culotte, literally without knee breeches, got their name from rejecting the silk knee breeches worn by the upper classes in favour of practical long trousers. It was the first time in European history that pants became a political statement. Women's fashion underwent an equally dramatic transformation. The enormous panniers and elaborate hairstyles disappeared almost overnight, replaced by simple white muslin dresses inspired by classical Greek and Roman clothing. The empire waistline, which sat just below the bust, became fashionable, creating a silhouette that was both elegant and practical. This neoclassical style wasn't just about looking good, it was about embodying Enlightenment values. The simple, flowing lines were supposed to suggest virtue, reason, and natural beauty. Everything the old aristocratic style was not. It was like wearing your political philosophy. Napoleon Bonaparte, never one to miss an opportunity for drama, turned fashion into a tool of empire building. He established a court at the Tuileries that was almost as elaborate as the old royal court, but with better marketing. Napoleonic fashion was designed to suggest both luxury and military efficiency. Think Roman emperor meets modern general. The Empire period gave us some of fashion's most enduring silhouettes. The high-waisted dress became a classic that would return again and again in later decades. The military influence in men's fashion, all those brass buttons, frogging and structured shoulders, established a template for masculine dress that we still see today in everything from military uniforms to business suits. But perhaps the most interesting development of this period was how fashion became international in a completely new way. Napoleon's conquests spread French fashion across Europe, but also brought new influences back to Paris. Spanish mantillas, Russian furs, Egyptian motifs, after Napoleon's campaigns there. European fashion became a fusion cuisine of styles from across the continent and beyond. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to change how clothes were made too. While most garments were still hand-sewn, new machines could produce fabrics faster and more cheaply than ever before. Cotton, in particular, became much more affordable and available, democratizing fashion in ways that would have been impossible in earlier centuries. This period also saw the rise of the fashion press as we know it today. Fashion magazines like Journal des Dames et des Modes provided detailed illustrations and descriptions of the latest styles, spreading fashion trends faster than ever before. It was the beginning of fashion media, though their Instagram followers were measured in hundreds rather than millions. The Romantic movement that emerged in the early 19th century brought yet another fashion revolution. Where neoclassical style had been about reason and simplicity, Romantic fashion celebrated emotion, individualism, and dramatic effect. Sleeves got bigger, skirts got fuller, and everything got more decorative. By the 1820s and 1830s, women's fashion had swung back toward complexity, though in new ways. The crinoline, a structured underskirt that created a bell-shaped silhouette, was the great innovation of the period. It was like wearing a small tent, but an incredibly fashionable tent that allowed women to move more freely than the restrictive clothing of earlier periods. This revolutionary period established many of the principles that would guide fashion for the next century. The idea that clothing should reflect contemporary values, that fashion could be both beautiful and practical, and that style should be accessible to more than just the wealthy elite. It was the beginning of modern fashion as we know it today, even if the clothes themselves look pretty foreign to modern eyes. The Victorian era, roughly 1837 to 1901, was like fashion's adolescent phase. Everything was dramatic, complicated, and slightly embarrassing in retrospect, but also kind of impressive in its sheer ambition. Queen Victoria's reign coincided with the Industrial Revolution hitting its stride, which meant that for the first time in human history, the middle class could afford to dress almost as elaborately as the wealthy. This was wonderful news for textile manufacturers and absolutely terrible news for anyone who valued simplicity in clothing. The Victorian silhouette for women was essentially an exercise in architectural engineering. The goal was to create an hourglass figure so dramatic that it defied anatomy. This required corsets that could literally reshape the human torso, bustles that could support several yards of fabric, and an undergarment system so complex it came with its own instruction manual. The crinoline reached its peak during this period, creating skirts that could measure up to 6 feet in diameter. Imagine trying to navigate a Victorian parlour, wearing what was essentially a fabric geodesic dome around your waist. Doorways became tactical challenges. Sitting required careful planning. Getting into a carriage was like solving a geometry problem. But here's what's really remarkable about Victorian fashion: the sheer amount of work that went into every garment. A typical Victorian dress might have hundreds of buttons, miles of trim, intricate pleating, elaborate embroidery, and enough fabric to upholster several chairs. Each dress was essentially a masterpiece of textile craftsmanship, even if the overall effect was sometimes like wearing a curtain from a very expensive hotel. Men's fashion during the Victorian era was more restrained but equally complex in its own way. The modern business suit was invented during this period, though Victorian men's suits had more pieces than a Swiss watch. There were different coats for different times of day, different trousers for different occasions, and enough accessories to stock a small store. The Victorian obsession with propriety meant that clothing had to cover everything. Women's dresses had sleeves that covered the arms completely, skirts that touched the ground, and necklines that barely showed the collarbone. The amount of skin showing in proper Victorian dress was roughly equivalent to what you might see in a modern business meeting, except with more fabric and better posture. But the Victorians also invented the concept of specialised clothing for specific activities. Before this period, you basically had everyday clothes and fancy clothes. The Victorians created riding habits for horseback riding, walking dresses for afternoon strolls, tea gowns for informal entertaining, and ball gowns for formal occasions. They essentially invented the modern concept of having different outfits for different parts of your life. The Industrial Revolution made all of this possible by creating new fabrics, new dyes, and new manufacturing techniques. Aniline dyes produced colours that were brighter and more stable than anything previously available. The sewing machine, invented in the 1840s, revolutionised garment construction. Ready-to-wear clothing began to appear in stores, though it was still considered inferior to custom-made garments. Children's fashion during the Victorian era deserves special mention because it was particularly elaborate and often fairly impractical. Victorian children were essentially dressed as miniature adults, complete with all the restrictive undergarments and complex layering systems. Little girls wore corsets, little boys wore elaborate suits with knee breeches, and everyone wore clothing that would make modern parents weep at the laundry implications. The Victorian era also gave us the concept of mourning dress, elaborate rules about what to wear and for how long after someone died. Queen Victoria herself, after the death of Prince Albert in 1861, wore mourning dress for the rest of her life, which was another 40 years. The fashion industry essentially created a whole subcategory of clothing for grief, complete with degrees of mourning that determined how much black you had to wear and when you could start adding other colours back into your wardrobe. By the end of the Victorian era, fashion had reached a level of complexity that was becoming unsustainable. Getting dressed took hours. Maintaining a proper wardrobe required significant staff. The physical restrictions of the clothing were beginning to conflict with new ideas about women's roles and activities. The stage was set for a fashion revolution that would sweep away much of this elaborate system and replace it with something more practical, more modern, and significantly easier to put on in the morning. But before that happened, the Victorian era gave us some of fashion's most memorable and most photographed moments, even if many of those photographs required the subjects to stand very still for very long periods of time. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century began, fashion underwent one of its most dramatic transformations. It was as if the entire industry looked at Victorian clothing and collectively asked, but what if we could actually move while wearing our clothes? The changes began gradually in the 1890s with what was called the New Woman movement. These were women who wanted to ride bicycles, play tennis, work outside the home, and generally participate in life without requiring architectural support garments. The fashion industry, sensing an opportunity, began creating clothes that acknowledged that women might want to use their bodies for something other than standing gracefully in parlours. The S-curve corset became popular in the early 1900s, which created a silhouette that thrust the chest forward and the hips back. While this might not sound like progress, it actually represented a move away from the tightest waist restriction of the Victorian era. It was like fashion's version of glasnost, a gradual loosening of restrictions. Paul Poiret, a French designer, became the revolutionary leader of fashion liberation. In 1906, he introduced designs that completely eliminated the corset, replacing the structured Victorian silhouette with flowing columnar dresses inspired by ancient Greece and the Orient. It was as if he took a pair of scissors to 100 years of fashion tradition and said, "Let's start over." Poiret's designs were radical for their time. High waistlines, narrow skirts, and no corsets. Women could actually breathe while wearing them, which was a refreshing change from Victorian dress. His Oriental-inspired designs, with their rich colours and exotic patterns, introduced European women to a completely different aesthetic philosophy. The hobble skirt, one of Poiret's most famous innovations, was both liberating and restricting at the same time. While it freed women from corsets and crinolines, it was so narrow at the ankles that walking required small, careful steps. It was like trading one set of restrictions for another, but at least the new restrictions didn't require structural engineering. World War I accelerated these fashion changes dramatically. With men away at war and women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers, practical clothing became a necessity rather than a choice. The elaborate, time-consuming dress of the pre-war period was simply incompatible with working in factories, driving ambulances, or managing businesses. Hemlines began to rise, first just enough to show the ankle, then gradually higher. This might seem like a small change, but it was revolutionary. For the first time in Western fashion since ancient Greece, women's legs became visible in public. It was a seismic shift in social norms disguised as a fashion trend. The war also changed men's fashion, though more subtly. Military uniforms influenced civilian clothing, making men's suits more structured and functional. The three-piece suit became standardized during this period, establishing a template for men's business dress that would last for decades. Hair became shorter and simpler. The elaborate hairstyles of the Victorian era, which required hours of maintenance and multiple hairpieces, were replaced by more manageable styles. This was partly practical. Shorter hair was easier to maintain while working in factories or hospitals, but it was also symbolic of women's changing roles in society. The introduction of new synthetic fabrics during this period also revolutionized what people could wear. Rayon, the first commercially successful synthetic fibre, was developed in the early 1900s. While it wasn't perfect, early rayon had a tendency to shrink dramatically when washed. It offered an affordable alternative to silk and opened up new possibilities for garment design. By 1910, fashion magazines were already predicting that the new century would bring clothing that was more practical, more comfortable, and more suited to active lifestyles. They had no idea how right they were, or how dramatically the next decade would accelerate these changes. The period just before World War I represented a fascinating transition moment in fashion history. You could see both the old and the new existing simultaneously. Elaborate Edwardian gowns sharing space with Poiret's revolutionary designs, corseted ladies walking alongside the first women to embrace the new, natural silhouette. It was like watching fashion hold its breath before taking a giant leap into modernity. The restrictive, elaborate clothing of the past was still beautiful, still masterfully crafted, but it was beginning to look like a museum piece even as people were still wearing it. If the 1910s were about gradual liberation, the 1920s were about fashion doing the Charleston while wearing a headband and shouting "freedom" at the top of its lungs. The decade didn't just change what people wore, it completely revolutionized the relationship between clothing and identity. The flapper dress was the decade's signature achievement, and it was basically everything Victorian clothing wasn't. Short, straight, and shockingly simple, it hung loosely from the shoulders and ended daringly at the knee or even higher. Victorian ladies would have needed smelling salts just looking at it, which was precisely the point. What made the flapper dress so revolutionary wasn't just how it looked, but what it allowed women to do. You could dance in it, really dance, with energetic movements and spins. You could drive a car without your skirt getting caught in the door. You could cross your legs while sitting. These might seem like small freedoms, but they represented a complete transformation in how women could move through the world. The dropped waistline of 1920s dresses created a completely new silhouette that de-emphasized the female form in ways that would have shocked previous generations. Where Victorian fashion had been obsessed with creating an exaggerated hourglass figure, 1920s fashion celebrated a more boyish, androgynous look. It was as if fashion decided that women's bodies didn't need to be architectural projects after all. Hair got even shorter with the bob cut, which caused genuine social controversy. Women were literally receiving death threats for cutting their hair short. Imagine that. Getting violent mail because of your haircut. But the bob was more than just a hairstyle. It was a declaration of independence from the time-consuming beauty routines that had kept women tethered to their vanity tables for hours each day. Men's fashion during the 1920s became more relaxed and varied, though it was still more formal than what we consider normal today. The three-piece suit remained standard, but new fabrics and cuts made it more comfortable and practical. +4s for golf, sweater vests for casual wear, and the introduction of sportswear began to give men more options for different occasions. The 1920s also saw the rise of ready-to-wear fashion, becoming truly mainstream. Department stores expanded their clothing sections, and for the first time, middle-class people could buy fashionable clothing off the rack rather than having everything custom-made. It was the democratization of fashion, though the truly wealthy still preferred their bespoke tailors. Coco Chanel emerged as one of the decade's most influential designers, and her philosophy was revolutionary. Fashion should be comfortable, practical and elegant all at the same time. She introduced the concept of casual chic, the idea that you could look sophisticated while wearing simple, well-cut clothing. Her little black dress, introduced in 1926, was like fashion's version of the Model T Ford. Simple, elegant and versatile enough to be appropriate for almost any occasion. Chanel also liberated women from the tyranny of decorative accessories. Where Victorian fashion had required elaborate jewellery, hair ornaments and trim, Chanel's designs were based on the radical idea that sometimes less really was more. She made simplicity sophisticated, which was perhaps the decade's greatest fashion innovation. The influence of jazz music on fashion can't be overstated. The energetic, improvisational nature of jazz translated directly into clothing that moved with the body, sparkled under dance hall lights, and celebrated individual expression over conformity. Fashion became performative in a completely new way. Clothes were designed to look good in motion, not just in formal portraits. Evening wear during the 1920s was particularly spectacular. Beaded dresses that caught and reflected light, fringe that moved with every step, and metallic fabrics that turned the wearer into a walking disco ball. It was fashion designed for artificial lighting and energetic dancing, the first truly modern party clothes. The decade also introduced the concept of fashion seasons as we know them today. Magazines began showing spring collections and fall collections, and the idea that your wardrobe should change with the calendar became entrenched. It was the beginning of planned obsolescence in fashion. The idea that last season's clothes were somehow inadequate for this season's activities. By the end of the 1920s, fashion had been completely transformed. The elaborate, restrictive clothing of the Victorian era looked as foreign as medieval armour. Women had gained the freedom to move, dance, work and play in ways that their grandmothers never could have imagined. But the party couldn't last forever. The stock market crash of 1929 was about to change everything, including what people wore and how they thought about fashion. The carefree extravagance of the 1920s was about to run headlong into the practical realities of economic depression. The Great Depression hit fashion like a bucket of cold water thrown on a very fashionable party. Suddenly, the carefree extravagance of the 1920s seemed not just outdated, but almost offensive. The new motto became, make it last, make it count, and make it work for everything. The 1930s ushered in what we might call elegant practicality. Designers had to create clothing that was beautiful enough to maintain morale during difficult times, but practical enough to be worn for years without replacement. It was like solving a very sophisticated math problem where the variables were style, durability and budget. Hemlines dropped back down to mid-calf, partly for modesty but mostly because longer skirts meant more fabric, which meant the garment would last longer and provide better value. The silhouette became more fitted and feminine again, but in a sleeker, more streamlined way than the Victorian era. It was as if fashion had learned to be curvaceous without being cumbersome. The bias cut became the signature technique of the decade, thanks largely to designer Madeleine Vionnet. Cutting fabric on the bias, at a 45-degree angle to the grain, created garments that draped beautifully and moved with the body, using the fabric's natural stretch rather than fighting against it. It was an ingenious solution that created elegant, figure-flattering clothes without requiring elaborate construction or expensive materials. Hollywood became a major influence on fashion during this period, partly because movies provided an escape from economic hardship, but also because film stars had the resources to wear beautiful clothes when most people couldn't afford them. Magazines featured pages of Hollywood style on a depression budget, showing readers how to achieve movie star glamour with ingenuity and thrift. The concept of separates became popular during the 1930s. Blouses, skirts and jackets that could be mixed and matched to create different outfits from fewer pieces. It was the beginning of the modern concept of a wardrobe, as a coordinated system rather than a collection of individual dresses. You could buy one skirt and 3 blouses and suddenly have multiple outfits, which was revolutionary for people on tight budgets. Daywear became more casual and practical. Shirtwaist dresses, essentially button-up shirts extended into dress length, became a staple because they were comfortable, easy to launder, and appropriate for both work and casual social occasions. It was clothing designed for real life rather than for making fashion statements. Then came World War II, and fashion faced challenges that made the Depression look like a minor budget adjustment. Rationing affected everything: fabric, leather, metal for buttons and zippers, even elastic. The fashion industry had to completely reimagine what clothing could be when you couldn't get the materials you needed. The utility clothing program in Britain and similar initiatives in other countries created standardized designs that used minimal materials while still being attractive and functional. It was fashion by committee, designed by government regulations, but somehow it worked. The clothes were simple, well-cut and practical, the fashion equivalent of wartime efficiency. Hemlines rose again during the war, but this time it wasn't about freedom or rebellion. It was about fabric conservation. Every inch of fabric saved was fabric that could be used for military purposes. Women's skirts became shorter and narrower, not as a fashion statement, but as a patriotic duty. The make-do and mend philosophy became a virtue rather than a necessity. Fashion magazines published articles on how to refresh old clothes, how to make children's clothes from adult garments that were too worn to repair, and how to create accessories from household items. Creativity became more valuable than money in fashion for perhaps the first time in history. Women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers needed clothes that could handle factory work, driving trucks, and operating machinery. This led to the widespread adoption of trousers for women, not as a fashion choice but as a practical necessity. Rosie the Riveter's uniform of practical pants and sensible shirts became an icon not just of women's capabilities, but of fashion's ability to adapt to changing social needs. Men's fashion was similarly affected by wartime needs. Civilian suits were simplified, no trouser cuffs, fewer pockets, narrower lapels to conserve fabric. The victory suit became a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, proving that even fashion could contribute to the war effort. But perhaps the most important development of this period was the psychological role that fashion played. During the darkest times of economic depression and global war, people still cared about looking good. Fashion became a form of resistance against despair, a way of maintaining dignity and hope when everything else was falling apart. The period also saw the rise of American fashion as a force independent of European influence. With Paris under German occupation, American designers had to develop their own aesthetic rather than copying French couture. This led to a distinctly American style that was more practical, more casual, and more democratic than traditional European fashion. By the mid-1940s, fashion had been tested by economic catastrophe and global war, and it had survived by becoming more practical, more creative, and more attuned to real people's needs. The stage was set for the post-war fashion explosion that would celebrate both the return of prosperity and the lessons learned during the lean years. In 1947, after years of fabric rationing, utility clothing, and making do with less, Christian Dior unveiled his new look, and fashion essentially fainted from sheer relief. Here finally was clothing that celebrated abundance, femininity, and the return of peacetime prosperity. The new look was everything wartime fashion wasn't. Full skirts that used yards and yards of fabric, tiny cinched waists that required foundational undergarments, and a silhouette that was unabashedly feminine and decorative. It was like fashion had been holding its breath for 6 years and finally exhaled in a whoosh of silk and satin. The reaction was immediate and intense. Women who had spent years in practical, simplified clothing fell in love with the romantic femininity of Dior's designs. But there was also controversy. Critics argued that the new look was a step backward for women's liberation, forcing them back into restrictive, impractical clothing just when they had proven they could do anything men could do. But the new look succeeded because it wasn't really about going backward, it was about having choices again. After years of being told what they couldn't wear due to rationing and wartime restrictions, women could choose to wear full skirts and fitted bodices if they wanted to. The key word was choose. The 1950s became the decade of the suburban dream, and fashion reflected this new lifestyle. Daywear was practical but pretty. Shirtwaist dresses, cardigans and circle skirts that were perfect for driving to the grocery store, hosting coffee mornings and chasing children around backyards. It was domestic fashion, but domestic with style. Evening wear during the 1950s was pure fantasy. Ball gowns with massive skirts that required crinolines or even small hoops, fitted bodices that showed off tiny waists, and enough fabric to upholster a sofa. It was clothing designed for a society that wanted to celebrate prosperity and femininity after years of austerity. The concept of teenage fashion emerged during this decade, driven by post-war prosperity and the new phenomenon of teenagers having their own spending money. For the first time in fashion history, young people had their own distinct style rather than just wearing simplified versions of adult clothing. Poodle skirts, saddle shoes, and leather sweaters became the uniform of American youth. Men's fashion during the 1950s was characterised by what we might call confident conformity. The grey flannel suit became the uniform of the suburban businessman, but it was worn with a confidence that reflected post-war optimism. Casual wear became more important as suburbs created more opportunities for relaxed socialising. Barbecues, lawn parties, and family gatherings that required clothing that was nice but not formal. The influence of Hollywood continued to grow during this period, but now it was supplemented by the new medium of television. Fashion became more immediately accessible as people could see the latest styles every week in their living rooms. TV stars influenced fashion in ways that movie stars never could because they appeared more regularly and seemed more accessible. Ready-to-wear fashion came into its own during the 1950s. Department stores expanded their fashion offerings, and the quality of mass-produced clothing improved dramatically. For the first time, you could buy clothes off the rack that were almost as well made as custom garments, and significantly less expensive. The decade also saw the beginning of fashion's relationship with technology. New synthetic fabrics like nylon, polyester and acrylic offered properties that natural fibres couldn't match. Wrinkle resistance, easy care and durability. The wash and wear garment became the holy grail of 1950s fashion, promising busy housewives that they could look good without spending hours on clothing maintenance. Youth culture began to challenge the adult fashion establishment during this period. The greaser style for young men, leather jackets, white t-shirts and jeans, was specifically designed to shock adults and declare independence from their values. It was the beginning of fashion as generational rebellion, a theme that would become central to fashion for decades to come. By the end of the 1950s, fashion had established many of the patterns that would define modern clothing. The importance of youth markets, the role of celebrity influence, the democratization of style through ready-to-wear, and the constant tension between practicality and fantasy. All of these became permanent features of the fashion landscape. But beneath the surface of 1950s conformity and prosperity, changes were brewing. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum. Women were beginning to question their prescribed roles, and young people were starting to challenge authority in ways that their clothing choices reflected. The stage was set for the fashion revolution of the 1960s. The 1960s didn't just change fashion. It grabbed fashion by the shoulders, spun it around 3 times, and sent it dancing off in directions nobody had ever imagined. It was the decade when fashion stopped being something that happened to you and became something you used to express exactly who you were, or at least who you wanted to be. The decade started innocently enough. Jackie Kennedy became First Lady in 1961, and her elegant, sophisticated style set the tone for early 1960s fashion. The pillbox hat, A-line dresses, and understated elegance of the Jackie look represented a refined evolution of 1950s style. It was fashion for grown-ups who wanted to look modern but not revolutionary. But then came the youth explosion. The baby boomers were reaching their teens and 20s, and they had money, attitudes, and absolutely no interest in dressing like their parents. Fashion suddenly had to serve 2 completely different markets: the adults who wanted sophisticated elegance, and the young people who wanted something entirely new. Mary Quant in London created the miniskirt around 1965, and it was like dropping a fashion bomb. Hemlines that had been creeping up gradually throughout the early 1960s suddenly jumped to mid-thigh, creating a silhouette that was shocking, liberating, and completely different from anything women had worn before. It wasn't just shorter. It was a completely different philosophy of what women's clothing could be. The mini-skirt represented more than just a fashion choice. It was a declaration of independence. Young women were rejecting the idea that their clothing should be modest, practical, and approved by their elders. They wanted fashion that was fun, sexy, and expressive of their own values, rather than society's expectations. London became the fashion capital of the world for young people, overtaking Paris for the first time in centuries. Carnaby Street and the King's Road became pilgrimage destinations for anyone who wanted to be fashionable. British designers like Mary Quant, Twiggy, who was both model and designer, and later Zandra Rhodes created a distinctly British aesthetic that was playful, irreverent, and completely modern. The shift dress became the decade's signature garment, simple, straight, and perfect, for showing off legs in the new shorter lengths. It was the opposite of the fitted, structured dresses of the 1950s, where 1950s fashion had emphasised the waist and hips. 1960s fashion ignored traditional body shaping altogether in favour of a more geometric architectural approach. Mod fashion brought us geometric patterns, bold colours, and a futuristic aesthetic that seemed to come from another planet. Op art patterns that created optical illusions when the wearer moved, space-age silver and white colour schemes, and designs that looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie. Fashion became experimental in ways it had never been before. The influence of youth culture created entirely new categories of clothing. The poor boy sweater, go-go boots, and peasant dresses were all designed specifically for young people, rather than being adaptations of adult styles. It was the first time in fashion history that adults started copying young people's clothing rather than the other way around. Men's fashion underwent its own revolution during the 1960s. The conservative business suit remained standard for work, but casual wear became much more adventurous. The Peacock Revolution brought bright colours, bold patterns, and more fitted silhouettes to men's clothing. Hair got longer, pants got tighter, and for the first time since the 18th century, men's fashion became unabashedly decorative. The hippie movement that emerged in the mid to late 1960s brought yet another fashion revolution. Where mod fashion had been about the future, hippie fashion looked to the past and to other cultures for inspiration. Indian prints, peasant dresses, fringe, embroidery, and natural fabrics created a bohemian aesthetic that rejected both mainstream fashion and the space-age futurism of mod style. Hippie fashion also introduced the concept of vintage and second-hand clothing as fashion choices rather than economic necessities. Shopping at thrift stores and wearing your grandmother's clothes became ways of rejecting consumer culture while creating individual style. It was fashion as philosophy, not just appearance. The decade also saw the rise of fashion as political statement. The miniskirt was feminist for some women and anti-feminist for others. Long hair on men was a rejection of military and corporate values. Dashikis and afros became expressions of black pride and cultural identity. What you wore became a way of announcing your politics to the world. Unisex fashion emerged as gender roles began to be questioned. The same jeans, t-shirts and work shirts could be worn by men or women, creating a shared fashion vocabulary that had never existed before. It was the beginning of the breakdown of strict gender distinctions in clothing that continues today. By 1970, fashion had been completely transformed. The idea that there was one correct way to dress for your age, class and gender had been shattered. Personal expression had become more important than social conformity. Fashion had become democratic, diverse and individual in ways that would have been impossible just 10 years earlier. If the 1960s had been about breaking the rules, the 1970s were about celebrating the fact that there were no rules left to break. Fashion entered its most experimental, diverse and frankly weird decade, where you could dress like a Victorian Gothic romantic, a disco dancing queen, or a back-to-the-land hippie, and all three looks were equally fashionable. The decade started with hippie fashion still going strong, but it quickly evolved into something more sophisticated and wearable. The peasant dress became the maxi dress, flowing and romantic but made in beautiful fabrics and elegant cuts. It was hippie philosophy dressed up for dinner parties. Bohemian style during the 1970s wasn't just about rejecting mainstream fashion, it was about creating an entirely alternative aesthetic. Flowing fabrics, earth tones, natural fibres, and handcrafted details created a look that celebrated individuality and artistic sensibility. It was fashion for people who saw themselves as creative souls rather than consumers. But the 1970s also gave us disco fashion, which was bohemian's glittery party-loving cousin. Metallics, sequins, tight pants, and shirts with enormous collars created a look that was specifically designed for dancing under flashing lights. Disco fashion was about transformation, putting on your sparkly clothes and becoming someone more glamorous, more exciting, more alive. The decade's silhouettes were revolutionary in their diversity. You could wear a flowing maxi dress that covered you from neck to ankle, or shorts so short they were barely there, or anything in between. Fashion had finally accepted that different people wanted to show different amounts of skin, and that was perfectly fine. Platform shoes became the decade's most distinctive accessory, and they were essentially architecture for your feet. Some platforms were 6 inches high or more, turning walking into a performance art piece, and making everyone several inches taller than nature intended. They were impractical, occasionally dangerous, and absolutely fabulous. The influence of different decades became a major theme in the 1970s fashion. There was a revival of 1930s and 1940s styles, flowing dresses, dramatic shoulders, and vintage glamour. But there was also a fascination with the Victorian era, high necklines, long sleeves, and romantic details. Fashion became historical, drawing inspiration from the past while creating something entirely new. Punk fashion emerged in the mid-1970s as a deliberate rejection of both mainstream fashion and hippie idealism. Ripped clothes, safety pins, aggressive makeup, and deliberately ugly combinations created a look that was designed to shock and challenge. Punk fashion was about anger, rebellion, and the rejection of beauty as a social value. But punk was also incredibly creative and influential. The DIY aesthetic, making your own clothes, customizing store-bought items, and creating unique looks from whatever materials you could find, introduced new ideas about what fashion could be. It didn't have to be expensive, professionally made, or even particularly attractive. It just had to express something authentic about the person wearing it. Men's fashion during the 1970s became more adventurous than it had been since the 18th century. Wide lapels, bright colours, bold patterns, and fitted silhouettes created a look that was unabashedly decorative. The three-piece suit remained standard for business, but casual wear became an opportunity for self-expression rather than conformity. The decade also saw the rise of designer jeans as a fashion category. What had been basic workwear became a luxury item, with different brands offering different cuts, washes, and styling details. It was the democratization of fashion through denim. Everyone could afford jeans, but designer jeans offered a way to be fashionable within that democratic framework. Athletic wear began to influence fashion during the 1970s, driven by new interest in fitness and health. Jogging suits, tennis dresses, and exercise clothes began appearing in non-athletic contexts. It was the beginning of the athleisure trend that would eventually take over casual fashion completely. The concept of lifestyle dressing became important during this decade. Instead of having one fashion identity, people could dress like surfers, executives, artists, or athletes, depending on their mood or the occasion. Fashion became fluid and situational rather than fixed and hierarchical. By the end of the 1970s, fashion had become incredibly diverse and individualistic. The idea that everyone should dress alike had been completely abandoned in favour of a philosophy that celebrated personal expression and cultural diversity. It set the stage for the 1980s, which would take this individualism and turn it into performance art. The 1980s looked at fashion and said, "You know what this needs? More of everything. More colour, more texture, more volume, more accessories, more attitude." It was the decade when subtlety went into hiding and didn't emerge until sometime in the mid-1990s. Power dressing became the decade's signature concept, driven by women entering corporate environments in unprecedented numbers. The power suit, with massive shoulder pads that could double as small aircraft wings, was designed to help women compete in male-dominated workplaces by literally making them look bigger and more imposing. It was fashion as armour, designed for corporate warfare. The shoulder pads of the 1980s deserve their own chapter in fashion history. Starting as modest additions to create a more structured silhouette, they grew throughout the decade until they reached proportions that challenged doorway architecture. By the late 1980s, shoulder pads had become so enormous that they looked like fashion's interpretation of American football gear. But power dressing wasn't just about looking tough, it was about looking expensive. The 1980s celebrated wealth in ways that previous decades had considered vulgar. Designer labels became status symbols, worn prominently on the outside of clothing rather than hidden discreetly inside. It was the decade when fashion became about broadcasting your success to anyone within visual range. The influence of television, particularly shows like Dynasty and Dallas, created a fashion aesthetic that was pure fantasy. Evening wear featured massive quantities of sequins, beads and metallic fabrics. Hair got bigger, jewellery got more elaborate and makeup became more dramatic. It was fashion designed to be seen from the back row of a theatre, except people wore it to dinner. Casual wear during the 1980s was equally excessive. Athletic wear became street fashion, but not the simple athletic wear of previous decades. This was athletic wear designed by fashion designers who apparently thought that exercise clothes should be suitable for Las Vegas showrooms. Neon colours, metallic fabrics, and geometric patterns created workout clothes that were more about making fashion statements than actual working out. The decade also saw the rise of youth fashion as a commercial force independent of adult fashion. MTV launched in 1981, and suddenly young people had a visual reference for how musicians dressed. Fashion became faster, more immediate, and more tied to popular culture than ever before. What you wore became a way of showing which bands you liked, which movies you'd seen, and which cultural tribes you belonged to. Punk fashion evolved during the 1980s into new wave style, which took punk's rebellious aesthetic and made it more wearable and commercially viable. The result was fashion that was edgy and artistic but didn't require safety pins or deliberate ugliness. It was rebellion with better production values. The preppy look also became fashionable during the 1980s, driven partly by nostalgia for simpler times and partly by the popularity of films like The Breakfast Club. Preppy fashion represented security, tradition and belonging to established social institutions, everything that punk and new wave fashion rejected. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of 1980s fashion was how it embraced artificial materials and construction. Synthetic fabrics, structured silhouettes, and obviously manufactured looks became desirable rather than apologetic. It was the first decade when fashion celebrated the fact that clothes were human-made rather than trying to mimic natural forms and materials. Hair became a fashion accessory in its own right during the 1980s. The bigger, the more elaborate, the better. Hairspray became an essential fashion tool, and hairstyles required architecture and engineering to maintain their structural integrity. It was like wearing sculpture on your head, except the sculpture was made of your own hair and industrial-strength styling products. Colour during the 1980s was intense and often clashing. Electric blue, hot pink, acid green and metallic silver were combined in ways that would have been considered garish in any other decade. Fashion became fluorescent, glittery, and deliberately artificial. It was like wearing a neon sign, which was exactly the point. The decade also introduced the concept of mix and match dressing taken to extremes. Different patterns, textures, and colours were combined in ways that created visual chaos, but somehow worked because everyone was doing it. It was fashion democracy through excess. If everyone was wearing too much of everything, then no one looked out of place. By 1990, fashion had reached such heights of excess that the only possible response was a complete reaction in the opposite direction. The 1980s had been so much about more that the 1990s would inevitably be about less. But before that happened, the 1980s had established some important principles. Fashion could be fun, experimental, and completely divorced from practical considerations while still being socially acceptable and commercially successful. As the 1990s dawned, fashion looked at the excess of the 1980s and said, you know what, maybe we went a little overboard with those shoulder pads. The decade began with what fashion historians call the minimalist reaction, a complete swing away from the more is more philosophy that had dominated the previous decade. Calvin Klein became the poster child for this new minimalism, creating clothes that were clean, simple, and almost architectural in their purity. His designs celebrated negative space, neutral colours, and the beauty of perfect proportions. It was fashion that whispered rather than shouted, and after a decade of shouting, whispering felt revolutionary. But the 1990s quickly proved that it wasn't going to settle for just one fashion philosophy. Grunge fashion emerged from the Pacific Northwest music scene, bringing thrift store aesthetics into mainstream fashion. Flannel shirts, ripped jeans, and the deliberate anti-fashion aesthetic of bands like Nirvana created a look that celebrated not caring about fashion, which paradoxically became a major fashion trend. Marc Ecko, Calvin Klein, and other designers took grunge influences and refined them into something more wearable for people who wanted to look casually rebellious without actually shopping at thrift stores. It was rebellion with better fit and higher quality fabrics. the gentrification of anti-fashion. The decade also saw the rise of streetwear as a legitimate fashion category. What people actually wore on the street, sneakers, hoodies, baseball caps and athletic wear, became influences on high fashion rather than just copying high fashion. It was the democratization of fashion influence flowing from the bottom up rather than trickling down from the top. Hip-hop culture became a major influence on mainstream fashion during the 1990s, bringing oversized clothing, athletic wear and bold logos into general fashion consciousness. The aesthetic celebrated comfort, movement and cultural identity in ways that traditional fashion had never considered. It was fashion that acknowledged that people wanted to look good while actually living their lives. The supermodel phenomenon reached its peak during the 1990s, creating fashion celebrities who were famous for wearing clothes rather than for any other talent. Models like Naomi Campbell, Cindy Crawford and Kate Moss became household names, and their personal styles influenced fashion as much as the designers they wore. Technology began to influence fashion in new ways during the 1990s. New synthetic fabrics offered performance characteristics that had never been available before. Moisture wicking, UV protection, and temperature regulation. Fashion began to acknowledge that clothes could be both beautiful and functional in ways that previous generations had never imagined. The internet emerged as a fashion force during the mid to late 1990s, though its full impact wouldn't be felt until the following decade. Online shopping began to change how people bought clothes, and fashion websites started to influence how people thought about style and trends. As we moved into the 2000s, fashion became increasingly fast-paced and diverse. The concept of seasonal collections began to break down as designers offered more frequent releases. Fast fashion retailers could take a trend from the runway to the store in weeks rather than months, democratizing fashion but also accelerating its pace in ways that were sometimes overwhelming. The 2000s brought their own aesthetic revolutions: the rise of casual Friday that gradually expanded to casual everyday, the influence of reality television on fashion, and the beginning of social media's impact on how people thought about personal style. Looking back over this entire journey from animal skins to Instagram-worthy outfits, what's remarkable is how consistent certain human impulses have remained. People have always wanted to look good, express their identity through their appearance, and use clothing to navigate social situations. The materials, techniques, and social contexts have changed dramatically, but the fundamental human relationship with clothing has remained surprisingly constant. Fashion has always been about solving problems: protection from the elements, social signaling, personal expression, and cultural belonging. The solutions have evolved from mammoth hides to moisture-wicking synthetics, but the problems have remained recognizably human throughout history. So here you are, at the end of this journey through fashion history, probably wearing the culmination of 170,000 years of human creativity and ingenuity. That comfortable t-shirt you're wearing? It represents the development of cotton cultivation, textile manufacturing, the invention of knitting machines, the creation of synthetic dyes, and centuries of refinement in garment construction. Those jeans you might have on represent the California Gold Rush, the needs of working people for durable clothing, the influence of American casual culture on global fashion, and the transformation of workwear into fashion statements. Even your socks, yes, your socks, represent innovations in knitting, synthetic fibres and foot comfort that would have amazed our ancestors. The amazing thing is that you got dressed this morning in about 10 minutes, choosing from options that represent the best of human textile technology and fashion design, and you probably didn't think about any of this history. You just wanted to put on something comfortable, appropriate for your day, and maybe something that made you feel like yourself. That's the real triumph of fashion history. Not the elaborate court dress or the revolutionary designs, but the fact that good clothing has become so accessible and unremarkable that we take it for granted. Your closet contains options that would have been unimaginable luxuries to most humans throughout history. Fabrics that are soft, durable, and easy to care for. Colours that won't fade after one washing. Clothes that fit your body and your lifestyle. Seasonal options that keep you comfortable in any weather. The freedom to choose clothing that expresses your personality rather than just your social class or economic status. Even your most casual outfit represents solutions to problems that occupied human minds for millennia. How do you create fabric that breathes but also protects? How do you make colours that last? How do you construct garments that move with the body without falling apart? How do you mass-produce clothing while maintaining quality and individual choice? The fashion industry today grapples with new challenges that our ancestors never had to consider. Environmental sustainability, ethical manufacturing, the pace of trend cycles, and the psychological effects of constant fashion messaging through social media. But these are the kinds of problems that come with success, not failure. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable pajamas, which, by the way, are a relatively recent invention that would have puzzled medieval people who slept in their day clothes, or nothing at all, you're participating in the latest chapter of this ongoing human story. Fashion continues to evolve. Sustainable materials are being developed from everything from mushroom roots to recycled ocean plastic. Smart fabrics can monitor your health, regulate your temperature, or even charge your phone. 3D printing is beginning to create custom-fitted garments. Virtual reality is changing how we shop for clothes. The same human creativity that turned animal skins into haute couture continues to push fashion into territories we can barely imagine. But whatever comes next in fashion, it will still be serving those same basic human needs that drove our ancestors to start wearing clothes in the first place: protection, comfort, beauty, and the eternal desire to wake up in the morning and put on something that makes us feel like the best version of ourselves. Sweet dreams, and may you always have something wonderful to wear. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter, to symbolize the shaman who blessed the hunt. A third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes, and a small, intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthened ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities. Natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements, and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic, with intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course. The Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious. Even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges, while losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision. Winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems, special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he is risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons, and the goldsmiths' guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester mystery plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craft work was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy, with exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of Commedia dell'arte performances. With their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances, these travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character, to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and, likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology and all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique. Because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions, they seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty, driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans. Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His characters' speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundlings stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is nighttime when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on 3 sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere, because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful, and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company the Lord Chamberlain's men would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday, and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses, and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603, when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline, and more subdued musical effects, was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional. Demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters and stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwyn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries, as they benefited from professional opportunities, while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries, as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillo's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression "stealing the spotlight" originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture. With theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations, theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likeable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract, symbolic, or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylized movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form, while European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals. The rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolize various facets of his persona by adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War. Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyze American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidized theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatized current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances, and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama, with songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers. Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the second's partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray, and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music, and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralized theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organizations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realizing that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realizing that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprise at an unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognizing the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they are also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life, memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen, connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life, and the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location, at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. Paul Revere's name evokes images of a midnight ride, urgent calls for militias, and the onset of the American Revolution. Yet few realise the full scope of the man behind that iconic alarm. He was a silversmith, engraver, early industrialist, and a shrewd networker who navigated Boston's circles of artisans, merchants, and political agitators. Born on January 1st, 1735, Old Style, to Apollos Revere, a French Huguenot immigrant, and Deborah Hitchborn, a Boston native. Revere was destined to bridge cultures and communities at a time when colonial society seethed with discontent under British rule. Apollos Revere, who soon anglicised his name to Paul Revere, taught his son the art of silverwork. This trade anchored the younger Paul's fortunes. He grew up in Boston's North End, surrounded by wharves, taverns, and religious meeting houses, absorbing the rhythms of a busy port city. While modern retellings jumped straight to his patriotic escapades, his formative years shaped his destiny in more subtle ways. By age 15, the death of his father thrust him into the role of family provider. The teenage apprentice had to complete his training, manage the family's affairs, and forge connections with established silversmiths and merchants during the 1750s. Revere served briefly in the provincial army in the French and Indian War, an experience that gave him a glimpse of Britain's broader colonial entanglements. Upon returning to Boston, he embraced the trade of silversmithing wholeheartedly, creating not just decorative pieces, but also practical items like buckles and utensils. He prided himself on detail, marketing his wares to a clientele that spanned from modest craftsmen to the colony's rising middle class. Invoices preserved from this period reveal that Revere offered credit, advanced new designs, and constantly hustled for commissions. That brand of entrepreneurial spirit would later fuel his ability to mobilize networks for revolutionary purposes. By the early 1760s, tensions simmered throughout Massachusetts. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and subsequent taxes outraged merchants and tradespeople alike. Revere found himself among a group of Boston artisans who gathered at local taverns to vent frustrations. These enclaves brewed the earliest forms of organised protest. Revere soon discovered he possessed a knack for articulating grievances through his engravings. It was not only an art form, but also a political tool, effectively circulating ideas and stoking public sentiment against perceived British overreach. His iconic engravings of the Boston Massacre, albeit dramatised, helped radicalise many colonists. Apart from engraving, Revere proved versatile in forging social bonds. He was active in the Masonic Lodge of St Andrew, where he crossed paths with influential figures like Joseph Warren. He joined local fire clubs, an essential community fixture at a time when wooden buildings posed constant fire hazards. The same network that helped keep Boston safe from flames also functioned as a communication hub when secrecy was paramount. Revere's involvement in such clubs honed his skills at organising committees and planning contingencies. Revere witnessed the growing tension between the British authorities and colonial protesters as the decade progressed. He witnessed the formation of the Sons of Liberty, a loosely knit group bent on resisting British policy through boycotts, demonstrations, and occasionally more aggressive tactics. While Samuel Adams and John Hancock garnered the spotlight, Revere operated just beneath it, linking tradesmen, printers, and mariners to the cause. He carried messages across town, utilised his network to fundraise for boycotts, and orchestrated covert gatherings. In summary, the man played a significant role in the turbulent events that preceded the revolution. His silver shop bustled by day, forging items for well-to-do patrons, while by night he frequently huddled with patriots in back rooms. This dual existence, both an honest craftsman in broad daylight and a clandestine activist in the twilight, gave Revere an uncommon vantage point. He understood the grievances of merchants taxed by Parliament and the resentments of sailors harassed by British naval patrols. He also grasped the precarious existence of apprentices who found themselves jobless whenever tensions flared. In the early 1770s, Revere faced a crucial decision. He could either maintain his status as a respected craftsman and avoid radical elements, or he could fully dedicate himself to the resistance that was forming around him. That choice would define his role in the uncertain months ahead, as Britain tightened its grip and Boston braced for confrontation. His decision to lean into activism would soon thrust him into history's pages, though he never guessed that a single midnight ride would overshadow decades of other contributions. As Britain stepped up the enforcement of colonial policies, Revere and his compatriots adapted. No single figure commanded the burgeoning movement. Instead, it operated through committees, correspondences, and loosely affiliated networks of tradesmen, small merchants, and outspoken patriots. Revere proved instrumental in bridging these circles. He was neither the wealthiest merchant nor the most fiery orator, but his profound knowledge of Boston's geography and his wide array of personal relationships made him indispensable. He played a key role in the intelligence game that developed as tensions rose. The British, suspecting the colonies of seditious intent, planted informants and seized letters. Meanwhile, Patriot leaders formed committees of correspondence in every town, forging a parallel information network that bypassed royal officials. Revere often served as a courier, riding to distant towns, Worcester, Salem, even Portsmouth, to update them on the latest developments. These journeys were not glamorous. Winter roads were treacherous, lodgings minimal. But Revere's skill at travelling incognito, changing routes unpredictably, and winning trust at local taverns kept the chain of communication robust. Beyond his courier work, he continued engraving political cartoons. His depiction of the Boston Tea Party, for instance, circulated widely, capturing the moment when patriots dumped British tea into the harbour. The incident itself was more chaotic than Revere's engraving suggested. He presented it as a unified, disciplined act, an image that bolstered the patriots' claim of moral high ground. He also contributed subtly altered prints of the governor or British officers, turning them into caricatures for distribution among sympathisers. These images, pinned up in print shops or posted in meeting halls, served as rallying symbols. One lesser-known chapter in Revere's life involved the Suffolk Resolves, drafted in 1774 by Boston leaders. These resolutions rejected the coercive acts and called for civil disobedience. Revere was entrusted with delivering a copy to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The journey south exposed him to a broader colonial landscape, forging connections with delegators from other colonies. He returned more convinced than ever that Massachusetts was not alone in protesting. Meanwhile, his reliability as a messenger soared in the eyes of figures like John Adams. Yet Revere was not purely a political operative. He had a family. His first wife, Sarah Orne, had borne him several children before passing away in 1773, and he later married Rachel Walker, who also became part of the extended Revere clan. Balancing domestic life with clandestine patriot activity proved stressful. Friends recalled that Revere's silver shop sometimes functioned as an unofficial meeting site, though it remained primarily a commercial venture. He might sit at his workbench, forging spoons or teapots, while patriots gathered in a small side room to whisper about British troop movements. By 1775, British authorities began to suspect that Boston's artisans played a larger role in the unrest than previously assumed. Regular army officers roamed the city, searching for hidden arms depots. Rumours swirled of British plans to arrest key rebel leaders, particularly John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who had left Boston for the relative safety in Lexington and Concord. Meanwhile, Massachusetts patriots had stored gunpowder in Concord, a small town west of Boston, anticipating a confrontation. As both sides prepared for the potential next move, tensions escalated. During this turbulent period, the Patriot leadership developed a signal system. Should the British launch a sudden strike, watchers at the Old North Church would hang lanterns to indicate whether the troops moved by land or by boat across the Charles River. Revere was part of the group that set this plan in motion, but to reduce risk, it was a friend, Robert Newman, who would hang the lanterns. Revere himself would undertake the hazardous ride to warn Hancock and Adams and rouse the militias along the route. In the days leading to that famous night, Revere scarcely slept. He conferred with Dr. Joseph Warren, who was privy to fresh intelligence suggesting British movements were imminent. The plan was bold, the stakes enormous. If the British discovered it, Revere faced imprisonment or worse. But he recognised that a swift warning might unify thousands of militiamen before the royal troops could seize arms or arrest leaders. No single courier could accomplish the entire job alone. Others, like William Dawes, shared the load. Still, Revere's role would become legendary, overshadowing the fact that a network, not one man, fueled that night's alert. Hence, as April 1775 dawned, Revere stood on a precipice. All the clandestine work, the rides to scattered towns and the coded signals at church steeples led to this juncture. The next hours would test his resourcefulness, bravery, and knack for quiet coordination, traits honed over years, now culminating in a midnight dash that would echo through American lore. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere prepared to leave Boston. British officers had become conspicuous near the docks, though many Bostonians, loyalists included, believed the troops would attempt to show of force the next day. Revere, however, suspected otherwise. He navigated through dark streets to the Charles River's edge, where a small boat awaited. Two friends rowed him quietly across, muffling oarlocks with cloth to avoid drawing the attention of the British warship anchored to nearby. Revere reached the Charlestown side and found a borrowed horse waiting. Simultaneously, Robert Newman stood at the Old North Church Tower, prepared to hoist 2 lanterns in the event of British troops launching from the water. Those signals would inform watchers in Charlestown, who would then spread the alarm by alternative routes. Revere's task was to ride directly to Lexington, rousing the countryside as he went. Another rider, William Dawes, would take a separate path, ensuring that if one was stopped, the other might succeed. Mounting his horse, Revere began the journey. At first, the roads lay eerily quiet, lit only by moonlight or the occasional lantern in a window. He knocked on farmhouse doors, calling to sleeping patriots, "The regulars are on the move," or words to that effect. He never actually shouted, "The British are coming," since many colonists still considered themselves British. Instead, he typically used phrases like, "The regulars are out," to alert local militias. Families woke groggily but recognised Revere by name or from prior visits. Swiftly they dressed, collected muskets, began passing word to neighbours further inland. The ride was not free of peril. At one point, Revere spotted 2 British officers on horseback. Fearing capture, he evaded them by dashing off on a side path, relying on his memory of the terrain. The near encounter heightened his urgency. Every minute counted. If the British marched swiftly, they could seize the arms in Concord or intercept Hancock and Adams before local militias mustered. Arriving in Lexington around midnight, Revere found Hancock and Adams lodging at the home of Reverend Jonas Clark. He delivered his news. British forces would soon move to confiscate colonial weapons and possibly arrest Patriot leaders. The 2 men hesitated, uncertain whether the threat was immediate. Meanwhile, locals debated the best course. Having done his duty of warning them, Revere prepared to continue on to Concord to spread the alarm further. By coincidence, Dawes arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere, having navigated a separate route. They connected with another rider, Dr. Samuel Prescott, who agreed to guide them to Concord, being intimately familiar with the area. The trio set off, determined to alert the entire region. Not far along, a British patrol lay in wait. The redcoats tried to block them on a narrow road. Dawes managed to slip away, though he lost his horse soon after. Prescott, an agile rider, vaulted a fence into the woods and escaped captivity, successfully reaching Concord. Revere, however, was detained. The officers interrogated Revere, suspecting he carried vital intelligence. He admitted British troops were heading to Concord, but did not conceal that the militias had been forewarned. Stunned by his candour, the officers tried to hustle him along to figure out the scope of the Patriot plan. They soon heard gunfire in the distance, the sound of militiamen already mobilising. Alarmed that their mission was compromised, the officers let Revere go. He found his way back to Lexington on foot, arriving just in time to witness the earliest skirmishes on Lexington Green at dawn. Thus ended Revere's ride, and thus began open conflict in the war that would shape a nation. The militias converged as intended. Though the British pressed on to Concord, they encountered a growing throng of armed colonists. The day ended in a chaotic retreat for the Redcoats, an event that echoed far beyond Massachusetts. News of this standoff would spark the colony's transformation from scattered protests into a full-blown revolution. Paul Revere's role on that pivotal night was merely one component of a larger chain. Others, Dawes, Prescott, local watchers, played equally critical roles. Yet over time, popular mythology spotlighted Revere as the lone hero, galloping through the countryside. Decades later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, which condensed the story into a stirring call to arms, greatly contributed to Revere's fame. In reality, Revere's ride was but one expression of a complex strategy. However, it was sufficient to permanently inscribe him in America's collective consciousness as the individual who raised the alarm, thereby altering the course of history. Once the battles at Lexington and Concord ignited warfare, Paul Revere's story did not pause. He continued serving the revolutionary cause in myriad ways, some unsung, others overshadowed by the flash of his midnight ride. In the following months, Boston became a hotbed of tension. The British held the city, while colonial forces encircled it. Revere worked on intelligence and logistical tasks, using his expertise in messaging and in crowd coordination to keep patriots informed. One key project saw him turning from silver to metal of another kind. Massachusetts needed cannon, shot, and other munitions. As a skilled artisan, Revere adapted his workshop for manufacturing. Though not a large-scale operation, his foundry contributed metal fittings and small arms components. He tinkered with the ways to produce gunpowder, though that challenge required specialized mills. Meanwhile, Revere participated in local committees that governed the region in the absence of British authority, ensuring daily life continued amid chaos. Amid these labours, tragedy struck. Dr. Joseph Warren, Revere's friend and fellow patriot, was killed in June 1775 at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Warren's death hit Revere hard. The two had collaborated closely in mobilizing the earliest resistance, and Warren's medical skill had saved countless lives in prior skirmishes. The heartbreak sharpened Revere's resolve. The cost of independence was high, yet men like Warren believed in it passionately. Revere channeled that sorrow into further commitments, travelling frequently between revolutionary committees in Cambridge and outlying towns. The British finally evacuated Boston in March 1776, a turning point that caused jubilation among the patriots. Revere moved back into the city, reclaiming his silver shop, but found it in disarray after months of occupation. Repairs were needed before normal business could resume. However, normal business had become a distant memory by that point. The war had shifted to other colonies, and Revere's skill set remained valuable. He volunteered for militia service and was appointed a lieutenant colonel of artillery in the Massachusetts militia. This role combined administrative oversight, ensuring troops had supplies and equipment, with strategic input, drawing on his knowledge of local fortifications. In 1778, Revere participated in the ill-fated Penobscot expedition, an attempt by the Massachusetts militia to oust British forces in present-day Maine. The expedition ended in disaster, with the colonial fleet scuttled and troops forced to retreat through the wilderness. Revere faced criticism for his actions there, especially regarding disputes over the chain of command. A court-martial ensued, questioning whether he had disobeyed orders or abandoned his post. While eventually exonerated, the incident left a sour note in his military career, contrasting sharply with the heroic aura of his earlier ride. Undeterred, he continued assisting in local defences, forging new connections with revolutionary leaders. In the final years of the war, Revere balanced militia duties with attempts to stabilise his personal livelihood. The prolonged conflict had disrupted normal commerce, and craftsmen across the colonies struggled. Revere's adaptability shone once more. He introduced new techniques, such as rolling copper sheets for naval use, precursor to his later achievements in metalworking that would flourish post-war. Throughout these years, Revere also engaged in the social fabric of the budding republic. He joined societies discussing ways to structure the new nation's governance. He was active in the movement that eventually produced the Massachusetts Constitution. Among his lesser-known efforts was involvement with the local intelligence apparatus to verify rumours of British espionage or infiltration. He was not a central spy master, but he knew the city intimately and could trace suspicious activity. The same street smarts that fueled his 1775 ride aided him once again. When the Treaty of Paris finally ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Revere was approaching 50. He had served as craftsman, courier, militia officer, and community organiser, roles overshadowed by that single night's gallop into legend. Yet he emerged from the war with a moderate standing, his workshop battered, but not ruined. Boston's economy was in flux, but Revere saw opportunities ahead. He recognised that the new United States, short on domestic manufacturing, would need local industries to replace imports once supplied by Britain. Thus, as the guns fell silent, Revere pivoted from the chaos of war to the prospect of peace. He had learned about large-scale metalwork from wartime demands. Now he sought to parlay that knowledge into a business advantage. He opened new ventures, such as a hardware store and a foundry capable of casting bells and cannons. This transformation signalled his next chapter, a shift from revolutionary operative to pioneering industrialist. Despite everything, he held on to the memory of Bunker Hill, lost friends, and that ride on a moonlit night, which shaped him into a man determined to help forge a stable, prosperous future for the Republic he helped birth. In the post-war era, Paul Revere harnessed his entrepreneurial spirit to elevate Boston's manufacturing capabilities. While many Americans clung to small-scale artisanal methods, he envisioned something grander, an industrial growth that could rival Europe's established foundries. His experiences rolling copper for naval uses and casting small cannons during the war primed him for expansions. Through determined trial and error, Revere built a thriving copper works enterprise. It began with smaller tasks, producing copper bolts, spikes, and fittings for local shipyards. Boston, a bustling maritime hub, offered a ready market. Over time, Revere realized the potential for roofing large buildings with copper sheets, a technique popular in European cathedrals but rare in the young United States. He also recognized the possibility of sheathing the hulls of wooden ships with copper to prevent wood-boring pests and reduce marine growth. If widely adopted, copper sheathing could dramatically enhance a vessel's speed and lifespan, improving profitability for shipping companies. Yet capital was scarce. Revere searched for partners or backers, but often found skepticism. Most believed large-scale metalwork too risky. Unfazed, Revere used his personal savings, accumulated from decades of silver work, taking on loans at high interest. He arranged shipments of raw copper from mines in Connecticut or further afield. By the late 1780s, he operated a modest rolling mill, though it struggled to match the consistency of British imports. Undeterred, he laboured to refine techniques, tinkering with furnace temperatures and rolling machinery designs. Alongside forging a copper empire, Revere remained active in civic life. He joined the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, which championed tradesmen's rights and advanced mechanical innovations. In addition, he oversaw community initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, Boston's roads, bridges, and fire services. This synergy of public service and private enterprise mirrored the developing ethos of the New Republic, where personal success and collective well-being intertwined. His family also expanded, father to a large brood. Revere expected his children to learn a trade or assist in the family businesses. Sons began helping in the foundry, learning practical skills from their father. Daughters were often educated enough to maintain household finances and even dabble in commercial tasks. The Revere clan became a microcosm of the emergent middle class, part tradition-bound, part forward-looking. At times, dinner discussions likely encompassed everything from forging techniques to local politics. During this period, the new federal government sought to strengthen America's naval capacity. Threats loomed off the Barbary coast, where pirates seized merchant ships. The US Navy needed warships, and Revere saw his chance. He pitched his copper sheathing to the government, arguing that adopting homegrown manufacturing would reduce dependence on foreign supplies. Despite initial reservations, officials recognized the strategic advantage. By the mid-1790s, Revere's copper found its way onto the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, a famed frigate built in Boston. This success was huge. It demonstrated that domestic production could match or exceed British quality. With pride, Revere marched his workers to the Charlestown Navy Yard to see the Constitution outfitted. The event symbolized the synergy of industrial progress and national defense. In an era when many still saw the US as an agrarian confederation, Revere's pursuits hinted at a more industrial future. He began receiving more orders for bell casting too. Churches across New England wanted bells that combined pleasing acoustics with durability. Revere's foundry delivered. Some of these bells still ring today. Even as Revere's renown grew in manufacturing circles, he remained surprisingly modest about the famed midnight ride. He occasionally recounted it for new acquaintances, especially if they recognized his name from rumors. But he never wrote a grand memoir or boasted publicly. He seemed more captivated by forging new wares and improving his foundry's output. The ride that would define him for posterity was just one chapter in his own eyes. By the early 1800s, Paul Revere was recognized as a leading industrial innovator in Massachusetts. The aging patriot was no longer the lean courier bounding off into the night. Instead, he was a solid figure with greying hair, strolling through a noisy foundry, checking the quality of molten copper, and guiding younger craftsmen. He remained engaged in local politics, advocating for a balanced approach to commerce. Occasionally, he accepted invitations to speak at associations of mechanics or veterans groups, though these gatherings rarely matched the grandeur of modern rallies. He kept the focus on practical improvements and communal responsibilities, values forged in a life that bridged revolution and the forging of a new economic order. Thus, Paul Revere advanced from revolutionary messenger to full-fledged industrial pioneer. Where once he had hammered silver teapots, he now shaped the nation's naval might. The drive for independence, which once motivated him to ride overnight, now fueled an economic vision for a stable, self-reliant America, an ambition that amply demonstrated the synergy between enterprise and patriotism. Paul Revere's final decades saw him celebrated in local circles as an accomplished businessman and stalwart voice in civic affairs. Yet, ironically, his renown as a revolutionary hero was comparatively subdued during his lifetime. Public commemorations of the war typically highlighted generals like Washington or statesmen like Franklin. The intricacies of Revere's midnight ride were known among certain Bostonians, but no single poem or widely circulated account yet enshrined his role. As the 19th century dawned, Revere watched Boston transform. The city's population swelled, new commercial opportunities arose along the waterfront. He kept pace with these changes, updating his foundry's techniques and occasionally patenting innovations. He also mentored younger artisans, passing along the same ethos of diligence and community-mindedness that guided him. In quiet moments, he reflected on friends lost or scattered by war, on how an unassuming silversmith like him once walked a perilous line between colonial law and rebellion. His personal life remained anchored in family. By now, multiple children assisted in the foundry. Grandchildren scampered through the workshop yard, occasionally mesmerized by glowing furnaces. Revere, though stern about safety, allowed them glimpses of the molten copper, hoping to spark curiosity rather than fear. Letters from this period reveal a man juggling paternal pride, financial concerns, and deep gratitude for living to see an independent republic flourish. He occasionally travelled to observe new industrial sites. One visit to Philadelphia's ironworks fascinated him. He swapped notes with other entrepreneurs about scale, costs, and workforce management. Everywhere he went, people recognized him as that Boston craftsman who had helped found an American manufacturing base. At dinners or tavern gatherings, he sometimes heard recollections of the Revolution, with others praising famous generals while Revere politely listened. If asked directly about April 18th, 1775, he'd share details, but mostly he avoided embellishment. He never sought to overshadow the memory of the many patriots who fought and fell after that fateful night. In 1811, Revere decided to retire officially from daily management, handing control of the foundry to his sons and other trusted associates. By that point, his name carried weight in commercial contracts. The Revere brand, as it were, gave assurance of quality. Freed from the grind of business, he spent more time reflecting on the young nation's political evolution. The War of 1812 erupted soon after, pitting the US again against Britain. From his vantage, Revere found it both disheartening and validating. Disheartening that conflict re-emerged, yet validating because it underscored the importance of domestic industry in times of strife. Despite his advanced age, Revere occasionally wrote letters of encouragement to militia officers, reminding them of the vital role local defence played during the earlier revolution. He also supported volunteer committees raising funds for fortifications. Not being active on the front lines, he remembered the lessons of 1775. Local preparedness could significantly influence the outcome. Some historians note that behind the scenes, Revere's foundry contributed cannon parts for the war effort, though on a smaller scale than before. Paul Revere died on May 10th, 1818, at the age of 83. Obituaries in Boston newspapers praised him as a master silversmith, an industrious founder, and a patriot of the Revolution, but they offered only cursory mention of his midnight ride. Instead of mourning a legendary figure, the city mourned a respected community pillar. Indeed, Revere's funeral was a modest affair attended by family, friends, and fellow artisans. To them, he was old Mr. Revere, wise in counsel, unwavering in principles. Over the ensuing decades, memories of the Revolution consolidated into a national myth. monumental events overshadowed the gritty day-to-day contributions of ordinary patriots. Then, in 1860, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published Paul Revere's Ride, immortalising Revere as the lone hero who raised the alarm. The poem, while stirring, took liberties, omitting the network of compatriots and crediting Revere with feats shared among multiple riders. Its dramatic lines, though historically imprecise, resonated with Americans on the brink of civil war, reminding them of the unity once forged in crisis. Thus, ironically, Revere's posthumous fame soared to heights he never experienced while alive. Statues rose, textbooks proclaimed him the prime instigator of the Revolution's opening salvo. The complexities of his broader life, his industrial ventures, his engravings, his lesser-known military fiascos, often faded behind the single story of a midnight dash. Yet Revere's life exemplifies more than an iconic ride. It reflects the synergy of craft, commerce, activism, and civic responsibility in shaping a fledgling nation. That synergy, perhaps, is the greatest testament to the man who ended. As an unassuming, elderly industrialist, yet endures in collective memory astride a galloping horse. Long after Paul Revere's passing, historians pieced together a fuller portrait of his life, transcending the narrow lens of that famous ride. Documents emerged, shop ledgers, personal letters, court-martial records from the Penobscot expedition, showcasing a man constantly evolving with the times. Such evidence clarified that Revere's significance lay not in one heroic night, but in a sustained commitment to building community ties, forging new industries, and championing a cause he believed just. In modern Boston, tourists throng the Freedom Trail, winding past sites like the Old North Church, where docents recount the signal lanterns. Revere's house, painstakingly preserved, stands as an example of 17th century architecture adapted by an 18th century craftsman. Visitors marvel at the cramped rooms where children must have crowded together, and at the workshop space out back where Revere chased creative ideas that shaped silver into everything from teapots to intricate buckles. In the yard, one can almost imagine him conferring with secret committees, or stepping out at dusk for a quiet conversation with a fellow Sons of Liberty member. Revere's industrial legacy also lingers. The copper-clad USS Constitution still floats in the Charlestown Navy Yard, a testament to his metallurgical foresight. Bells cast in his foundry continue to ring in churches across New England. These artifacts speak to a principle Revere championed, that self-sufficiency and local craftsmanship buttress freedom. In a young republic uncertain of its future, he demonstrated that Made in America was not a pipe dream, but a workable reality, given enough ingenuity and perseverance. Academic discourse has also refined Revere's place in revolutionary history. While Longfellow's poem romanticised a lone rider, scholarship highlights a broader network known as the Intelligence and Alarm System. Dozens of riders, watchers and committee members made that April 1775 night a success. Revere's role was crucial but not singular. Even so, the poem's popularity stuck, capturing the hearts of generations who found inspiration in the notion that one person, fueled by conviction, might rouse a people to defend liberty. Some argue that the legend's simplicity overshadowed the truth of collective action, while others contend it provided a rallying symbol more powerful than any purely factual account. Contemporary portrayals, whether in children's books or historical dramas, balance the factual Paul Revere with the mythic figure. They mention his silver shop, his involvement in the Boston Tea Party, and his lesser-known feats beyond the famed ride. They note how he bridged multiple roles: artisan, father, activist, soldier, and entrepreneur. Teachers use his story to illustrate how revolutions depend on everyday citizens stepping forward, not just charismatic generals. In this sense, Revere embodies the idea that significant change is fueled by many hands, each contributing specialised talents. Revere's transformation into a national icon carries lessons about how history and memory intersect. He left behind no bombastic diaries. Rather, his records were pragmatic: receipts for silver items, letters about shipments of copper, brief notes on local militia tasks. The shift from modest business documents to mythic status suggests that once a narrative resonates with national sentiment, it acquires a life of its own. Paul Revere thus stands as both a historical figure, verifiable, multifaceted, and a cultural emblem shaped by poetry, public monuments, and retellings that emphasise drama over nuance. For people reflecting on the Revere's life today, He offers a model of adaptability. He was not locked into a single path. Facing challenges, whether paternal loss in adolescence, British crackdowns, or post-war economic chaos, he recalibrated. That adaptability underscores a universal truth. The capacity to pivot in crises fosters resilience, whether in the forging of a new nation or in personal life transitions. Ultimately, the Paul Revere story is more than an evening dash. It's a tapestry of craftsmanship, activism, community building and industrial ambition. Each thread adds depth to the revolutionary narrative. And while the phrase "one if by land, two if by sea" rings through the ages, the real Revere thrived on forging alliances and relentlessly solving problems. His memory endures in hammered silver, in the echoes of church bells, and in the forging of a collective identity that transcends any single heroic moment. In that sense, Revere's life exemplifies how a determined citizen can indeed shape history, quietly weaving purpose into every role he fills, leaving behind an imprint that resonates well beyond the midnight calls of war. Catherine of Aragon's birth coincided with the emergence of the modern world. Catherine of Aragon was born on December 16th, 1485, at the Archbishop's Palace in Alcalá de Henares near Madrid, during a time when the medieval era was slowly giving way to what we now call the Renaissance. Her parents, Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, had united their kingdoms and were in the midst of completing the Reconquista, which would culminate with the fall of Granada in 1492. Catherine's early years were marked not by coddling, but by immersion in one of Europe's most dynamic courts. While most historical accounts focus on her later marriage to Henry VIII, Catherine's formative years in Spain reveal a woman groomed for far more than matrimony. Her mother, Isabella, ensured Catherine received an education that surpassed what most royal daughters could expect. The tutelage of Alessandro Geraldini and the humanist Antonio Geraldini gave her fluency in multiple languages, including Spanish, Latin, French, and Greek. She studied canon and civil law, genealogy, heraldry, and history, subjects typically reserved for male heirs. Catherine's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of her parents' military campaigns against the Moorish kingdom of Granada. Rather than shielding their children from state affairs, Isabella and Ferdinand brought them along. At age 6, Catherine found herself in the military encampment at Santa Fe outside Granada, watching as the last Muslim ruler in Spain surrendered to her parents. The same year, a Genoese explorer named Christopher Columbus secured funding from her parents for a westward expedition that would forever change world history. What distinguished Catherine's upbringing from that of other royal daughters was her mother's insistence that she understand the mechanics of governance. Isabella of Castile was no ornamental queen, but ruled in her own right. Under her example, Catherine observed council meetings, diplomatic receptions, and looked into the delicate dance of statecraft. Her mother's confessor, the reforming Cardinal Jimenez de Cisneros, instilled in her a devout but intellectually rigorous Catholicism that emphasized personal piety alongside institutional reform. By age 15, Catherine had absorbed more practical knowledge of rulership than most royal sons twice her age. Yet the Spanish court that shaped her remained largely invisible in later English accounts, which preferred to cast her as a passive victim of Henry VIII's marital machinations rather than acknowledge the sophisticated political actor who arrived on English shores. When Catherine sailed from Spain in 1501, she brought with her not just a trousseau and dowry, but a distinctly Iberian worldview. Her household included 50 Spanish attendants, including her lady-in-waiting, Doña Elvira Manuel, who would serve as both companion and cultural bridge. These Spaniards brought with them customs and practices that would seem alien to English courtiers, different standards of personal hygiene, so Spaniards bathed more frequently than the English, different dining habits, and different musical traditions. The journey itself, frequently reduced to a footnote in historical accounts, proved harrowing. Records from her fleet commander, Admiral Don Pedro de Ayala, reveal that Catherine's ship nearly sank in a ferocious Bay of Biscay storm. For 3 days, the princess remained in her cabin praying while waves threatened to overturn the vessel. When land was finally sighted, Catherine insisted on recording her impressions of her new country. Her letters home described the English countryside as verdant but melancholy, and noted the curious custom of commoners approaching the royal party to present petitions directly, something unthinkable in the more rigid Spanish court hierarchy. What awaited her in England was not her future husband, Henry, but his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, a slender 15-year-old whose frail health stood in stark contrast to Catherine's robust constitution. Their first meeting at Dogmersfield in Hampshire became legendary for Catherine's insistence on Spanish protocol despite English objections. When the Earl of Surrey demanded to see her face before she proceeded to London, Catherine refused, maintaining that only her betrothed would first glimpse her uncovered countenance, a stance that revealed both her adherence to Spanish custom and her early determination to assert herself in an unfamiliar land. The death of Arthur, Prince of Wales, in April of 1502 at Ludlow Castle, transformed Catherine of Aragon's trajectory in ways that conventional narratives often simplify. The 17-year-old widow faced not just grief but a political quagmire that would shape the next 7 years of her life. While history has primarily cast these as years of passive waiting, Catherine's correspondence reveals a young woman actively navigating the treacherous waters of international diplomacy. Arthur's death threw Catherine into what historians have called diplomatic purgatory. She was neither fully English nor free to return to Spain. Her father-in-law, Henry VII, refused to return her substantial dowry, 200,000 crowns, an enormous sum that would equal millions in today's currency. Meanwhile, her father, Ferdinand, was equally reluctant to fund her return home without the dowry. Catherine found herself essentially stranded in a foreign country whose language she was still mastering. During these limbo years, Catherine resided primarily at Durham House in London, where her income was progressively reduced by Henry VII's parsimony. By 1505, her situation had deteriorated to such an extent that she wrote to her father, "I am in debt in London. I am struggling to find a way out." Court records show that she was forced to pawn personal items, including gold vessels from her table service, to pay her servants' wages. While traditional accounts paint the aftermath as a period of powerless victimhood, Catherine's letters reveal sophisticated financial strategizing as she managed to maintain a household of 30 servants despite these constraints. What's rarely discussed is that Catherine's widow years coincided with the most tumultuous period in Castilian politics since her mother's accession. When Isabella of Castile died in 1504, the kingdom descended into factional struggle between Catherine's father, Ferdinand, and her brother-in-law Philip of Burgundy, husband to her sister Joanna. Catherine found herself in the uncomfortable position of an ambassadorial hostage, with Henry VII threatening to switch matrimonial alliances to the Burgundian faction if Ferdinand didn't meet his increasingly demanding terms. These years also witnessed Catherine's transformation from sheltered infanta to hardened political operator. She essentially functioned as Spain's unofficial ambassador to England, sending coded intelligence reports to her father, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of dutiful deference to Henry VII. Court records show that she cultivated relationships with key English nobles, particularly the Howard and Stafford families, building a network that would later prove invaluable during her queenship. Most accounts overlook Catherine's intellectual development during this period. Inventories of her possessions show she acquired over 40 books between 1502 and 1509, including works by Erasmus and Thomas More. Her correspondence with the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives suggests she was engaged with the latest currents in Renaissance thought. Far from languishing in isolated misery, Catherine was participating in the intellectual ferment that would later characterize the early Tudor court. People have similarly misrepresented her religious life during these years. While Catherine's piety is well documented, it has often been caricatured as rigid and medieval. In reality, her spiritual practice aligned with the Devotio Moderna movement sweeping Europe, which emphasized personal, interior devotion over elaborate external rituals. Her confessor, the observant Franciscan Alessandro Barclay, introduced her to contemplative prayer practices that would later influence English spiritual writing. Catherine's relationship with the young Prince Henry, later Henry VIII, during this period deserves re-examination. Court records indicate regular contact between them, including shared musical performances and participation in court festivities. The future king, 6 years her junior, appears to have genuinely enjoyed Catherine's company, particularly her knowledge of Spanish literature and her skill at the virginals, a keyboard instrument she had mastered. When court chronicler Edward Hall later wrote that Henry had cast eyes of affection on Catherine before their marriage, he was likely recording more than propaganda. By 1507, Catherine had become adept at managing not just her reduced circumstances, but the complex diplomatic machinations swirling around her. When Henry VII attempted to create a pretext for breaking the betrothal by demanding Catherine confess whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, she outmanoeuvred him with a carefully worded response that satisfied Spanish honour while preserving the possibility of marriage to the younger Henry. When Henry VIII ascended the throne in April of 1509, one of his first acts was to marry Catherine of Aragon, a decision that historical accounts have variously attributed to youthful infatuation, political expediency, or simple duty. However, contemporary sources reveal a more nuanced reality. The 18-year-old King's Council was initially divided on the match, with some favouring a French alliance instead. Henry's decision to marry Catherine represented his first significant assertion of royal will against advisory opinion, a pattern that would characterise his reign. Catherine's transformation from marginalised widow to queen consort was swift and deliberate. Their joint coronation on June 24th, 1509, broke with tradition by according Catherine equal ceremonial prominence with Henry. She insisted on wearing her hair loose, a Spanish symbol of virginity, to publicly emphasise that her first marriage was unconsummated. Londoners, treated to pageants portraying Dame Catherine as the embodiment of truth triumphing over adversity, understood the symbolism. The early years of Catherine's queenship reveal a woman whose political influence extended far beyond conventional narratives that focus exclusively on her reproductive struggles. As early as 1510, diplomatic correspondence shows Catherine serving as an informal member of the King's Council, particularly on matters relating to Spanish and imperial relations. The Venetian ambassador reported with surprise that the Queen attends all council meetings and exerts considerable influence. Perhaps Catherine's most overlooked contribution to Tudor governance came in 1513, when Henry appointed her Governor of the Realm and Captain General of the Armed Forces during his absence in France. This regency granted Catherine powers that went beyond ceremonial authority. She could sign documents with the King's authority, issue proclamations, and even raise armies. When James IV of Scotland invaded while Henry was abroad, Catherine organised the English defence with remarkable efficiency. She commissioned ships, ordered troop movements, and sent a stirring letter to the Earl of Surrey before he defeated and killed the Scottish king at Flodden Field. After the victory, Catherine sent James's bloodied coat to Henry in France as a battle trophy, writing with martial pride that she would have sent the king's body too, but English soil would not bear a traitor's burial. This action, rarely emphasised in popular accounts, demonstrates Catherine's embrace of Tudor political culture and her evolution from Spanish infanta to English queen. Catherine's domestic policy during her regency revealed priorities that would shape her later patronage. She issued orders relaxing enforcement of sumptuary laws that disproportionately punished working-class women for dressing above their station. Court records indicate she personally intervened in at least 14 cases where women faced prosecution under these statutes, arguing that female industry shouldn't be penalised by archaic restrictions. Her intellectual patronage has been similarly underappreciated. While Henry VIII is remembered for his sporadic support of humanism, Catherine maintained more consistent relationships with leading scholars. She commissioned translations of devotional texts from Spanish into English, supported Richard Hurdy's arguments for women's education, and maintained correspondence with Erasmus, who dedicated his commentary on the Gospel of Matthew to her. When Juan Luis Vives published The Education of a Christian Woman in 1523, he acknowledged Catherine's influence on his thinking about female intellectual capacity. Catherine's queenly authority extended to cultural diplomacy as well. She introduced Spanish theatrical traditions to the English court, particularly the morality plays known as autos sacramentals. Court records document her commissioning performances that blended English and Spanish performance styles, creating hybridized entertainments that historian Sidney Anglo has termed the first truly cosmopolitan court culture in English history. Even her religious patronage defies simple characterization. While Catherine's Catholicism was sincere, she advocated for church reforms that aligned with humanist critiques. She supported Cardinal Wolsey's suppression of corrupt monasteries nearly 2 decades before Henry's more famous dissolution. Edward Lee, the reformist scholar who served as her personal chaplain, delivered sermons that criticised clerical abuses while upholding orthodox doctrine, a delicate balance that mirrors Catherine's own complex religious beliefs. By 1525, Before the divorce crisis erupted, Catherine had constructed a queenly identity that skillfully balanced her Spanish heritage with her adopted English role. She wore English fashions but maintained Spanish eating habits. She spoke English fluently but continued to write personal devotions in Spanish. She honoured English Catholic saints while introducing Spanish religious customs like the 40-hour devotion. This cultural hybridity made her popular with both courtiers and commoners, who affectionately called her Queen Caterina, in a blend of her Spanish name and English title. The unravelling of Catherine's marriage to Henry VIII, who was euphemistically called the King's Great Matter, has traditionally been presented as a contest between an increasingly desperate king and a stubbornly principled queen. This narrative, while not entirely false, obscures the sophisticated legal battle Catherine waged to defend her position. Far from being a passive victim of Henry's machinations, Catherine mounted a defence that utilised every legal and diplomatic weapon at her disposal. When Henry first raised doubts about their marriage in 1527, citing Leviticus 20:21 as evidence that he had sinned by marrying his brother's widow, Catherine responded not with mere emotional appeals, but with precise canonical arguments. Her initial legal position rested on 3 points: that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that Pope Julius II's dispensation had specifically addressed and overridden any impediment, and that the passage in Leviticus was contradicted by the Revere principle in Deuteronomy 25, which actually commanded a man to marry his brother's widow. Document evidence from Spanish archives reveals that Catherine personally drafted many of the legal arguments her representatives would later present. Her annotated copy of the decretals, papal legal pronouncements, shows her meticulous research into precedent cases. She identified 13 prior instances where papal dispensations for affinity had been granted and never subsequently revoked, creating a legal pattern that strengthened her case. Catherine's legal team, assembled through her personal connections rather than royal resources, represented an impressive coalition of canonical expertise. While Henry retained the services of Cardinal Wolsey and later Thomas Cranmer, Catherine secured representation from William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and, most importantly, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, whose treatise defending the validity of her marriage became the definitive opposition text. The Blackfriars trial of 1529 provided Catherine with her most dramatic moment of resistance. Her famous speech before the Legatine court, "I call God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble, and obedient wife," has been celebrated for its emotional power. Less recognised is its legal cunning. By appealing directly to Rome before the court could render judgment, Catherine executed a sophisticated canonical manoeuvre called acceptio spolii, which argued that she couldn't receive fair judgment while deprived of her rights as queen. This legal tactic effectively suspended the English proceedings. Catherine's appeal to Rome wasn't merely procedural obstruction, but reflected her understanding that the case would receive a more favourable hearing there. She maintained a network of informants throughout Europe who provided intelligence about papal politics. When imperial forces sacked Rome in 1527, placing Pope Clement VII under the influence of her nephew Emperor Charles V, Catherine strategically intensified her appeals to Rome, understanding that geopolitical circumstances now favoured her position. Even as Henry isolated Catherine physically, moving her from palace to palace with ever-decreasing household staff, she maintained communications with supporters through an underground network. Royal account books reveal the king's frustration at discovering Catherine had smuggled letters to imperial ambassadors via servants disguised as vegetable sellers. One particularly effective channel involved Catherine's Spanish ladies-in-waiting, who would carry messages braided into their hair when visiting London markets. When Henry separated from Catherine and banned her from court in 1531, she had effectively transitioned from being the queen consort to the opposition leader. From her reduced household at the Moor in Hertfordshire, she continued directing legal resistance through coded correspondence. She instructed her representatives in Rome to challenge every procedural motion, effectively creating years of delays that prevented Henry from legally remarrying while she lived. Catherine's strategic acumen extended to public relations. Understanding the power of popular sentiment, she deliberately appeared before crowds when travelling between her various places of confinement, dressed plainly but with the royal arms prominently displayed. Contemporary accounts describe commoners lining roads to cheer the true queen, demonstrations that so concerned Henry that he eventually confined her to increasingly remote locations. What's rarely acknowledged is how Catherine's resistance provided the legal template that later English Catholics would use to challenge Henry's religious policies. Her insistence on the supremacy of papal authority over the king in matters of marriage created precedents that evolved into broader arguments against royal supremacy. The network of supporters she cultivated, particularly among university scholars and clergy, formed the nucleus of what would become recusant resistance during Elizabeth's reign. Perhaps most remarkable was Catherine's maintenance of dual loyalties throughout the dispute. While adamantly defending her position as England's rightful queen, she refused multiple opportunities to escape to imperial territories, or to authorise her nephew Charles V to invade England on her behalf. When Charles's ambassadors suggested military intervention in 1532, Catherine reportedly responded, "I will not be the cause of war in Christendom, nor against the country that is now my own." Catherine of Aragon's diplomatic significance has been consistently undervalued in historical assessments that focus primarily on her domestic role. In reality, she served as the linchpin of Anglo-Spanish relations for nearly 3 decades, wielding influence that extended far beyond ceremonial functions. Her diplomatic career commenced prior to her queenship, as her father, Ferdinand, utilised her as a living pawn on the European diplomatic arena. From her arrival in England, Catherine maintained what we would now call a parallel diplomatic channel alongside official ambassadors. Her personal correspondence with her father, Ferdinand, and later her nephew, Emperor Charles V, provided intelligence that official dispatches often lacked. The Spanish ambassador, Rodrigo de Puebla, frequently complained that Catherine had more accurate information about English court politics than he did. Writing to Ferdinand in 1505, "The princess knows more of the king's mind in 1 hour than I learn in a month of careful observation." During Henry VIII's early reign, Catherine functioned as the architect of the Anglo-Spanish alliance that defined English foreign policy until the divorce crisis. The Treaty of Westminster, 1511, which formalised England's entry into the Holy League against France, bore Catherine's diplomatic fingerprints throughout. Spanish archives contain her draft suggestions for the treaty terms, many of which appeared verbatim in the final document. This hands-on approach to treaty formation went well beyond the conventional role of a consort. Catherine's influence extended beyond Spanish relations. She maintained regular correspondence with her sister Joanna in Castile, her nephew Charles in the Low Countries, and her niece Isabella in Denmark, creating a familial intelligence network spanning Europe. When Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, needed her to communicate sensitive information to England without alerting French spies, she often routed messages through Catherine rather than formal diplomatic channels. The Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 is typically presented as a watershed in Anglo-French relations, marking the legendary summit between Henry VIII and Francis I of France. Less discussed is Catherine's behind-the-scenes diplomatic counterweight. While publicly supporting the French rapprochement, she simultaneously strengthened ties with Charles V, hosting his ambassadors for private audiences, where she emphasised England's continuing commitment to imperial friendship. This dual-track diplomacy allowed England to maximise its negotiating position between Europe's 2 dominant powers. Catherine's diplomatic value became evident in 1522, when Charles V visited England for 6 weeks, an unprecedented diplomatic coup. Court records reveal Catherine's personal management of the visit's logistics, from menu planning that accommodated Spanish tastes to entertainment that subtly emphasised Anglo-imperial commonalities. During political discussions, Catherine often served as a cultural interpreter, explaining English customs to her nephew and contextualising English positions for Henry. The resulting Treaty of Windsor, highly favourable to English interests, was widely attributed to Catherine's skillful mediation. The Queen's diplomatic relevance wasn't limited to European affairs. Catherine took particular interest in the nascent transatlantic explorations, likely influenced by her mother's sponsorship of Columbus. Documents in the Spanish archives show she personally intervened to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in Spain's American territories. In 1529, she wrote to officials in Hispaniola, warning against the mistreatment of native inhabitants and endorsing the humanitarian arguments of Bartolomé de las Casas. This early advocacy for indigenous rights represents an underappreciated aspect of her international influence. Catherine's approach to international relations was characterised by what diplomat Eustace Chapuis called her long view of dynastic interests. Unlike Henry, whose foreign policy often responded to immediate opportunities or slights, Catherine consistently advocated for policies that supported long-term strategic interests. She opposed popular but wasteful French instead. They encouraged commercial treaties that would strengthen English trade. When the Protestant Reformation began fracturing European politics, Catherine advised Henry to position England as a potential mediator rather than an entrenched partisan. Even during the divorce proceedings, Catherine maintained her diplomatic engagement, transforming her personal predicament into an international issue. Through carefully timed appeals to Rome and the imperial court, she ensured that Henry couldn't resolve the matter as a domestic concern. Her letter to Charles V in 1531, recently discovered in the Simancas archives, reveals a sophisticated understanding of European power dynamics. She advised her nephew to pressure the Pope through diplomatic rather than military means, arguing that the Holy Father responds better to gentle persuasion than to threats. In her final days at Kimbolton Castle in 1536, Catherine executed a crucial diplomatic manoeuvre. Understanding that her death would reshape Anglo-imperial relations, she dictated letters to both Henry and Charles V that emphasised reconciliation rather than recrimination. To Henry, she reaffirmed her love despite their differences. To Charles, she explicitly requested he maintain peaceful relations with England. This final diplomatic act reflected her lifelong balancing of loyalties to her native and adopted countries. Perhaps the clearest evidence of Catherine's diplomatic significance came after her death, when Anglo-imperial relations rapidly deteriorated without her moderating influence. Within months, Henry faced increasing hostility from Charles V, culminating in an imperial-papal alliance that threatened England with invasion. The diplomatic architecture Catherine had maintained for decades collapsed in her absence, revealing how central she had been to England's international standing. Catherine of Aragon's cultural patronage established patterns that would define the Tudor Renaissance long after her death. Yet this aspect of her legacy remains curiously underexplored. Unlike the spectacular but sporadic patronage of Henry VIII, Catherine's cultural investments were systematic and transformative, particularly in education, literature, and the textile arts. Her vision helped shift English court culture from its medieval foundations toward Renaissance humanism. Education stood at the centre of Catherine's patronage strategy. In 1523, she established the Queen's Scholarships at St John's College, Cambridge, which specifically funded students focusing on Greek and Latin classics. University records indicate that 27 scholars benefited from these grants during Catherine's lifetime, including Robert Pember, who later became a leading translator of classical texts. Unlike most contemporary patronage, Catherine's educational funding carried the unusual stipulation that recipients commit to teaching for at least 5 years after completing their studies, creating a multiplier effect for humanist learning. Catherine's commissioning of translations significantly expanded the range of texts available in English. Court payment records document her sponsorship of at least 14 translation projects, including the first English versions of Seneca's moral essays and portions of Plutarch's Lives. Her most significant literary commission came in 1516, when she engaged Juan Luis Vives to write De Institutione Feminae Christianae, on the education of a Christian woman, which argued for women's intellectual capabilities at a time when female education remained controversial. Catherine ensured the work was quickly translated into English and distributed to noble households with daughters. The education of her daughter Mary reflected Catherine's pedagogical principles. She recruited humanist scholars like Thomas Linacre and Richard Pace as tutors, developing a curriculum that mirrored those of male heirs. Mary's education included not just traditional female accomplishments, but also Greek, Latin, astronomy, architecture, and governance, subjects typically reserved for male education. This educational program became influential beyond the royal family. Inventories from noble households show increased acquisition of classical texts for daughters after Catherine established this precedent. Catherine's textile patronage transformed English decorative arts. Spanish embroidery techniques, particularly blackwork, black silk on the white linen, sometimes called Spanish work, gained prominence through Catherine's workshop. Her household accounts show she employed over 20 professional embroiderers at its peak, producing works that combined Spanish techniques with English motifs. Surviving examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum demonstrate this distinctive hybrid style, which remained influential in English decorative arts for generations. Liturgical arts received particular attention in Catherine's patronage portfolio. She commissioned illuminated manuscripts from both Spanish and English workshops, creating opportunities for cross-cultural artistic exchange. The Catherine of Aragon prayer book, now in the British Library, exemplifies this fusion, with Spanish-influenced illumination techniques applied to English devotional texts. Catherine also commissioned altar furnishings that introduced Spanish liturgical aesthetics to English churches, including embroidered antependiere altar frontals that incorporated pomegranate motifs, her personal emblem, into traditional English church decoration. Musical funding revealed Catherine's cosmopolitan tastes. She introduced Spanish musicians to the English court, including the composer Juan de Anchieta, whose compositions familiarized English audiences with the unique polyphonic traditions of Iberian sacred music. Court records document her commissioning of motets that blended English and Spanish musical elements. Thomas Tallis, who would later become England's preeminent composer, received his first royal appointment in Catherine's household chapel, where he was exposed to this international musical environment. Subsequent rebuilding has largely erased Catherine's architectural patronage, but account books reveal significant projects. She redesigned the Queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace to include a Spanish-style inner courtyard with a fountain, creating spaces for humanist conversation modelled on Iberian precedents. At Richmond Palace, she commissioned a library specifically designed to house her growing collection of classical and humanist texts, with innovative features like reading desks with adjustable angles, a design later copied in other noble libraries. Perhaps most significant was Catherine's patronage of female artists and intellectuals. Court records show she employed women in traditionally male artistic roles, including Anne Brown as court painter and Margaret Bryan as astronomical instrument maker. These appointments created rare professional opportunities for talented women and established precedents for female intellectual achievement. When Catherine established her daughter Mary's household at Ludlow Castle in 1525, she deliberately recruited educated women as attendants, creating what historian Maria Dowling has called the first female humanist circle in England. Catherine's cultural patronage established a distinctively English Renaissance identity that outlived her personal downfall. The educational institutions she funded continued producing scholars long after her death. The artistic styles she introduced became naturalised as traditional English forms. Even her architectural innovations influenced subsequent royal building projects. When Elizabeth I later positioned herself as a Renaissance monarch, she drew upon cultural foundations that her mother's rival had established. Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle on January 7, 1536, officially downgrading her to Princess Dowager, despite her insistence on her royal title until the end. Traditional narratives often conclude her story here, presenting her as a tragic figure whose significance waned after Anne Boleyn's ascension. This interpretation fundamentally misunderstands Catherine's enduring influence on Tudor England and beyond. Her legacy operated through multiple channels, some obvious and others more subtle, shaping English history long after her physical presence had ended. The most immediate aspect of Catherine's legacy manifested in popular resistance to Henry's religious policies. Her steadfast defence of papal authority provided both intellectual framework and emotional inspiration for those opposing the nascent English Reformation. The Pilgrimage of Grace, the largest uprising of Henry's reign, explicitly invoked Catherine's cause among its grievances. Northern rebels carried banners depicting her royal arms alongside traditional religious images, symbolically linking loyalty to Rome with loyalty to the displaced queen. Catherine's influence persisted through networks of scholars and clerics she had patronised. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and her most prominent defender, became a martyr for rejecting royal supremacy. Less known figures like Nicholas Wilson and Richard Featherstone, both former chaplains in Catherine's household, joined the ranks of religious exiles who maintained opposition from continental havens. These Catherinian loyalists, as historian Eamon Duffy termed them, preserved alternative visions of English Catholicism that would influence later recusant communities. Through her daughter Mary, Catherine's political and religious values gained renewed expression during Mary's brief reign, 1553 to 1558. Mary's restoration of Catholicism represented not just personal conviction, but conscious continuation of her mother's stance. Royal proclamations during Mary's reign frequently referenced the virtuous example of our most noble mother, explicitly connecting government policies to Catherine's principles. Mary's efforts to restore diplomatic relations with Spain similarly reflected Catherine's lifelong commitment to an Anglo-Spanish alliance. Catherine's educational philosophy proved remarkably durable. The curriculum she developed for Princess Mary, emphasising classical languages, history, and governance alongside religious instruction, became influential in noble female education. Household accounts from families like the Howards, Percys, and Seymours show daughters receiving increasingly substantial educations modelled on Catherinian principles. By Elizabeth's reign, a generation of noble women had benefited from this educational transformation, creating what scholar Lisa Jardine called a female intellectual elite unprecedented in English history. The legal arguments Catherine mounted in her defence established precedents that resonated far beyond her personal case. Her insistence that valid marriages could not be retroactively invalidated by royal decree established important protections for aristocratic marriages, and by extension, aristocratic property settlements. When Elizabeth I faced parliamentary pressure to clarify the succession in the 1560s, her resistance partly reflected awareness that questioning her parents' marriage would reopen the controversial legal principles Catherine had fought to uphold. Catherine's diplomatic legacy operated in complex ways. While Anglo-Spanish relations deteriorated after her death, the diplomatic networks she had cultivated provided channels for continued communication even during periods of official hostility. Spanish diplomats used contacts they had made in Catherine's home to stay in touch with English Catholics during Edward VI's rule. These unofficial channels proved crucial during Mary's accession crisis in 1553, when Spanish diplomatic support, arranged through Catherine's former ladies-in-waiting, helped secure Mary's throne. In cultural terms, Catherine's influence remained visible for generations. The distinctive blackwork embroidery she introduced remained fashionable throughout the 16th century, with Elizabeth I herself wearing garments decorated in this Spanish work, despite her political opposition to Spain. Architectural elements Catherine had introduced, particularly the enclosed private garden and the humanist study, became standard features in elite English homes. Even her innovations in court ceremony, like the Spanish-influenced reverence that replaced the medieval nebo, persisted as elements of English court protocol. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine established enduring principles of queenship that influenced subsequent royal women. Her example demonstrated that queens could exercise substantial political authority while maintaining popular affection. She proved that consorts could serve as effective diplomatic agents and cultural patrons. Even in adversity, she established that queens possessed distinct rights that could not be arbitrarily revoked. Elizabeth I, despite her complicated relationship with Catherine's memory, adopted many aspects of Catherine's queenly performance, particularly her careful balance of foreign and domestic identities. The culmination of Catherine's legacy arrived with the accession of James I in 1603, which reunited the English and Scottish crowns and restored peaceful relations with Spain. The 1604 Treaty of London, ending nearly 2 decades of Anglo-Spanish conflict, explicitly referenced Catherine's earlier diplomatic work as a model for renewed friendship. When Philip III's ambassador presented James with Catherine's portrait as the diplomatic gift, he symbolically acknowledged what historians have often overlooked, that Catherine of Aragon's vision of England's place in Europe had ultimately prevailed. Catherine's story extended far beyond the divorce crisis that dominates popular perceptions. She was not merely Henry VIII's discarded first wife, but a consequential historical figure whose influence shaped Tudor England in profound and lasting ways. Her legacy encompassed religious principles, educational innovations, diplomatic relationships, legal precedents, and cultural transformations that continued influencing English society long after her death. The true measure of Catherine's historical significance lies not in the marriage that ended, but in the many ways her life's work continued shaping the nation she had adopted as her own.